And we are live.
What's going on?
Fuck you, buddy. I rage quit.
Oh, all the fire now that we're live. Brett Keane was right about you, Paul. You're nice in private, helpful in private, and then as soon as we get on.
Yeah, he's right about a lot of things, that wily manatee.
I'm surprised you wanted to do this, Paul. Honestly.
Why?
I don't know, because I feel like you've seen some of the videos, is my understanding. Do you feel like I've misrepresented your positions in the videos?
Well, I'll be honest with you, right? I have listened to one of your videos all the way through while I was sitting here gaming. The one where you and your friend go over my dad and I having a talk. And I listened to it in the background while I was doing my thing, right? And so I heard your contentions then, and I don't know if I would call them unfair. I would say that you have a lot of misapprehensions about me, maybe, but I don't think that you're being unfair in that video.
Well, in that video, if I remember correctly, my biggest contention with you was that you said you had support for Trump annexing Greenland. Is that correct?
In a broad sense, maybe. Okay, like I'm a globalist. I'm a globalist, right?
Okay.
So I believe that the world would be better off without sectarianism. I believe the world would be better off limber and able to globally respond to global problems, right? And so in the sense
hold on. So you think that if there were no borders, that this one world government, your argument is that it would be more efficient, correct?
With certain things, I imagine that's just not even arguable, right? Like the pandemic, right? If we didn't have every country making its own rules, if there was one solid enforced rule across the globe, the pandemic probably would have killed a few million less people, right?
I mean, it would depend, because I don't know. It would depend on your government, right? Because if the government was like it was here in America, a lot more people would die, right?
We're off in theory craft land, though, right? So we're off in ideal land.
I asked you that was your example of how that would stop people from dying. Your example doesn't work because it would depend entirely on the type of government and that government's mechanism for enforcement. Look, if in the future there's some sort of one world government, that's fine, okay? But that has to happen organically, and the people have to choose that through democratic means. If you get an authoritarian like Trump, who's going to invade a country or force it to be part of America against the will of the citizens who live there, that's neoconservative imperialism for our economic reasons.
Can you give me an example of a country willingly being absorbed into another in world history?
I don't know. No, I don't think so, but I don't think that means that it's okay. I don't know. Maybe not. But I think that now, hold on, but that's like that argument would mean that is just because this is historically how this has happened, that means it's acceptable today. Is that your argument? So because I may or may not be able to provide an example of a country that willingly, and I'm pretty sure there are histories of countries that have willingly voted to establish new governments or to form with new territories, right?
To be absorbed by another government, not establish a new government, absorbed by a foreign government.
Yeah, no. So that's why it should never happen, right? If the people don't choose to, and if it's forced on them,
right. Well, see,
but specifically, if your
agreement feels far future and existential, right? It's far future stuff that we're talking about.
It's not far future for Trump to talk about annexing Greenland. He's already spoken about that. They've already sent people over there. We don't know what he's going to do. He's already been belligerent towards our allies, and he's already shown a penchant to be a hawk and to be an imperialist.
So what do you think will happen if Trump annexes Greenland?
I'm not sure. I don't know what will happen, but I know that it's unacceptable to do because the people don't want it to happen. The people who live there do not want to be annexed by America. You understand that, or do you doubt that?
Yeah. No, I understand that completely.
Okay. So it really doesn't matter. Right. So here's my thing, right? It doesn't really matter what happens if we annex them. Okay. It doesn't really matter how we even do it, right? As long as they don't consent to doing it and we force them to do it, that's them losing their rights to self-determination that they prefer now.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah.
So that should take precedent over whatever possible economic or security interests we may or may not have there, because it's their sovereignty. And with that argument, we can just take the entire technate of North America, right? because using that logic, what's going to happen if we take Canada? What happens if we take Mexico? I think in your video you said, I think we should just take the whole thing because it's a lot easier to enforce our borders on the Panama Canal than across where it is now with Mexico. So I mean,
is that not true?
I don't know if it would be or wouldn't be easier to enforce our borders. I imagine, I don't know. I have no idea. I think most illegal immigrants, first of all, come in through the country through legal points of entry, right? So I have no idea.
Through airports and such, yes.
Right. So they don't go through the land border. So I don't know. But the point is, like, whether it would be or not, it doesn't matter, because what actually, like the actual ethics of doing it and the practicality of doing it is completely illiberal and completely anti-democratic.
Okay.
And that would be my argument.
I agree.
And so when you're talking to your father,
I agree. By the way,
but you said you supported him annexing it, so you don't agree.
No, I agree that it's illiberal, and I agree it would be a violation of the rights of the people of Greenland.
And you support that?
I don't necessarily agree that it would be a long-term bad thing for the world.
That wasn't even my argument. And I think that...
well, see, your argument is based on my argument, so you don't get to decide what the argument is. I do.
No, see, because the proposition is, should Trump annex Greenland? And you said you're in support of it. And I said, I'm not. Okay. So your argument is that you're in support of it because hypothetically, long-term down the road, it might be better for everyone after, I don't know, decades or generations down the road. Okay, you could say that.
Hypothetical decades and generations, it might be immediately just better. Who knows, right? You don't know.
Hold on. Is it immediately better here?
What do you mean?
Like, I mean, you said it. So if they come to, so if Greenland, and I'm just talking specifically about Greenland, but they've spoken about Canada and all that. Are you saying that, like, if we annex Greenland, how would it be immediately better for Greenland if it's not immediately better here, right? Like, if things are not getting immediately better here, then why would us taking over new lands make that immediately better for them? I don't agree that we should do that. I think it's completely a violation of international law to do that. But even if we did do that, you have no idea. Like, it seems, based on the evidence we have, the opposite would be true.
Do you think that America cares about international law?
I think that some Americans do. And if the country itself is run by, hold on,
America.
Yeah, well, America isn't just one monolith, right? It's made up of a bunch of different people. And so if the fascists, if the fascists and the imperialists who are in power decide like they don't care about international law and they don't care about liberal rights, that's something that we as Americans should not support. We should resist, because our liberal rights are also under attack by the Trump administration.
Where are you at on war?
It depends. Like, usually some wars are justified and some wars are necessary. Are you asking about the specific conflicts we're in now?
Just in general. I want to know what your general overarching broad opinion on warfare is.
I think that it's important for a country to have a strong military in this world. I think that even though there are a lot of immoral and cruel things done by our military, that the American people are safer generally because of the military and the economic dominance we have or had in the world that our military ensures. I think that we need reform to the military. I think that when we use our military to do offensive things against, like, Iran, I think that that's unacceptable. We shouldn't be engaged in any offensive illegal action. That's how I feel. If you're talking about troops on the ground, if you're talking about just military support, not actual Americans fighting, but just us sending weapons, then I would support the actions in Ukraine, because I think that the Ukrainian cause is just, and I would not support the funding of Israel's genocide in Gaza. So it's just case by case,
selective case by case kind of.
Of course, yeah, because saying
kind of thing.
saying that you're either pro-war or anti-war is kind of ridiculous, because sometimes there will be justified wars and sometimes there won't be. It's sort of like saying you're either pro or anti-tariff, right? Sometimes there are good tariffs and sometimes there are bad tariffs.
That's kind of a reductive way to put it, I think.
To put what? If I support going to war? Right. It depends on the circumstances of that war.
Hold on, let me finish. Saying that war or being anti-war is ridiculous. I can assure you that people exist that think that no war is justified. I happen to be one of them. Phoebe happens to be another. And there is a deeper philosophical conversation to be had here, I think, if you want, about the ethics of the state conscripting people to die for it, right? And the illiberal nature of that.
Sure. So it would depend then on like the specific ways that the military was filled out, right? So in America, we don't have a draft like that.
We don't use the draft. America has,
right. And so we still have selective service, but we haven't had a draft in my lifetime. I think in your lifetime too, right?
I think that's an important distinction to make, though.
Okay, I agree. So I agree. So
have the draft.
I agree.
America just hasn't used it in a while.
I agree. But what you're saying is not an anti-war stance. What you're saying is that you have a problem with the way that the military is filled out, right? Like that we staff service members. You're saying that if you conscript someone, hold on.
Do you think that that's decoupled from war?
Yeah, I think that it's possible for people to choose to go to war. Yeah, definitely.
Okay,
hold on. There are people who voluntarily enlist, right? Even in countries that have conscription, there are people who will go to other countries and enlist and fight for that country, right? Like the case with Ukraine, or even like mercenary companies that do that for money. There are all kinds of reasons people choose to go to war beyond just being drafted by their state.
Okay. Does that mean
so saying hold on so saying you're
I
would probably it would just I mean I guess it would depend on the lesser evil of the circumstance we were in, but I would most likely in almost every case I can think of be against a draft.
Can you explain the concept of a lesser evil to me?
Yeah,
as you understand it.
Right. So example, if I have cancer and if I have skin cancer, that's going to do less damage to me probably than if I have lung cancer, right?
But you still have cancer.
You do have cancer, but you're probably going to survive skin cancer, right? Where if you have like pancreatic, actually you have a 98% chance of surviving skin cancer. Where if you have so I'm talking so I'm talking about the benign. So let's say the most benign type of cancer. That's still cancer. It doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter how you define that cancer, as long as I say there's a more benign type of cancer and a more malignant fatal type of cancer. We can understand lesser evils.
I'm looking less at which cancer would you rather have and more of explain your philosophy as it pertains to the lesser of two evils.
So when I'm presented with two choices that are unavoidable and I don't want to do either of them.
Two evil choices.
Yes, two choices where one is a greater evil than the other.
Right. So two evil choices.
What do you mean no? Yeah. Two evil.
I just want to hear you say two evil choices.
Two evil choices. One of them is worse and one of them is better. Depending, like you would always want to do the lesser evil. I don't understand how that's difficult for you to get. Can you explain to me what?
Do you think that by voting for something that I don't believe in evil, right? I don't ever use the term.
Right. So I don't believe in. Right. So I mean, if you're talking about like, objective or absolute morality, that's a different discussion than if we're talking about like. If you're talking about lesser evil, like doing harm, right? Like if the most harm or the most damage that's done is evil, that's typically how people use it when they're talking about like the, utilitarian math of voting or not, right?
Right. But
do you accept that? So saying like, I don't actually believe in the concept of evil. It's all, I'm a, hardline subjectivist. That's fine. But I mean, even within that parameters, we're still able to apply evil and lesser evil to the choices you have to make. Whether,
What I'm kind of hoping that you get into is I believe that America has been engaged in the lesser of two evils dance for my whole lifetime, right?
Mm-hmm. I'm glad you brought that up because go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I mean, it has. This is not a new argument you're presenting. It's not fresh, right? Hey, hold your nose and vote. Is probably as old as the concept of democratic voting, right? So this is not like some new fresh tactic you're trying to put on me, right? And it's not something that was invented in the last 10 years. It's a devil's bargain that people have taken in this country my whole lifetime. And I'm asking you what the output of that has been.
I think that over time that we've improved our lives through lesser evil.
Really?
Voting. Yeah, and I'll get to that. So Paul, the main issue that I have with you, my main criticism of you, is that you're a useful idiot for fascism.
Okay.
And that you say that you're a labor advocate, that you do labor activism. I assume you're anti-war. You say that you're for universal health care, right? Mm-hmm. And the advocacy that you do, when followed through, leads to us moving in the wrong direction away from those things, provably. And I would hold on.
Provided universal health care?
No,
have the Democrats
they've brought us closer to that, and they have been better on war too.
Have they provided?
Paul, we're going to get
Paul.
Paul. We're going to get into specific examples of all of these. I promise you. I'm ready. Okay, but I just want to really quick at the top here.
Why are we looming?
Because I want to.
It's prescient now for us to do this, right?
We'll do it in a second. I want to go over like what I have to say to you.
We'll do it.
Paul, you said that you wanted to hear. You said that you wanted to hear what my beef was with you, right? You said you wanted me to come on and explain what my issues with you were.
Now we're deeper. Now we're deeper into it. I want to hear what
I haven't even. Hold on. I haven't.
Two evils are.
Paul, I would like to go over with you a few of the topics I want to address to make sure, and for Phoebe too, who's moderating the debate, to if she's willing to make sure that she has a mind for these topics and that she'll help kind of steer the direction there. I was under the impression that I would be able to kind of like lead the conversation in that way, and you wanted to hear what my criticisms of you were. Now, if that's not the case, hold on. If that's not the case, that's fine, and we can continue on with it. But I do have specific points I want to make up, bring out with specific topics that I want you to respond to.
That's fine. But here's what I don't agree to. Okay. You imposing a superstructure over the conversation. We're in the midst of a topical point, and you're asking me to allay it until some future point, and I don't want to do that. I want us to stay on topic here. I want to hear the other stuff you've got to say. But right now we're talking about the lesser of two evils, and I'd like for you to present your argument for it. That's all. I'm not trying to constrain you. I'm not trying to keep you from talking this, that, or the other, right?
Okay.
Plus, Alchemist, I mean, you're a pretty well-prepared person. I imagine you've probably got a lot of these points on like a note document or something. So I imagine you'll be able to keep track with them, right?
Definitely.
Well, there you go.
So, lesser evil voting. Let's look at just healthcare, for example, okay?
Okay. Let's do it.
So if our goal is to expand access to healthcare for everyone, right? And we can see...
No. That's a very limited goal. No. Our goal is to create healthcare that is good and serviceable for everyone, not just access, because I know that's going to be the Obamacare argument. Access doesn't mean anything if you're in the fucking emergency room for fucking 7 hours waiting. The whole fucking system has to be overhauled. Okay,
hold on. It does, right? But that's...
Man, you're a giggly fuck, ain't you?
I am. I really am. You should hear the unedited versions of the videos. I laugh at everything.
Is it hard without your second voice to giggle at your stupid jokes?
My buddy?
Your girlfriend?
No, it's not hard. Oh, are you being homophobic because I'm gay?
Yeah. I'm from the 90s, bro.
Interesting. Yeah.
I mean,
no, my buddy.
Yeah, I'm a bisexual guy. So am I being homophobic or what? Are you a sensitive little flower that can't take a little pushback?
No,
Do you not have 20 hours worth of shit? Can
bisexual people not be homophobic, Paul? Why would you? Why are you? Hold on. Why are you insinuating that my co-host that I do the videos with, my buddy, is my girlfriend?
Because
if you want to steamroll the conversation and force it into these places, I'll have the fucking conversation with you. Okay, I wanted to get on to expanding access to healthcare and respond to.
Do you want to let me answer your question or not? I've got an answer for your question, because you treat him like your girlfriend. You guys are cute together. You giggle at each other's stupid jokes, and you back each other up, and you chuff each other up in the chat, and you chuff each other up on the Discord.
That's because I have the powers of editing. So every time he says something uppity, I can edit it out. Anything I don't like. So you just give the appearance of complete.
That's all I'm
agreement.
saying. It's cute. You guys, I'm asking you if it's hard without your little second voice.
No, it's not. I've had a lot of these conversations. I had one with Phoebe. Yeah. Okay, so
you were way less cute with me, though. I will say.
Yeah. You were.
We didn't have nearly the dynamic. You and
I feel like I was pretty cordial with you, Phoebe. Right?
No, you were cordial.
Didn't we have a good conversation?
We didn't. No,
he's got a turgid. He doesn't know you though. He's got a turgid little hate boner for me.
Yeah, a little bit. I think.
Yeah.
So the goal is ultimately to provide people with the best quality healthcare, right? To everyone. Can we get back to healthcare?
To everyone, yes.
Yeah.
Quality,
so I want
accessible healthcare to everyone.
I want everyone to have access to healthcare, and I want it to be the
Mhm.
best possible healthcare. I don't think we should have two-tiered healthcare system where someone who can pay more gets a better quality of care. We agree with that.
We agree.
Okay.
We agree.
Now, at the end goal, we have everyone having good healthcare, right? That's our end goal.
If we're on the same page, everyone has access to healthcare. Nobody goes bankrupt from having a simple.
It's free. It's paid for through taxes.
It's paid for.
That's what access means. Okay, great. Where we are now is far from that, right?
Super far, yeah.
Okay. So if the goal is to bring us closer to that, then I'm going to vote for the things that bring us closer to that. And the things that bring us further away from that, I'm going to do my best to get away from that, right? So if there's a candidate who isn't going to give me healthcare for everyone, but is even going to give me 1 million more people more healthcare, access to healthcare, then I'm going to vote for that candidate versus the candidate who's going to lose 1 million people's healthcare, right? Because in that option, in that instance, those are the two choices I have, and I'm building it towards everyone having coverage. If you look at the history of, people getting access to healthcare, right? If you look at all of the rights that we've gotten, we've made progress. So under Obamacare, the ACA, okay, whatever, they provided access to healthcare to over, I think, almost 50 million Americans, right? 40 something million Americans have been giving access to healthcare.
That's an interesting. Provided access to healthcare is an interesting way of said forced to purchase a private healthcare plan that doesn't serve.
Is it better? Hold on. Is it better? Is it better that people get access to affordable healthcare?
Hold on. Let Paul finish his point.
Is it better that people were? You asked. Is it better that people were forced to buy shit tier healthcare that is too expensive and doesn't meet their medical needs? I don't think so. Do you?
It depends, because not all healthcare that's offered is like that.
I'm not going to.
I think that it's better. It's better to have. Here, I'll answer you straightforward. It's better for them to have coverage that isn't as good than have no coverage at all. Yes, that's an improvement.
Is it?
That brings us closer to the goal of everyone having coverage.
You do realize that a lot of people, even people that are on these plans here, right? That you realize that those people, it's still almost more functional to go sit in the fucking emergency room, which is why emergency rooms are overfilled, because the access level has decreased.
Hold on.
Decreased since COVID, not increased.
You're saying the access to what has decreased?
Access to healthcare services, specialists, the things people need to get things diagnosed.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's true, but I do know that it has expanded by like 10 million people since COVID. That more people are covered under the ACA. So if they're rationing care for less care, that's obviously not good. We need to address that. But it's better that people have coverage than no one have coverage, right? So that's like saying the argument you're trying to make is like, well, if we had universal healthcare, then the richest people who have the best possible healthcare would have to go down a peg or whatever, so more people could have healthcare, right? Am I understanding correctly?
Ask that again.
So what you're saying is that if quality, like what you're saying is that if the quality of the healthcare isn't high, isn't the best possible, then it's better that they have no access to healthcare than have access to like subpar healthcare. Is that the argument you're making?
No, I'm saying that people will get a better standard of care in this country when they are sick if they eschew their insurance and go straight to a hospital.
Phoebe, January of 2025 had like the record highest number of insured Americans. You should look up the stats from prior to 2019 and prior to 2010 when you bring that up, because they have decreased the amount of uninsured Americans. So when you bring up stats like that, it's a bit misleading because you're saying, look, this giant problem still exists, but you're not showing the numbers from prior to when the ACA was passed. And the argument is about the ACA has done a good job of providing certain benefits to people. Now, we can also look at
Alchemist. I brought this up because you made a very specific point about people's insurance, like people being insured at a greater rate after the COVID pandemic.
No.
So that's why I brought up 2019. No, but you did make a point about
I did. You're right.
Well. Yeah, no.
Yeah, you're right.
Whoops.
I'm just Googling.
So hold on.
Yeah, I know.
Hold
on. No, wait, hold on. Hold the phone. It'll be fine. Trust me. There's plenty of time tonight, okay?
He's nervous. He's got butterflies in his stomach, Phoebe. Don't worry about this. This is his biggest night. So
this is
he doesn't remember the points he's making. He doesn't. He's out to correct people tonight, Phoebes, and he's gonna correct you. Okay.
Right. But the thing is, I just want to say that I'm not even trying to like pose a side here. I'm literally just Googling things. Yes, exactly. I'm just providing numbers as things are brought up.
He doesn't like
Wait,
that the
so
numbers
this is what
for his position.
Paul, this is proving my point, isn't it? Hold on.
What's proving your point?
The thing she pulled up, that more people are insured since COVID. Isn't that what we're seeing here?
Right.
So if there's 33 million people now, or I'm sorry, there's 33. Yeah, so there were 33 million people in 2019. Okay, that decreased to
how many new doctors?
No, Paul. Let me make my point.
How many new doctors?
Hey, moderator, can you make Paul listen to my point?
Okay. I'm going to do two things. Okay.
No, because Paul, you said that this. Hold on, Paul said that this stat refuted what I said, but this stat is backing up what I said.
No, I didn't.
I'm going to let you make that point.
It doesn't paint. I didn't say it refuted what you said. I said it doesn't paint a rosy picture.
But it proves the point that I was making, that more people now.
Quit responding to what you wish I said and start responding to what I said, please.
Paul, this proves exactly what I was saying, that 2025 had the least amount of uninsured people because of the ACA and the expansions under Biden. When Trump was president, so after the ACA, right, we had all these people who never had healthcare before have access to healthcare. Maybe you guys know some of them. I don't know, but I do, who got healthcare through the ACA, right? Serviceable healthcare. Okay. When Trump was president,
everybody has to now. Yeah.
When Trump was, I don't know. I get it through work, so I don't know. When Trump was president, 3 million people, almost like 2-point-something million people, lost access to healthcare through that program. Okay, because of cuts. And of those 2-point-whatever million people, 3,000 of them died directly from losing access to healthcare under the Trump regime the first time. So I mean, if we're trying to say like, who having access to healthcare. So your argument is that if having access to the ACA is just as bad as not having access at all, then why, when people lose access to the ACA, do such a high percentage of those people die?
Wow, if that was my argument,
we can see that statistically borne out.
If I'd ever said that, that would be a super, super hot counterpoint.
Yeah, I feel like you are.
Paul, your argument. Paul, your
argument.
Paul, your argument. Nice tactic, buddy. No, get it out of your system. I got time. Your argument was that the ACA didn't move people. Your argument was that the ACA didn't move people closer to our goal of having everyone insured. Everyone having health coverage.
No.
That was your argument.
That wasn't our goal. Our goal wasn't to have everybody insured.
And having quality coverage. Everyone having quality coverage.
Not and, friend. Don't say and. Our goal, and we both agreed on it, was that healthcare was free.
Well, paid for through
taxes.
Everyone
had access to it. We didn't talk about the health of insurance companies. Friend, that's the argument you would like me to have made.
No, it's not.
Yeah,
no, it's not. You're not listening.
It is, because you're tilting against windmills.
No. So I'm saying that our goal. Man, I was really hoping that I would be able to make the point, right? So, but I don't know why.
I was really hoping you'd be able to make it too, friend. We're not alone on that.
Can I continue to talk about this, or no?
Yes, please.
Can you?
So, if you can manage to talk about
we want everyone to have coverage. Right, and high quality coverage. We want everyone to have high quality coverage.
Once again, you're misstating.
The ACA brings people closer to having quality coverage.
No.
Yeah, it does.
No.
Yes, it does.
It does not.
Yes, it does.
No, it does not.
It gives people. Yes, it does. If the quality of the ACA was the same as them not having coverage, then so many more people would just not be alive, right, from it. And when they lose healthcare, they wouldn't die all of a sudden at a clip of 10% of them, right?
Hold on. Okay, Paul, you have specific reasons, I'm sure, why you don't agree that the ACA actually increased the amount of people who had access to high quality healthcare coverage. And I would like to hear some of those. I think it might be germane to the discussion.
So when's the last time either one of you had to see a specialist?
Oh, I don't want to give. I don't want to do anecdotes, Paul. I want to hear what your evidence is. I don't want to hear your anecdote. I want to hear your evidence.
I'm sorry. Are you now mad that I'm not answering a question the way you want it answered? Oh, I'm sorry about that.
I would like. I
Alchemistsoil.
just want. Hey, I just want
I'm
everyone
sorry about
watching.
that,
I just
Alchemistsoil.
want everyone
I'm sorry
watching to
about
pay
that.
attention to the way that Paul treats statistics that our moderator has on the screen and the points that I'm making.
Okay.
Versus how
While
now
we're
he's going to
doing
give you
shout-out,
a personal anecdote, and he's not going to provide you any analysis.
I'm not going to give you a personal anecdote. I'm going to give you a broad anecdote. But
Oh,
okay.
even better, even less. Okay, go ahead, buddy.
I can look
No,
up
be quiet.
statistics
Go
about
ahead.
Paul's broad anecdote if we need to.
While we're pointing things out to the chat, I want the chat to realize that this dude, who I've never spoken a word to, has dozens of hours of crazy fucking content about me, and is here.
But it doesn't
fucking
misrepresent
floundering
you,
in
right,
front of
Paul?
a- in
That
front of a-
content doesn't misrepresent you, though.
The
right?
video that I watched,
Uh-huh.
you were see you love to just go like, did I ever broadly say your content
Paul,
doesn't?
please make your
misrepresent
hold
me?
on, Paul. I'm sorry, I sidetracked you, buddy. I didn't mean to.
You
steamroll
really did.
Please
yeah,
make
you
your
really
point.
Did, but I'm fine
Please make your
with
point about
bro.
the ACA. Please make the point that Phoebe asked you to make about the ACA. Go ahead. I'll be quiet.
Oh, I can make the point now? Are you sure? You sure you're okay with it? I just want to make sure that you're okay with me making the point now, and you're not going to butt in and go like, oh, I don't want to hear it, right? I take your silence for assent, and I also take it for cowardice. So, what I was
Are we
going
just
to
trolling
say,
with this?
yeah, we are.
Okay,
Well,
whatever.
Of course I am.
So, Paul, are you going to actually
You're a
like
dude.
address
Okay,
the?
Hold on. This is
Are you
good.
gonna,
Hold
it's
on,
cowardice
let
to
me
let you
question.
make your point.
You ask a question. Are we just trolling with this? And the answer is yep. Yeah,
Okay,
dumb
cool.
fuck. Yeah, dumb fuck.
I thought it was going to be a fun
You're a
conversation.
fucking weirdo, bro. You're a fucking weirdo.
Uh-huh.
You have a job that won't let you put your camera on, but you love talking about how fat and ugly people are.
You're just
troll,
mad.
bro.
You're mad because I made fun of your appearance?
You're not a troll. Wait, you're not a troll, right?
I'm a sort of a troll. Yeah, I'm a troll,
you're a
for
troll.
sure.
So are we trolling, bro? Yep.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
why are you acting so indignant about it?
Do you think I take you seriously? Do you think I was going to come here tonight and go like,
no, no? I want your audience. Hold on. I want your audience to hear the points, though, right? So I just want everyone. I understand, right? So what Paul's trying to do is he's trying to like do an ad hominem where he points out like I don't show my face for reasons, right? I don't like doing that right now.
Isn't all the fat jokes you and your girlfriend tell an ad hominem? Now you got problems with ad homs?
Yeah, no, I mean I don't really care about the ad homs, but I'm just pointing out that Paul had the opportunity to make his case, and instead he did this. He filibustered. He trolled. His position is indefensible because if he could defend it, he would make it. He can't defend it. There are several points that I hope we'll get to tonight. There are several points that I hope we'll get to tonight where we'll see this, unless Paul rage quits. But
I know you've got a furtive little document that you've been poring over. I know the butterflies are twisted.
Is it furtive?
But did you really? I
have
this is a question, dude.
Clandestine, actually.
Yeah, a secret and clandestine.
I mean, it probably
document.
isn't shared publicly, right?
No, but I might post it on.
It is a secret, right? Well, I bet his girlfriend has access. His girlfriend definitely has access.
Obviously,
but it is a secret.
So are you? So the people
document,
who watch Paul, the people who watch Paul who are watching this, I just want you to be aware, right? Like. These are so it's all funny, and yeah, I do troll Paul, and a big part of this is trolling Paul. A lot of the inspiration for it is even like Paul back on DP, like joking at Paul. So now but the point of the trolling is to actually make these serious points, right? So our country, it's my belief that our country right now, it's my belief that our country right now is in the midst of a fascist takeover. And that it's very important that everyone treat that seriously. And it's okay to joke about it. It's okay to have these little troll fights and everything. And it's fun and it's entertaining. But I still want to make the points that I make in the video. So if Paul talks over me or whatever, you guys can check out the channel. There's a ton of points in there that are backed up by statistics. In pretty much every video I do, I put my sources in the description. So I do make fun of Paul for, being fat and everything. That is an ad hominem, obviously. I'm not criticizing him. It's sort of like in the way that he would mock Brett Keane or whatever. And then Paul will say, well, how do I know that you're not fat or whatever? It doesn't matter. I could be the fattest guy on earth. Just like it doesn't matter when Paul, it doesn't matter when Paul, a fat guy, makes fun of Brett Keane for being fat or whatever. He's just trying to distract you from the actual substantive points that I've made. Right. Now I do want to point out a couple other things to your audience, since you're not going to engage. Since you're not going to engage with the points.
Wait. So now your plan is to just bloviate your way through this? Because when I talk, it doesn't look good for you. Is that the plan now? Is this
Paul, when you talk, the person it doesn't look good for is you, man. So go ahead. I don't care. Do your thing.
That little voice break belies that you don't believe your words, friend.
Definitely not compilations of your voice cracking.
What do you think about that?
I don't know. You said that because I laughed, it belies my words, like it underscores them, or what?
Yeah.
What are you saying? Yeah, I'm having a good time. I like to have fun. It's funny. I think that Paul's funny.
Cool. Well, I'm glad you're a
fan.
You're
okay. So, anyways, guys, like the ACA, it does matter, right? And it does provide quality of care to people. It's not the best quality. Obviously,
ACA
there are tons of deficiencies. Now you want to make your point, Paul. Make your point that Phoebe asked you to make, please.
Okay. The ACA has done nothing to expand the actual places where people go to get health care. And so those are often booked out 6, 8, 12 months in advance. And people have no choice but to add. Yeah. Discourse, I know. Total discourse, bro.
DJ, why don't you jump on? I have some things I'd like to say to you too, buddy.
Oh,
no, hold on.
I know that you would not love nothing more in the world than for TJ to grace you with his presence. I know that you worship at the altar of TJ. I can feel it in my bones.
Totally.
But we're
at
talking.
least pay attention to what you say when you talk, buddy.
You're in the fucking Thunderdome with me, friend.
Am I?
Yeah. Yes,
yeah.
you are.
I'm happy to be.
Yeah. And I'm like one of the I'm like one of the Hunger Games audience members. I'm just like sitting here watching the flames go down, basically.
So Paul claims
I am. Hold on.
Funny that this dude thought I was going to put on a suit and tie and treat this fucking seriously.
Dude, he expected you to put on the Hawaiian shirt and everything, fresh pomade, the whole 9 yards. But Alchemist, there is all the time in the world. None of us have any hard outs. It'll be fine. Paul, I genuinely do want to hear your points against the ACA, because as someone who hasn't had sufficient medical coverage in a really long time, I find these points valuable, and I'm interested in hearing the discourse in terms of Alchemist's response to it. So, with that being said, please do continue.
The ACA does not move us any closer to the goal that Alchemistsoil and I agreed upon at the start of this part of the discussion, and that was free healthcare for everybody, proper healthcare on demand when it's needed for everybody. The ACA actually moved us further for that by further entrenching us into a system that creates private insurance companies who decide whether or not your surgery is worth fixing for them or not. It forced people into a system that decides based on monetary factors whether or not you get cancer treatment, whether or not you get your hernia fixed, whether or not you get gender affirming care, whether or not you get any of the things that people need health care for. So it actually moved us away from the stated goal that Alchemistsoil and I talked about at the start of this, which is free, open health care for everyone. And it moved us closer to a system that we've always had, right? It further entrenched the private healthcare system, which is unaccountable to the people, extra governmental, and profit motive based. So there's my point. Didn't sound anything like it. Hold on. Didn't sound anything like the words you put in my mouth, did it?
Kind of. Can I address what you said?
Yeah, I'm never going to get a yes out of you tonight. But it depends. Kind of.
No, because when you say that it didn't get us closer to the end goal, I disagree with that.
It didn't.
I think but
even if now you understand me.
So what I understand is, I'm going to ask you, right? And then you can tell me if I get this right or not.
Yes.
Okay. You think that because the insurance companies, like it's still provided through insurance, that strengthens the insurance companies' hold over the healthcare system, correct?
Yes.
So it makes it so even though you would, if I'm wrong, tell me, but you would agree that it expands access to care. But your point is that it's going to put more money in the pockets of the insurance companies and it gives them more control over the people, and it's less.
Well,
is that correct?
I take umbrage with the expands access to care as well, right? Because
go ahead. Why do you take umbrage?
It is often easier for people to go to a private clinic and pay a one-time fee, right, than it is for people to pay monthly for these exorbitant, non-responsive plans. So a lot of people do that.
Well, it depends. I know people who are, it's different state to state too, right? With the ACA, it functions differently.
It sure enough
like
is.
Here in California, didn't you know anyone who was on like the California state plan who didn't have to pay anything? I know people like that who either pay
I've got
very little or who don't pay anything. Okay, but those programs are made accessible through the ACA, right? Like that's federal funding that the government provides through the ACA that isn't always through insurance companies. Sometimes it's through direct aid, right? They fund those programs directly through taxes.
Right.
The
argument
so there are good. Hold on. There are good.
Medi-Cal and Medicare and Medicaid, right? Those things should be expanded to everyone.
Sure.
Right.
But they're also right. But they're also but they were also expanded under the ACA too, right?
Well, good for that.
So they are provide. So you think everyone should have access to Medi-Cal, and the ACA gave more people access to Medi-Cal. So the ACA moved us closer to our goal then, right?
No.
Okay.
No. What is our goal? Can you restate our goal?
Thank you, Phoebe. For everyone to have access. Well, you said for everyone to have free access to quality healthcare. I think that it should be free at the point of service, but people should pay taxes. The healthcare system should be funded through taxes, and it should be accessible to everyone.
That's what I'm talking
I actually
about.
added a stipulation that everyone should have equal access to care, that there should be equity in the system beyond just, maybe not in procedures that are not life-threatening. Now, you talked about the ACA like rationing certain care or denying certain care. Again, a lot of that depends on the state, right? Because the states get to like make different legislation. For example, you can look at the way that women have different healthcare from state to state.
Right. Well, this is another one of the.
Let me go, man. Because of the overturning of Roe v. Wade or whatever. But what I'm saying is that some of this is the ACA, right? And what Phoebe has pulled up here, it does back up what I'm saying here, that the ACA did significantly expand coverage under Medi-Cal. So I feel like my point with that at least has been made. But the greater point I want to make is that these are incremental changes that, while they seem like they're not moving us towards what we want, they actually are in certain ways. And what's more important than us ultimately reaching our end goal is that people's lives are being saved and that people are getting access to healthcare, right? So if more people get access to Medi-Cal, or even whatever state insurance they have, or through the ACA or whatever, even through a private insurance company, like, it's preferable that someone pay an insurance company to save their life, right? Versus not having that option. Even though I disagree with the extortion of that, and I do think it is extortion, and I do think that health insurance should be outlawed.
But you're here extolling the virtues of a program that
no, I'm not. I'm
extortion.
Right. So in some ways it did, right? But it also did the things we wanted to do.
Every way it did.
Paul, read what it said. Read what it says.
Individual mandate.
Read what it says. Right. But you're also eligible to get. You're also eligible to get like government health care, though, if you can't afford to buy your own on the private marketplace, like in the case of Medi-Cal.
But that system has been in place for a long time.
Oh, you're talking. You're talking about.
It's not enough. It's not the system we're talking about.
It's not enough, but it's better. It moves us closer to what we want.
It's not fast enough. It's not enough.
Okay, hold on. It's not enough. So what you do is you reverse it. You blow it up. You do the opposite, right?
No. What? How do I blow it up?
The argument you're making right now, the overarching argument is why you tell people. So if I can get to it at some point, the main reason I'm upset with you that started the whole thing is because you explicitly tell people not to vote for the Democrats, right? My point is that
I take umbrage with that. I don't.
Well, I'll present my evidence in a minute here when we get to that. But okay, maybe you've changed. I don't know, but that it's still pinned to your Twitter. Probably even now, people can read it. The point that
you're talking about the no confidence vote thing?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
I barely use my fucking Twitter, bro.
I don't
know what's pinned up there, but I still agree.
Hold on. So the no confidence thing just doesn't matter anymore. You didn't mean it, or what?
No. I still believe in the premise there. Yeah.
So have you followed everything you said in the no confidence manifesto?
Probably not. No.
You haven't done any of it, right? You haven't. Have you voted once in there's been like 4 elections since then? Have you cast a single no confidence ballot?
A no confidence ballot?
Do you remember what's in your no confidence primer?
Dude, I wrote. Do you know that was like 5 fucking years ago?
So you don't know what it says in your no confidence?
No, I think Paul is saying that strategy might have changed in the intervening 5 years.
I don't care. There was an election. Hold on. There were midterms elections.
Hold on. I know you don't care, but don't you think it's a little pertinent? Are you asking me to stand on everything I said in a Twitter post fucking 6 years ago?
Bro, it was 4 years ago. It's funny how every time you say it, it gets further away from the truth. It was 4 years ago, right?
Whatever it was ago.
Okay.
Right.
But there was an election just after that. Hold on.
Did you grow a few more pubes in the intervening years? Have you changed at all in 4 years?
That's not the point. The point is that you did this advocacy and have been doing this advocacy, right? Since then, this is what you believe. When
is the last time you heard no confidence come out of my mouth?
I don't know. It doesn't matter.
If you're gonna come at me with it,
Paul, hold on. Why is it still pinned to your Twitter then? Why is it still the main thing? Hold on. When you pin it
right now, does that solve it if I unpin it right now?
It solves it if you delete them.
Oh, I have to delete the whole post too.
All 10 of them, yeah. All 10 of the no confidence.
I don't delete my posts. I leave all my posts.
Okay, so then you should amend them by saying I don't actually believe this anymore.
Wait a minute.
Hold on. It's a
this is a disagreement. Hold on. No, you fucking hold on. This is a disagreement over how I manage my social media accounts.
No, it's a disagreement over the advocacy that you do. It's a disagreement over your advocacy.
When is the last time?
Yeah, I guess in some ways it is a disagreement over how you manage your social media.
It really is. It really is. It's a butt
because you're a social media personality, right? You're a social media personality.
So the things you say. How would you like me to change my Twitter account so that you'll agree with me?
I would like. What I would really like is
some changes to it right now.
Pin this tweet, right? Pin this tweet that said, "I no longer believe in the no confidence primer. I didn't do a single activist thing that I said I was going to do in the primer." I would like that. Okay, and then if you feel
anything else,
man, I don't know, man. This is something, man. These are big decisions. I really should get time to think about this a little bit. Yeah.
You're in the catbird seat.
I just want to understand, Paul. So you're saying that
here we go
because it was 4 years ago.
I'm gonna unpin it. Okay. Now what? Hold on. I'm writing the tweet for you just to show you how much social media means to me. I'm gonna go ahead and write the tweet. I'll give you carte blanche. Okay.
Okay. So I'd have no way of seeing if you're even doing this right now, but
doesn't matter. I'm doing it. You want me to share my screen? I can do that here.
I don't care. I'll check it out later. I'm sure that we have people watching who will go check and let me know. It's fine. I would like you to say that I don't believe in this no confidence thing. Everything I wrote in here, I didn't follow up on. That's what I would like. Yeah.
Gotcha. Let me go do that for you. Post.
You're not even curious what you wrote in there?
Huh?
You're not even curious what it says in the no confidence primer?
Bro, I talk for a living, bro. You understand?
Yeah. Hold on, but you do advocacy for a living, right?
What? No. Hold on. I want to make sure I'm getting this right. It's hard. I no longer, what do you want me to say? Believe?
Just say I no longer believe in the no confidence primer.
No confidence primer that I posted.
Mm-hmm.
Posted here, right? Or posted or whatever, tweeted. What do they call it over here? Posted.
I just put posted, and then put that I did not cast a single no confidence ballot.
I did not cast a single no confidence ballot.
I also want you to write on there that I understand that the country is much better when it's run by Democrats than by Republicans.
Wow, you don't get that much.
I thought I got carte blanche. Okay, damn.
Yeah, I'm not going to agree.
You disagree that the Democrats are much better.
We can talk about that if you want. Would you like me to post this?
Why don't you? Yeah, go ahead and hit post so we can move on.
Okay, so we posted.
Can you pin that?
There we go.
Can you pin it?
Do you want me to pin it?
I do.
Oh,
will you?
Yeah, there you go, friend.
Nice. I can't even read, like, it's too small on my screen, so I can't even read if he said what he said. But if he did what he said he was, but
there you go. Here, I zoomed in for you.
Nice. Oh man, I told myself I wasn't going to get an erection during this, and
we know you had an erection, but
Yeah.
that's weird to me though. I got to be honest from my perspective, and I think that if you want to be honest and have an honest talk with me, I think that part of the dissonance between the two of us, right, is that I have a very specific job, right?
Yeah.
And I talk a lot, man. And part of my job is to say incendiary stuff and to kind of be on the political fringe and to say things that other people don't say.
Wait,
right?
It's your job to be on the political fringe? You see that as like a career strategy?
Part of my job, sure. Right? Like it's
no,
like,
I think it should be your job. Look, if you look, first of all, I agree that it's everyone's job now, especially to be political. Like, I think everyone should be politically involved for sure. I think that's important, especially
right. I'm not saying it is my job to do that I'm doing that for my job. I'm saying it is my job to be open and vocal about it.
Authentic, you're saying.
I have a clarifying
as authentic
question.
as I can be.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Phoebes.
Paul, would you say that maybe it's closer to say that your personality is more of like an agitator? Because like you can do the job that you do and be like a total Democrat sycophant. I mean, like y'all have covered certain, like a lot of those personalities on your show, I'm not going to name specific names, but like you don't have to necessarily be an agitant to do the job that you do, but you were always an agitant like throughout your YouTube career and shit, even before you were making money off of it. So do you think maybe that's just like a part of how you go about things?
Well, that's just how, I mean, if either of you knew me in real life, you'd know that like I'm not going to claim that I'm 100% the same dude that I am when I do the show, but I'm pretty fucking close. I'm about as close as a guy that you'll meet, right?
Fair enough.
That's part of how I do, right? And so I'll tell you, Alchemistsoil, the reason why, number one, there's a couple of reasons why I had no problem making that tweet for you, right? Number one, I don't care about social media, and my reputation means nothing to me. I did the duty stain challenge, okay? My reputation has been in the toilet. No, dead out. I'm just being real.
I remember that, Paul.
Okay?
Yeah,
I know. I'm sure you do. You're right. So like, I'm not trying to be some guy that a bunch of people look up to, right? I'm a political fringe case. I'm a guy that has some wild fucking beliefs. And
but you consider yourself an activist, right? Like an advocate?
Sure. Yeah. There are times when I'm advocating for things I really genuinely believe, and there are times when I'm really passionate about that. Yeah, that's part of my job as well, for sure. There are times too. There are times too where I'm just sick of it, right? Like I get burnout and bored. It's like one of the issues that I had doing this, like coming here to talk to you tonight, was I thought, man, it's just going to be nothing but electoralism, and I'm just bored with the topic. Maybe it's the amount of shit that it took just to try and get my point across in the last 4 to 6 to 16 years or whatever the fuck it's been, right? Like, I'm just bored with it as a topic personally.
Oh, but I understand that, Paul. And let me ask you though. But you agree though that your point about healthcare, about the ACA not expanding good quality free healthcare to people, was wrong, right? And that it does do that sometimes. That it does expand like Medi-Cal and other programs like that in states, right?
Yes.
So I just want to make sure like you agree that like with that you. So when the next time like it comes up on the show or whatever, and you're saying that the ACA doesn't do anything to bring us closer to our goal of giving people like the healthcare that they need or that they desperately need, even if it's not the best option available, like you understand that it does do that, right? I just want to make sure that we're not going to go back on that point, that we both at this point have come to the realization.
The ACA expanded people in California's access to Medi-Cal. That's what you want me to say?
Yeah. Do you think that California is the only state that it did that in? That's a unique. I'm just repeating what you asked me. Right. So what I want you to say, do you want me to just write your scripts for you? I'll give you. I feel
like this.
I don't know if you're.
Send you little things to say, and then you.
I don't know if you're quite there. I don't know if you're quite there yet, friend. I think you got a little bit of work to do. You're going to got a little tweaking and fine tuning. Okay.
This is the one substantive disagreement we've had, right? Is about whether the ACA brings us closer or further away from the goal. And your position was that it brings us further. But I feel like just all the trolling and everything aside, I feel like you've admitted at this point that my point is correct, that it does bring us closer to that goal.
Is that true or no? It may feel that way, but that can't be true, right? Because I told you all of the reasons why I thought that the ACA moved us away from that goal.
Right, but then when we talked about it more, right? So when
I did a clarifying question.
Well, let me address his. So I did acknowledge that it does expand certain like health insurance agencies, and actually I want to get more into that if we can. I don't know if Phoebe, if it's cool if we do, or if you want to ask your question first, but about the different tiers of like government healthcare. I'm sorry.
Long at all. I was just going to say it won't take long at all. So I would like to ask it. Yeah.
Go for it.
Paul, would you say that the Affordable Care Act, like as much insofar, that's the word I was looking for, insofar as it expanded care, do you think it also kind of normalized the idea that people are going to pay for their health care and like through these insurance companies?
That's
help to normalize that?
Right, but
that's close to what my contention was, right? Is that rather than moving us closer to what the stated goal was, which is that healthcare is not a financial concern for people anymore, it made it more of a financial concern for people. It forced people to purchase predatory, insufficient healthcare plans and enter a system that decides on a monetary basis whether or not they get the necessary surgery or healthcare or medication that they need.
Yeah, so I just want people to do the fact checking themselves, right? So we have a couple claims now. Here's my claim. It's going to vary widely from state to state, right? The type of quality of healthcare available to you under the ACA. I like Medi-Cal as an example because I live in California, and it's kind of like the gold standard blue state in my mind for a lot of these programs being rolled out effectively over a large population. So, but the ACA, yes, while it does force you at times to buy health insurance through whatever, it also does things like force your employer to provide you health insurance. It also does things like expand access for pretty much free, virtually free, or very little cost.
Force your employer to provide you health insurance plan that you have to pay for out of your check.
Yeah, sure, right, but for a lot cheaper than if you bought it on
you're paying for it.
Right, but it's cheaper than if you bought it. Like that's a benefit that they make them give you because it's cheaper to do that than to buy it on the private market.
Is it cheaper?
Like it's a way. Hold on, it's a way.
Is it cheaper globally?
No. So, but it's for the individual, right? It's a way for the individual to get healthcare cheaper, so to have more access to healthcare, right? Do you agree? Like, I mean, that's what it is. So you still have to pay for it, but it's a lot.
If it's cheaper, then why does the program cost more every year?
You're talking about so you're talking about our healthcare overall, right? I'm talking about like when you get healthcare through an employer.
We have one of the most inefficient healthcare systems
I agree
on the planet. And the ACA forced people to flood that broken capitalistic system that's been limping like a lame mule for about 40, 50 years in this country and longer, right? That's not a move towards, that's my contention, right? Harder to dismantle that. That's not a move towards.
Well, that's why I asked you.
For all.
That's why I asked you if your main contention was that it strengthens the insurance companies, right? That is your main contention.
Yeah.
Or no?
Well, not just the insurance companies. Let me finish and qualify it, right? Not just the insurance companies, but the very system that allows something as predatory and disgusting as an insurance company that decides whether or not grandma dies of cancer to exist. The system that allows predatory insurance companies to prey on people is what I take umbrage with. Yes. And forcing people by federal law to buy into that broken system is not moving us closer to free healthcare for all.
So it is moving us closer to expanding healthcare, but it's not. You're saying that because it's giving the insurance company more money, then that sort of, does that negate in your mind the expansion, or it's just not as, like, the expanding the access isn't as important as that strengthening the insurance company, like that evil. is to
Would you
like
rather have access? Would you rather have access to healthcare that forces you to wait 7, 8, 9, 10 months with a hiatal hernia, or have no access to healthcare, go into a fucking emergency room, get your hernia fixed, and have a bill that follows you for the rest of your life? That's the devil's bargain.
It would depend. I don't know. I'm not familiar again with like the waiting times and the rationing of care that much.
I know
so it would depend.
I'm not.
It would depend on that, but I know people who have gotten.
Asking.
So I mean it would depend. So with the hernia, I would take the debt probably.
Yeah, a lot of people do.
If I could, but I don't think that most people. But yeah, but it would depend on like the damage that the hernia did to you. I'm assuming I've never had a hernia before, so I don't know if it's just excruciating pain constantly.
Excruciating pain. It hurts when you lift things. It interrupts your daily life.
And so
there are people walking around that have them. Yeah.
So are you using like you weren't able to get your hernia treated because of Medi-Cal, or what do you?
No. I worked for the government at the time that I got a hernia. So.
Oh, okay, right.
I had a decent health care plan through the government, right?
Okay, yeah, but I mean they expanded that too, right? Through the ACA, they expanded like government
health care. Yeah.
Yeah, that was also expanded through. That was also expanded through the ACA.
It's expanded right? Because the workforce is expanded, right?
Right, but I mean, like through the ACA, more money was given towards like federal funding for healthcare and government healthcare.
Because the workforce is expanding. There has to be more money if there's more people.
Sure, but I mean that was something that the ACA did. Is that it also expanded that in addition to the insurance.
It funded. You're right. It funded an ongoing obligation. Like I don't know what you're talking about.
So I'm saying that it did expand access to healthcare and quality of healthcare for some people, right? And you said that you had good government healthcare, so you didn't have to do the waiting, the devil's choice or whatever of choosing to live with a hernia for a year or get the.
Right. I was able to go. I was able to go and get it taken care of.
Okay.
Yeah.
So do you have like an article or something describing what you're talking about, just so I can review that and kind of see what.
Describing what I'm talking about.
Yeah, like how you're talking about rationing care here, because I feel like if it was like an emergency life-saving thing, there would probably be options with that or some way to.
I mean, I'm sure Phoebe can probably pull up the many articles that have come out about people that have died waiting for their healthcare company to make a critical decision on medication.
Well, for sure. Yeah. Like that's so definitely like the insurance companies have an incentive. The insurance companies have an incentive to deny care, right? So typically what we would want is like a Medicare for all, right? Something like that. But
I want a national health care plan. I want a single payer health care plan for all as part of your citizenship in this country. And I want it extended to people who are visiting here too, just like every other country does. Yeah.
Phoebe,
I don't want Medicare or Medicaid. I don't want bargaining with insurance companies and drug manufacturers. I want a legitimate plan.
I'm just reading through this. This is the first time hearing about this, so I have no leaning towards one way or the other.
I know it's kind of unfair to ask you to like fact check things on the fly, but
no, it's not actually. I was gonna offer this to you guys in the very beginning, but it kind of started off a little contentious, and I didn't get the chance.
Sure.
But yeah, I've kind of just decided to passively do it as we come to different things, and I hope I'm not being too distracting with it. But what were you gonna ask?
So this is Paul's example, right? So I'm not too familiar with the point he's making, but what I would like, if possible, is for you to find like some way to quantify like healthcare rationing before and after the ACA, basically. So did the ACA make healthcare rationing worse or better for people with healthcare is kind of what I'm looking for here.
I mean,
some way to quantify that. Because that's your entire argument, right, Paul? That's the whole point that you just made. So what we would need is like a statistic that either proved or disproved
the argument. The argument is not that. See, we're talking. I think we're talking past each other a little.
Yeah, you guys are. That's why I was about to bring up, honestly.
I'm a little nonplussed because I feel like I've said what I've said about 4 times, and you keep saying something else. So let me try it again.
Mm-hmm.
I think that the ACA was a bad thing because it reinforces the stranglehold that for-profit insurance companies have over a broken, non-functional, barely functional in a lot of cases system. That is it. I didn't say anything else about that. Okay.
Okay.
So are we clear?
I understand. So just to respond to that then, I agree that in some ways the ACA is counterproductive in that it gives disproportionate power to insurance companies. However, that's not the only thing the ACA does. And as we've demonstrated here and looked up, right, on the fly, we can see a lot of other things that the ACA did and a lot of other ways that it expanded healthcare for people and provided them with quality care, life-saving care. That's what we just looked up. Now, so I concede, hold on, I concede that it's not what we want in terms of insurance companies, because ideally we wouldn't want insurance companies at all. But I would still assert that it's much better because of all the other things that went into it, other than just that one thing that he has an issue with. I would assert that it's better because of that, and it brings us closer to our goal of more people having healthcare, good quality healthcare. I would say that that's borne out in the statistics that we can see based on healthcare coverage, healthcare outcomes. I don't know if you guys can find the rationing of healthcare, and also when we have statistics for when people lose their access to the ACA healthcare, we see that they die.
I don't necessarily agree with you. But at least now I see the nature of our disagreement and I can see the scope of it. And maybe it's something that isn't apparent about me. You've been making videos for about 5 months, but you're referencing stuff from back in the DP days. So I'm assuming you've been watching me a long ass time, right?
Yeah, so I was a fan of DP prior to the split. I watched I think I've seen almost every episode of the old school DP. I've watched on and off you with Deep Fat Fried. I haven't been watching too much in recent years, but I'll get into it, or I would get into it every once in a while.
Sure.
So, but I do know I'm familiar with a lot of your lore, I think, and I've been filled in a lot too by, you have a very vibrant, fun group of people who just absolutely despise you, who have given me a lot of information, and helped me out finding sources for things. So,
do you want?
Are they your little flying monkeys?
I feel like our relationship is more symbiotic, but I like to think we have some form of camaraderie.
Well, I mean, anti-fan / snark communities are real big right now, and
and I feel like
I kind of look at those things, to lift the veil a little bit, as a little bit with my tongue firmly planted in my cheek. Like, I know how fun it is to make fun of people, and I wouldn't deny people that, right?
I honestly, I thought you enjoyed it too. Like, you enjoyed arguing with people on Reddit and just being like in shit.
Oh, I do. Yeah. I actually, I don't know if you were there, but in one of them, I can't remember which one, I was in there, man. I was camping that place. I was just like having a fucking ball in there, right?
Oh yeah, for sure.
And then somebody fucking reported me for like threats or some bullshit and got my account like suspended for a week. And I had to make my first alt ever. And I was like, well, fuck you guys, man. If you guys are going to take it to that point, like if it's going to be pussy shit, like I'm going to get your account banned. Not that I care about my account, but I need it to run our subreddit, right? So it was kind of a pain in the ass.
I am a bit skeptical that that's your first alt ever, but that's fine.
Okay.
I don't. Let me just say, I do think that it's fucked up to flag you for engaging in trolling shit, and people shouldn't do that.
I agree. Here we go. I will, and I know that it's possible. I know this doesn't necessarily.
Yeah, I wouldn't, because you could just have another device with another email, so it wouldn't.
Sure, anything. But like I have one alt, dude. One.
Okay, whatever. I don't have a way to disprove.
Well, you say
the reason. Okay, so look, I'm not asserting that isn't true. I'm just saying that I'm skeptical.
I bring it up because that is a huge part of that anti-fan community over there. Is they think everybody that wanders in there is me.
Well, that's like the joke is like everyone's an alt, right? Because but that's you started that, right? Because you would accuse everyone of being an alt.
Well, don't people? The reason we're having a talk tonight.
Some of them do, some of them don't.
Like we wouldn't have been talking tonight if an alt hadn't come in and started mentioning your name and asking why I was afraid to talk to you.
That's true. That wasn't you.
Phoebe reached out to me. I didn't. I thought that no, I don't. I haven't interacted with Paul on any alts or anything. Actually, when he blocked me, I didn't make any attempt to reach out to him or anything.
No, you didn't, and I believe you. You don't believe me for some reason.
I'm just skeptical. I'm skeptical. I feel like I'm skeptical, but I do know that that was a big thing with you at first, was everyone's an alt, and I do know of some alts, but they're all they kind of like you. I think most of your alts, like I know that guy specifically who was in here, I think I know who that is, and he's actually a fan of yours, trying to stir shit. But I thought that you had, it was my understanding that you had seen something that made you want to talk to me, that I had said something that upset you.
No, actually, you can go look at my stream. I think it's called Legit Since a Jit, and it happens in the first 20 or 30 minutes to help you find it. And it's literally a dude that came in, and all he was asking about was subreddit shit.
I can try and find it real quick in the background.
And I was like, who are you in alt of? And he was contentious and stuff. And then he was like, when are you going to stop dodging Alchemistsoil? And I was like, dodging? He never reached out to me.
Yeah, I never have.
I'll talk to him anytime. I was like, I'll talk to him anytime. I didn't know he wanted to talk to me, you know? And so I said, I knew you had talked to Phoebe because she told me you guys had a thing. And I said, hey, reach out to dude. And if he wants to talk, we'll talk. That's how it happened. So.
Yeah. So, but yeah, I mean, if someone bans me or blocks me or expresses they don't want to communicate with me, I'm not going to like force that on you for sure. Or try to trick you into
I'm not
it.
that. That's the thing is like,
I'm happy
not,
to talk to you and I'm happy to have the conversation, but I did not trick you into, you know, whatever.
I know, same. I'm fine. Like, I wouldn't be here if I wasn't fine having the conversation. And I didn't think it was an alt of you. The dude, like, you know, I kind of size people up pretty well, I think, sometimes. And you seem a little too smart to have been this dude.
Too, I appreciate that.
Yeah, that dude seemed like he was struggling a little bit, and you don't seem like you're struggling. So
you're buttering me up now. You went from hatred to
no, I don't hate you. I don't hate you. You know what I mean? Oh, this was the guy, Wendell Wynn.
Yep.
What's up, Wendell?
There he is.
Yeah. He was the dude that was in there, you know, grousing for you, and you can thank him for this meeting because it was him that. That was the first time I'd heard that you even wanted to talk to me. So there 100%. You go.
Well, if you know, Wendell might be responsible for more than just one of our interactions, maybe. I think that they're a prominent figure on the subreddits, but I'm not sure.
Yeah. Well, I knew that because literally I went back. You know, I can click on the person in your chat and you see everything they've chatted, and it was 100% solid wall of subreddit drama. You know what I mean? So I had that figured.
So it's fun for sure on the subreddits, but like a part of it is like you want to take that energy because it really is just this great. There's momentum, right? With it, like there's a demand of people wanting something, wanting to see something, and if you can take that and you can get your message across using that as sort of like an artistic cover for it or whatever, I think that there's a lot of value in that. So like a lot of the videos, like are we doing the Anne Frank port? You did lie to your audience today, Paul, about your Anne Frank takes.
Did I? What did I say? It was a lie.
I'm sorry. Yes. I wasn't trying to interrupt the point. I didn't think Alchemistsoil would interrupt his own point midstream. But yes, I was going to insinuate the Anne Frank topic because people in chat are calling for me and Paul's blood because we've allowed you guys to get out of the pit.
Oh, shit.
No, I mean, we'll get back into it because I do want to. So I really, really want to have the argument about lesser evil voting in politics like we've been doing. Fine. But we can have that conversation too, because I do want to. I honestly was just going to gloss over the Anne Franks and the eugenics thing, but because I saw Paul in a stream today, like first, like totally like misrepresent the Anne Frank thing to his audience, and then even like misrepresent the whole thing in the eugenics video that we were saying to his audience. I'm like, fuck. Well, now I have to put the record straight. And I also feel like you kind of distorted things when you were explaining about the kitty nipples video that we did. I don't know if you want to talk to that or if you'd prefer we don't talk about that.
No, I told you that nothing was off the table. I mean, if I were you, I wouldn't want to talk about that because I think it's probably like the creepiest thing that you've done. But
you think it makes me really? Because I thought you were I think the video that I saw, you said it made me a scumbag. I didn't realize it made me a creep too.
Creepy scumbag, kind of interchangeable in my world. You know what I mean?
Sure. But you want to just segue into that now, or can we? Because I do want to get back to politics. We can talk about a long road.
No, we can talk about whatever you want to talk about. You want to talk about Anne Frank? We'll talk about Anne Frank. You want to talk about?
I want to get back to politics.
We'll talk about the kitty nipples.
We'll get to all that. If it's up to me, we'll get to all that. But sure. I just want to get back to the lesser evil voting thing.
Can we finish? Can we
Can we talk about labor?
Yeah. Well, can we like put a fucking? Because I'm so fucking. We can do it, but like, can we put a fucking like?
Okay, how about this? I have an idea.
Like, can you tell me how much of this talk you have laid out in your document focuses on this?
So I mean, well, Paul, I mean, like I want to respond to the points that you make, and
I get it. But just please keep in mind, okay? Try and help me out a little bit here.
You don't want to do it. Okay, I understand.
Not that I don't want to do it. It's just I'm bored with it. I'm bored with it.
We don't have to argue about this, but I just want to say for your audience, because you brought up the insurance companies and Medicare. So
go for it.
Everyone, there's Medicare and there's Medicare Advantage, okay? These are two ways that you can get Medicare through the government. Medicare is provided like what Paul's talking about, like Medi-Cal, or even kind of like through his work. That's how it's provided. Medicare Advantage is through a private insurance company. So that's what Paul is talking about when he's talking about us giving, expanding access through Medicare Advantage is typically counterproductive because it gives disproportionate power to the insurance companies. Now, United Health, I'm sure we're all familiar with Brian Thompson and Luigi Mangione. The United Health CEO, it was through Medicaid Advantage, right, that they got most of their business, and they had algorithms to deny people care. So what we want is more people to have Medicare and less people to have Medicare Advantage. So what the ACA did actually is it expanded both, but it also expanded normal Medicare. What Project 2025 calls for is the expansion of Medicare Advantage over and cutting like federal funding of Medicare. So what that's going to lead to is more people being denied because of claims, and the problem that Paul's trying to describe to you getting worse, right? And so that's in addition to the ACA expanding care to people, and the Democrats being good because of that. And that's just the ACA. There's a lot of other things they did for healthcare that we can go over, but it's up to Paul if he wants to take the conversation there. But I just want to make this point about Medicare Advantage and the way that Republicans make things like materially so much worse. So it really is like a lesser evil thing where the ACA isn't perfect, but what Republicans want to do to it is going to make it a lot worse for a lot more people are going to die. That's the point I want to make. So I want everyone, who cares about this to actually do their own research, to look up Medicare Advantage, the Project 2025 calls for, do your own research with that. Paul, if you want to respond, go ahead, but we can move on to labor if you're ready.
I'm cool to move on. I'm fine. Here's what I'll say about it in fun. I at least understand the contention you have with me now, because I think you actually finally listened to what I was saying and didn't repeat back something I never said. So I'm happy that happened, if nothing else. And we can move on to whatever you want to talk.
Okay. That's fine. I want to talk about how your advocacy, right? So like, it's if you want to distance the whole no confidence thing, that's fine. Would you admit that you advocate for people to not vote for the DNC, or do you is that not what you think you do? Because it does explicitly say that in the no confidence thing, but go ahead.
It does. Yeah. No more DNC support was in there, right? And I do agree with that. I think that the DNC is an instrument of the very fascism that you claim that it's trying to oppose. I think it is part and parcel. Mm-hmm. It is the ratchet, right, that prevents any kind of pullback once the Republicans push things to the right. Mm-hmm. And I think that the American people would be better off sooner rather than later ditching them entirely and creating a third way.
So do you still agree that the DNC can't be reformed?
Yes.
Okay. So what would you say then to the idea that the DNC has been reformed several times throughout its history?
Go ahead and give me how far back in history are we going?
I mean, we can just go 100 years if you want. We can start with like the progressive.
How about we go 50? How about we go 50 years? How about we talk about the most prevalent part of history for people's pockets and wallets right now, which is the last 50 years. Let's limit the scope.
There have been a lot of bad reforms too in the last 50 years, right? So it hasn't all been positive. Like you can look at the reforms under Bill Clinton, like the third way reforms, right?
Yeah, those are all. They've moved. So do you agree that there has been a solid move to the? Do you agree that the Overton window for the Democratic Party has moved solidly to the right in the last 50 years?
Honestly, Paul, I don't think so. No, okay. I don't think so. I think, and we can get into that, but before we do, so that's fine. We can do the bad example. So, but you would agree that Bill Clinton was a negative reform, right? But they were reformed, right? Do you agree with that? That the DNC was reformed under Clinton for the worse.
Give me some specifics about how the DNC was reformed under Bill Clinton.
So, I mean, we can talk about like their policy platforms, right? Like, I honestly didn't pull much about Bill Clinton for this.
Changing a policy platform is reform.
It's not? What do you mean by reforms? Like how they're financed?
Okay, so maybe we're not at cross purposes here. When I hear reform, I mean changing the way that they facilitate, changing the way they do business entirely.
What do you mean by facilitate? Reform. The way they govern, or the way that they're financed?
The way that they are financed, the way that they are elected, the way that they act when they are elected, the powers that they invoke when they are elected.
That's not reform. That's not reform. That's an individual candidate, right? That's not like the party platform is reformed or the policies that the party does are reformed, right? Like reform is something greater than
you over reform, but just know
I just want to understand your point so I can respond to it. Okay.
Sure. So you're saying what I was talking about with reform. I think reform means taking something that isn't working and making it work. I don't think changing the rules about how they work with people on legislation is reform.
Okay, so when you're talking about the way, I guess I'm just getting hung up on what exactly you mean by reform, like what reform, by what your actual position on it, like what your definition is. And I honestly don't think it matters too much for the greater discussion.
It doesn't.
But can we call it like the DNC will change like their policies or what they do? Is that fair? Use as reform?
But that's a loaded thing, right? Because I would say they will change their policies. They'll put on the rainbow flag. See, I'm old enough to remember a time when Hillary Clinton was talking about how a man should never be able to marry a man.
Sure. Yeah. So I mean, I'm not going to defend Hillary Clinton.
They'll drape themselves with the rainbow flag if it engenders
that's not a reform,
little bit of love in the voters.
That's not what I mean by change. Change as in this case, change would be like they change their policy and support same-sex marriage, right? And there was reform.
That's not reform. That's not reform because
hold on. Reform. So to you, reform is putting on a rainbow. Explain this to me, because reform is like changing the policies you go for and the way that you like your finance, right? I would imagine
reform is let's say, once again, I think we're quibbling about
we are. Yeah, I'm just trying to really get this.
Maybe let's use a different word than reform. You said change.
Well, I just mean like because a reform is a change, right? An institutional change, pretty much, or like a change in the
reform
rules or something.
I have a positive connotation with the word reform. So when you say there was reform under Bill Clinton, I go, no, there was degeneration under Bill Clinton.
Yeah, but reform doesn't mean just positive reform. That's just one type of reform.
That's how I use the term. If I were to reform my business, I wouldn't want to put it in the toilet. So I think positive when I think reform.
but you still could, like you still have, like it's possible for you to fuck up and accidentally do that, right? Like reform something for the worst.
But I'm not thinking about that from the start, right?
Right. So, but when we're talking about like the reform, like with let's just look at campaign finance reform with Citizens United, right? Which I think we both agree was a terrible thing that destroyed the country, right? I don't know if you do, but Citizens United, pretty bad Supreme Court ruling.
Yeah, that was real bad.
Okay. That was a reform to campaign financing, right? It was a bad reform, but it was still the way they reformed the rules for how campaigns are financed, right?
Sure.
So my point is that the DNC is constantly being reformed. That was my point. Like there's bad and there's good. They're not all bad. So
we're talking about outcome. When I say the DNC needs to be reformed, I'm not quibbling over the actual definition of reform and whether or not bad reform is reform. I'm not doing that, right? When I say the DNC needs to be reformed, I mean they need to be a leftist organization again.
Okay, well, I mean, again, so when do you think? Yeah, go ahead, Phoebe.
I just think this will be interesting. I just have to figure out how to there we go. Sorry. She's this platform. The technical definition of reform actually does mean to improve by alteration, correction of error, or removal of defects. So,
improve is subjective, right? So like for them, it was an improvement.
Right, but that was
you reform something to improve it. No. You reform something to improve it, but the outcome of the reform isn't positive by definition, right? So
right,
like Bill
then it
Clinton,
doesn't.
you think
Then
like
it's not a
I'm
reform.
reform.
That's the thing.
No, it
Call
still is.
something a reform implies that it's successful. That's my only point.
Yeah, to look at it
Okay,
historically
maybe I don't
and
know.
say it was to look at it historically and say it was reform when you admit it was negative doesn't make sense.
Yeah, okay, maybe I'm wrong then. Maybe I got my definition wrong. I was pretty sure that reform just meant to change like the policy or the mode that something is done. So if
Well,
it means
call
to only
Merriam-Webster.
improve
Call Google, I guess.
yeah. Okay. So I mean, well, whatever.
The
I'll
American
concede,
Heritage Dictionary, to be specific.
yeah, I mean, I'll concede that maybe that's not the correct exact term or whatever. But
No, it's fine.
Okay.
so,
It's
but I would say that
You like
even
it.
if
You like it when I miss words. It must kind of feel bad to get caught doing it.
No, I don't have a problem with it. I mean, like, I think that a big part of the whole not having my face or anything is like, yeah, it's totally not an ego thing, right? Like I'm not. My ego comes from making the argument. Like I want to have the best, strongest argument.
It's not an ego
well.
thing that it's not an ego thing that you spend time with another dude critiquing another man's looks, but refuse to show your face.
What do you mean?
That's not an ego thing in your world.
No. So why is it weird that I like hang out with my friend in a Discord call and watch videos? Why is that so weird?
It's not. It's weird that you do it about one low to middling internet personality to the tune of dozens and dozens of weird ass videos, including going through the Reddit account of his wife, who's not a content creator.
Oh, now you want to talk about it?
We can talk about whatever you want to talk about. You asked me a question.
Hold on, we'll get back.
You asked me a question. You asked me a question, and I answered you.
All I want to talk about.
That's weird. Yeah, I do think it's weird that you sit in a Discord calls late into the night with your friend, chirping about a dude that doesn't even know you exist. I do think that's weird.
It wouldn't.
Well, you've known I've existed since the first video, though, Paul.
Well, I mean, know you exist beyond just the name Alchemistsoil, right?
Well, that's the point.
I don't know anything about you. I don't know a fucking thing about you. I don't know if you're
on purpose.
I don't know if you're fucking 50 or 15, right?
Yeah,
I don't know if you're actually from California. I don't know anything about, but you know everything about me. You know where I've lived, what I thought over the course of 20 years, close to it, right? And you're asking to hold me to account for shit I said 5, 10 years ago.
10 years.
Like you've never changed. Like you've never changed your opinion on everything.
For sure, I have changed, but I haven't been a public figure advocating
to seal up the point. And if you look in the chat, you'll see some more people who I think are weird. There's this Gage guy, obsessive. That's weird to me.
Okay,
it's weird to me that you hang around.
Yeah, Gage, justice for Anne Frank. We'll get to it, buddy.
Yeah, hold on. I think it's weird that you hang out in multiple snark subreddits about one dude, right? That you spend time at night with your friend in Discord calls, giggling about that dude's appearance, and that you're scared to put your face out there. Yeah, I think that's weird.
So
yeah.
So I like the whole point of it is there's reasons I don't want to have my face out there. I don't really care about the whatever insinuation for that, but
I know you don't.
The argument, right? Like the whole point of the Alchemistsoil thing is like, I want it to be kind of like an anonymous thing where it's the argument that's being put forth, right? The whole point of the channel is to get these messages across that I want to do. Now, if you want it to be an anonymous thing where the argument is put out, don't you think you ought to limit or completely eliminate ad hominem attacks and shit like that, or no? No, well, I mean, that's more of like the entertainment value of it, right? Like for me, at least, like it's fun to do that. I understand that it upsets you, and if you genuinely,
honestly, no, you don't get to put it upsets you on me. It doesn't.
Oh,
you think me being called a fat ass upsets me? Do you?
Are you? I don't know. It's hard to tell what upsets you sometimes.
Really? You've been watching me for fucking like 15 years.
Yeah, I think sometimes a thing will not upset you one day and then upset you the other day, maybe. I don't know. I think it depends on what.
Yeah, I am a little mercurial about things, but in total, what upsets me is repetition, right? And lack of originality. And
I feel like you're
people that don't have the testicular fortitude to live by the courage of their convictions. That does. Okay. Yeah, that gets under my skin.
If you feel that way, that's totally okay.
Would you say it's an accurate descriptor of you and your friend?
No, No, I mean you know very
Do you think it's a brave thing to critique
brave?
other people's appearances?
No, that I've never have made that argument that it's brave to critique someone.
No. I'm saying, do you think it's a brave thing to critique other people's appearances behind an anonymous mask?
No.
Do you think it's a cowardly thing to do that?
No, not necessarily.
Okay.
No, I don't think either of the. I think it's neutral. But I would just also point out that
gotcha. So you think it's neutral to start a fight with somebody that has their hands tied behind their back because they can never critique you on the same basis you're critiquing them? That's a neutral act to you?
Well, I don't want you to critique me. I want you to critique the arguments that I'm making.
I know you don't want me to critique you, but you critique me. You critique me. You went through my wife's subreddit, 10 years of it.
No.
How is that critique of me?
That's incorrect. I guess we'll talk about kitty nipples now. I do want to get back to labor. I really want to get back to labor. But we'll do
you can talk, dude. I'm not leading the conversation here. I'm asking questions and answering questions.
Well, let me. Can we just do kitty nipples now? Because you keep on.
You can do whatever you want. Do whatever you want.
Buddy. So what Paul refers to with me looking through his wife's subreddit is so there were these. There are subreddits about memeing the show and trolling Paul and everything that people engage in. Has been going on for about a year. Paul was a big participant in it. So when he pretends like, everyone who does it is a loser or whatever, he was also right there with us until I guess one of them banned him or suspended his account or whatever. So there was a post of the video by Marshall Manson in which he goes over the split of old school DP. And the thing that's really notable about that video is that he goes into some of the information about accusations that were made by Scotty's wife against Ben of the Drunken Peasants. Now, these accusations, I've looked through this on my channel. Paul, I don't know what you're allowed to say here, so I don't want to make this about those accusations. But
do you want me to respond to that, to what I'm allowed to say? I'm allowed to say.
I mean, I want you to feel free to say whatever you want. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm allowed to say. I'm not disallowed from saying anything about this. Now, there's a difference between being disallowed and talking about things that may not be the smartest business decision or the smartest decision to make, right? The smartest personal informational like you don't share.
Yeah, and I honestly don't want to put you don't even want
to put your fucking face.
You're right. You're right. And I don't want to put you in the spot of having to respond to the accusations themselves.
Well, because here's how I feel about those accusations.
You don't have to say it. Okay.
I had no part in any of them.
Okay.
I don't know whether they're true. I don't know whether they're false. And I was not present during any of the allegations. And I have nothing to add that you wouldn't have to add because I had no knowledge of the relationship.
Sure. That's fine. Okay. So, So anyways, there has been a lot online about those. We've all heard Paul's position and everything. And I do agree with him that we can't know for sure what happened. But there was a stream that was done by Taylor and by another streamer who's not really around anymore called Jamie Darke, who I'm sure people who know Jamie Darke have a lot of issues with her.
I actually trained for this appearance. I actually trained on TJ's lightly moderated discussion between Paul and Jamie.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Because they had that talk. I honestly couldn't. We tried to do a reaction to that because everyone kept on recommending it, but I just couldn't. I mean, Jamie's insufferable. I don't know.
She's not only
even when you disagreed with me, you couldn't bring yourself to take her part.
I agreed with you in that conversation, if I remember correctly.
Oh, really?
Kink Pride, right? I think so.
Yeah,
it was Kink and Pride and Lesser of Two Evils. Shit.
Okay, well, I didn't make it that far then, so I don't know. I didn't make it to the Lesser of Two Evils part, but I
don't blame you.
The Kink at Pride thing honestly seems like such a pointless conversation to have, honestly. So I really haven't looked into it much, but I tried to watch that bit of it and was not feeling it. To get back to the thing though, so there was the stream done where Taylor goes and she gives this account of how Ben date raped her, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so we looked at the account, we looked at some other evidence we have, the leaked DMs between them, and we matched them up with her account. And it seems, based on the best evidence we have, that there's at least things that aren't true in the account or that don't line up with reality. So
Okay.
We've done a video on that. Okay. But that's so just to give you background on what this was, right? So, so Marshall Manson made a video where he went into that, right? And this is something that I had already had because the issue has come up before on the subreddit, and I've done my deep dive into it. And so this video was posted, and then Paul's wife on a Reddit account went on there to
on her main Reddit account.
Yeah, well, whatever, on a Reddit account. She went on there to basically try to discredit what Marshall was saying. The reason that I mean, like, other than just...
What did she actually say? Do you remember?
Yeah, she said, like, Marshall is just a butthurt, like, he's mad because you're not his friend anymore, and like that kind of shit.
Can I give you a little background on the Marshall situation and stuff, and maybe you'll help you to understand why Amelia was responding?
I mean, you can, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
do you care? Do you? Because if you don't think it's going to inform anything, then please continue.
No, I mean, I want you to be free to say, maybe it will. I don't know. Go ahead.
Sure. So, you tend to be a guy that doesn't seem to care about like anecdotes and stuff, which is why I asked if you wanted me to just skip it. But Marshall Manson dropped those videos as a Christmas present, right? For me. Over Christmas this last year, not that I expect you to care, I was fucked up. I had a moving company, all my shit was in it. I was stuck in a Motel 6 for Christmas. And it kind of sucked. I was away from my family, and then all this shit comes, right? And the reason why it's egregious for me is because my name was tossed in with all of Marshall Manson's bullshit, and I was never anything but fucking super cool with that dude. Did music with them, chuffed him up, got him gigs with us a couple of times, offered him gigs a couple of times, which he could turn down. You know what I mean? I was nothing but super chill with this guy. And then out of the blue, right? He was like literally a week before maybe in my chats. Yeah, bro, blah, blah, blah. And then all of a sudden he's off the rails and he's implicating me in this fucking whatever it is, rape accusation shit that I know nothing about, right? My name's getting dragged through the mud along with my friends' names over this, right? And it's in the middle of Christmas. I'm sitting in a fucking hotel room and I'm trying to fucking deal with this and stream through it while everybody's coming out and screaming about shit that I can't add or subtract from because I'm not involved. So that's why Amelia felt the need, maybe, not to speak for her, but felt the need to maybe provide a little counterbalance and to let people know just how much I helped Marshall Manson and how chill I was and cool I was with him in person, and how this whole thing comes off like butthurt, because it does. If you listen to the Marshall Manson video, he talks about how like, yeah, you know, they don't call me back and they don't do this and they don't do that. There's a lot of fucking, there's a lot of butthurt, right? So do you think Amelia was wrong? That he's a butthurt little bitch?
Well, maybe he is a butthurt little bitch. I don't know. But
okay.
I was going to say,
but she was so wrong for saying that a guy that backstabbed her husband on Christmas was a butthurt little bitch, that you felt it was necessary to dig through her shit and expose a bunch of personal shit about her to your giggling little audience.
Hold on.
That advances your arguments? How?
Okay, so I'll respond to all that. So first of all, the reason that it's wrong is because, you know, let me say about Marshall, I don't know anything about him. He obviously seems butthurt in the video. I do know, just based on what I have from DMs and everything that I've seen, that a lot of what he said specifically about the accusations and the things leading up to it seem to be true. I know that when he, now again, we don't know for sure, but just based on the evidence we have, he's getting his story out there now. It may be the case that he's a total psycho. It's my understanding that he's a born-again Christian too, which I think is ridiculous, obviously.
And a crazy alien reptilian conspiracy theorist too.
Sure. He could be the worst person.
Hold on. Don't consider your source and don't do any kind of ethical consideration before you make a video about my wife's medical problems, my wife's marital affairs.
I didn't, hold on.
Wife's this, my wife's that. Right?
I didn't. Your wife's marital what? Your wife's marital what?
Marital affairs.
I didn't know she. What do you mean? I didn't know she had affairs. What do you mean? Oh, like the I thought you were talking like an extramarital affair. Okay, I got you, bro. I'm like, well, I didn't.
Dude, are you
first
retarded?
of all,
Are you fucking retarded? I'm asking
maybe
now.
so.
Are you a slow guy?
I must have caught it. I think it's rubbed off on me.
Can you get on the point, please?
So just to respond to that, I did not reveal Paul's wife's medical information on the video.
You didn't?
No, there were things specifically that I kept out of that video. If I think what you're referring to. So let me get to it, Paul. Holy shit. So yeah, Marshall could be a crazy psychopath, terrible person, but the point she's making against him don't actually refute anything he's saying, right? Nothing she says in that comment. Right. So what she's doing is she's trying to discredit someone who's getting out there.
She can't refute anything he's saying any more than I can.
Sure.
She didn't even know me then.
I understand that, but
you don't though, because you covered her subreddit like it was news.
Yeah. So anyways, I was actually told, hey, you need to look at this subreddit because it's Paul's wife's subreddit. We looked at it and we slowly went through and like found all the pieces to it. And it was pretty funny. I don't feel like we crossed any lines really there.
You don't?
A lot of it is just trolling. So there was stuff on there about medical conditions that I purposefully left out of the video. She doxed the city you moved to, which I left out of the video. There were a lot of things like that.
Hey, thanks for that, bud.
What?
Thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome.
You're a real mensch.
You're acting.
She put pictures of like medications and stuff that I didn't put in there.
You acted like.
So there's a lot of shit that I didn't put in there.
To not be a shit bag. And that whole video, you're just shitbagging on private information about her.
It's not private. I didn't. Hold on.
It is.
No, it's not. It's public information. It's not private.
Is it still up?
I don't know, but it was when the video came out.
But it's now private information, right?
So it was public when it came out. It was public information.
It was public when it came out.
Yeah, exactly.
But it isn't public now, right?
No, but so what?
That's the video's still up.
Yeah, the video is going to go up because it was public at the time.
Hey, I took down my tweet that bothered you so bad that you had to make a fucking channel about me. You willing to take down the video about my wife and her?
No, I mean you took down the tweet. You took down the tweet because you don't stand by it anymore, and like you don't even know what's in it, right? Paul,
no,
what in the video? Hold on, what in the video?
You asked me to
specifically, what in the video do you feel crosses this line?
The whole thing. She's not part of your argument with me.
Right, but it was more about like first of all, she went and she interacted with us, right? On there. That was her choice to do that. It was her choice
to do that.
It was her choice to post for
I just wanted to point out, this is exactly the point that I was going to make. Alchemist, I'm sure you can recognize this distinction, right?
He does. He won't.
No, what point are you making?
Public identity that she wasn't open. Her public identity was not tied to that account.
It was all public information.
Hold on, Alchemist. Hold on. Hold the phone. Like I said, there's plenty of time. You, me, the chat know Amelia because she's Paul's wife. That's it. That's the only reason why. And nobody on Reddit until your video, except the person who sent you that information, nobody on Reddit knew that either. Knew that
you chose to publish it, and now because of that, hold on. Now because of that, you are a member of two different subreddits. One of which I know for a fact has talked about Amelia's private medical information and where I live and everything else. And you play a role in that, spreading that information, and you don't want to take any fucking accountability for it. You want to act like
for sure. I'll take accountability.
You should.
I'll take accountability for revealing to most people who didn't know that was Amelia's subreddit. But I didn't use anything private or anything. It was all public information.
But you're still active. You're still active in subreddits where that information is routinely paraded. And you still participate in those subreddits and
I don't participate. Hold on, I don't participate in that shit. No, I not
yeah,
with that. Not with the specific thing. I am in the subreddit, but not with the specific thing you're talking about. I've made it a point.
Oh,
not participate in that. Just because I don't want to.
But you don't call it out.
I've called it out to people. Yeah, I've told people privately that I don't like it. I don't care if they do it
privately.
It's up to
privately.
them.
That really that makes me feel, that gives me the warm fuzzies.
No,
bro.
and I've actually
Never
publicly stated. I have. Hold on. On those very same subreddits. No, because you're lying again. On those very same subreddits. Yes, on those very same subreddits that you're talking about, I've posted that publicly. People have commented that, and I've said I publicly don't want to talk about this. I left this out of my video on purpose. I don't think we should talk about this. I've said that publicly.
But you still participate in the meme lordery over there. You don't do anything, and you feel no responsibility for starting that train of events.
I do feel some responsibility for most people finding out that was Amelia's subreddit. Yeah. For connecting that dot, but it was still out there.
Let me ask you
Anyone could have done that.
Let me ask you a
question.
There
were already people who knew about that.
Does it make you feel any better or worse to know that Amelia is a very soft and unassuming person who doesn't talk shit like that, who doesn't hurt people, right? Does that make you feel good? Does that make you feel like you got one in on me? That you tore down my wife, had her in tears, right? Does that make you feel like you got a win?
Okay.
Me.
No, that's not even the point of it. I mean, some of the stuff in there is
what was the fucking point of it then? What was the fucking point of digging through my wife's shit if not to get a win on me, bitch?
Well, part of it was
now you're going to hear what I sound like when I am pissed off.
I already told you what the point of it was. It was because she was commenting on that video. People should know that it's your wife doing it.
On Reddit, you feel like it is justified.
On that specific comment
to everybody.
I think that if she, I didn't reveal her again.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
You did. You are responsible for people knowing that's her Reddit account. Yes or no?
Yeah, but that's not me revealing everything to
yes,
her.
Oh boy, you're in a fucking rat trap now, bitch. You're in a rat trap now. You're not going to get to weasel and wiggle your way out of this one, motherfucker.
Yeah, I don't really
wanted
care.
to bring up kitty nipples. So let's talk.
I do. So that's why.
Say you don't care.
Hold on.
Tell everybody in the chat you don't give a fuck.
Paul, does your business... Hold on. Paul, is your bit... Paul, can I talk? Can I respond?
Shut up and tell them.
I'm genuinely interested in hearing you.
I'm interested in hearing what you have to say to what I just said, not hearing another question out of your mouth.
Repeat your question.
Try listening, bitch. Pull your fucking dick out of your ass. And
are you going to repeat your question or not? Because I have something to say, and I want to respond to your question.
No, I'm actually not going to repeat my question.
Okay, great. So I think that it's unethical for someone who has a financial incentive in your business to go on there and to try to discredit information that would look bad for your business partners.
You think it's unethical that she said that Marshall Manson sounded like a butthurt little bitch?
I think that it's unethical that it was trying to discredit what he was saying. His video, it was saying, don't pay attention to this because he's just a butthurt asshole or whatever.
Isn't that a valid thing to say? Wow, this guy's fucking had a lot of help from these guys, and he sounds like a butthurt little bitch. Maybe we don't take everything he says. We maybe take everything he says with a grain of salt.
Sure, that's not what she said, though. She didn't say maybe take it with a grain of salt.
Listen, what she said is so far in the past in this conversation.
Well, you asked me. What
we're talking about is: do you think it makes you look like good, bad, or indifferent that you decided, in order to get an own on me, that you would drag another person's personal life through the mud, have them crying, make them pull down a 10-year-old account? Did you think that was an own on me? And are you proud of that being the genesis of your channel?
So I think it's really funny that you're using the attacking my family strategy when you've said things that are far crueler towards Dorn. Right? That's what I think.
This is
the difference is that Dorn didn't engage with the haters, right?
I'm sorry. Alchemistsoil, I would like you to respond directly to the question.
Yeah, no, I've already responded. I don't think that it was wrong to do. I've already said that.
But you haven't.
Think it was wrong to do.
Hold on. What you haven't done, and it's been asked of you several times at this point, is admit directly that you are responsible for the community knowing, and that you are the reason that information is known. You keep trying to divert it to the source who informed you, or the fact that Amelia was
that's not what I'm doing.
Reddit,
I already said that I was responsible for most people finding out about it.
I will talk right over you. Alchemistsoil, I'll talk right
I
over
already
you.
said that. Now, the
Nobody
person
will
who's
I
responsible
will
for everyone
straight
knowing
out
that
mute you
is the
so I can
person who
talk over you.
publicly posted it.
Listen, this format does not work. Paul has made this point so many fucking times on Deep Fat Fried. For a dude who's fucking went through as much of fucking Paul's content as you have, you should well know at this point that when two people are talking on StreamYards, shit doesn't work, okay? And I will talk right over you until I can make my point. And the point I'm trying to make is that you feel, to me, like you're trying to skirt around this point desperately when you just admitted in such passing, like nobody caught it, but you did say, well, yeah, part of it was to troll you, and then you went on to your other points. Can you just admit that that's a primary reason why that video
You didn't
is
troll me. You trolled her.
I say that in the video, that is one of the motivations for doing it. I do say that. I am responsible for most of the people in the subreddit finding out that that's her Reddit. But
Are you
people
sorry for that?
No, people already knew. People were already
So
going to
you're a
find out about
shitbag.
that.
So you're a shitbag.
Whatever.
So why would
I feel like the person.
Hold on.
Hold on. I feel like the person who's responsible for that. Hold on. I feel like the person who's responsible for that is not the person who said, "Hey, this person is posting like nonstop shit about Paul and the shit he talks about on his streams."
The person who's responsible for it is the person who just posted a comment.
No, the person who posted all that shit publicly, who's purposefully going and interacting with people.
Her identity was never tied to that.
It was on a public Reddit account.
Her
with information.
Was
Hold on.
never
She posted
tied to that account.
Between her.
I'll say it again. I'll say it again because you like to
on.
ignore me.
It was. Hold on. It was,
identity
and that she gave
was
very
never
specific
tied
information.
to that
Have you seen
account.
the?
That was not her public Reddit account. She did not make that Reddit account publicly. Her name was not anywhere on that Reddit account. That was not her public Reddit account. That was a private Reddit account that
He can talk over me, but I can't talk over him.
Abso-fucking-lutely, bitch. You're gonna whine?
He can steamroll me, but I can't talk.
Worse about
You're
it.
gonna rage quit, bitch?
Alchemistsoil,
You just
have
don't understand how this works. Go ahead, Phoebes.
I'm sorry. No, but you have no fucking radio decorum. I ran into this exact same problem. The problem is I'm way more polite than Paul, and you are charming enough to not get me fucking fired up the way Paul does. But at this point, your denialism has gotten me fucking. And I
haven't denied it.
Hold the fuck right.
I haven't denied it.
I had the same exact issue with you when you had your appearance on my channel the first time. You love to talk over people. You love to let them get 2.5 sentences into what they're replying to you, the question you just asked them, and then cut them off. You like to dominate a conversation, and sometimes it's critical to fucking mute you sometimes so that a point can be made. Yes, I will defend that action.
Okay, Phoebe, he asked me a direct question. You've asked me a direct question, right? Am I responsible for revealing that to the public, that was Amelia's account? Yes.
I believe you are.
Yes. I was responsible for showing the majority of people.
Thank you for at least admitting it.
I already admitted that. Already admitted that. Whatever. Now, the person who's responsible for that is the person who explicitly posted a bunch of shit that would only be relevant to Paul and to Paul's wife, right? Posting things that Paul specifically talks about in his streams, posting specific things like, I don't even want to get into it, but there was a lot of specific things on there that anyone who looked at it would have found.
Why don't you want to get into it?
I mean, just because it's mundane. It's like pictures of Dinor and shit. That's how we could see. She talked about your CPAP in there. That's how we could see. She talked about. So she talked about.
Been around there.
She talked about the specific 5 states that you said. She's talked about the specific. No, that's how we knew, right? That's how we connected it.
Right.
She's talked about the specific 5.
You found somebody's private Reddit account. So no, yeah, you and your little henchman.
Not private. He keeps on saying private. It wasn't private. It was a public account.
It's private if she didn't label it with her name.
Yes.
You don't understand how privacy works?
It's not private.
You appended her
public
name
information that she could be.
Okay.
It
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that you could spend fucking 6 hours with your girlfriend poring over her private Reddit.
Also, it was like a 30-minute video. I don't know. Like every time Paul talks about it.
How long did you prep for that video?
Phoebe, am I not allowed to talk, or are we just going to let Paul keep going?
I just want to make a point that you defended your channel as being this like anonymous project that can't have your name tied to it, can't have your face tied to it, and that's anonymity, right?
But you have plenty of fucking private information about other people all over your channel.
It's
Not
not
only
private.
that, but you don't seem to recognize.
Well, it's not private because you decided to make it public.
No, it's not. I decided to publicly post
You
that.
did. You did.
I decided to publicly post about all the
Her
places.
name was not tied to that account in any way,
Dude,
shape, or form until
you
dug through 10 years worth of posts.
Nope,
and did your
another
little
lie. It was like 2 years,
Google
3 years, 3 years of posts. I didn't even. There's a lot of stuff in there we didn't go over too. Paul, I'm assuming you've seen the video, so you know how all the information.
I sat and watched it and asked myself, how am I going to tell my wife that her personal business is now public fucking discourse because a fucking autistic retard decided to sit down with his girlfriend and meme on me by hurting my wife? Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm gonna have to jump out because I'm having an audio issue, and I'm gonna come right back. Oh, hold on. Actually, we're good. Was one of you guys doing that?
No.
There was a brief audio issue. Can you hear me? Okay.
No.
Yeah, we hear you fine.
No, we don't have a CIA
Phoebe,
buzzer button.
I'm doing something wrong because I can't hear you now, Phoebe.
You can't? Oh wait.
I can hear Phoebe just fine.
Phoebe, if you can hear me, can you go back to Discord for a second? I'm gonna message you on there.
I suppose so. Can you hear me?
Why don't you just post what you're gonna post?
Can he still hear us?
I don't know.
I think he's having some kind of audio issue.
He's twisting his audio jack on purpose. Hey, Phoebe, start to audio. Is he bailing?
No, he's fucking having audio issues, his dumbass.
Aww.
I'm going to restart real quick, and we'll be back in 1 minute. Okay, well, whatever. You can't help that sometimes, but...
Well, I'm going to go get myself a drink and take a leak real quick while he's on his way out.
Okay, yeah, that's a great time to do it, right?
I guess so. Yeah. Man, he's a weasel on this fucking this topic. He's so fucking weaselly on. Political disagreements aside, man.
Yeah,
this in his world is just not a scumbag thing that he did, and it's something that I should just be cool with. You know, I don't.
No, he's being what I like to call obtuse. To an absurd.
Yeah, purposefully obtuse. But I'm gonna go. I'm not gonna talk in absentia about him. I'm gonna go smoke.
I'm gonna go take a piss. Hold on, I'm not going to leave you guys completely alone, okay? I'm not going to leave you guys completely alone. I'm going to, I'm dumb. Okay, what am I? There we go. Real loud. I don't even know if you guys can hear it,
but the world around them is changing.
Okay, you know what? I'm actually going to stop this because it'll probably get me copyright struck. Never mind. Okay. I'll be right back. Okay. Wow. Now I can, let's see here. Okay. So, I guess now I can browse the chat a little bit, see what's happened up here. Alchemist is going to say his internet or his audio still isn't working and he'll end up running away from being called out. I don't think so. Alchemist said it'll take him a minute or two and then he'll be popping right back in. So who knows? But I expect he wants to treasure every moment of this he can get, because you know he's going to do a 9-hour expose of it with his aforementioned girlfriend when the content is ready to be sorted back through and shit.
Yes.
Oh my God, Mr. Naughty Priest, you are a fucking beautiful man. I will suck your dick and balls. I'm just kidding. That would be actually considered prostitution, but I do appreciate it immensely. And thank you. That was really kind of you. And honestly, thank you to everyone who's super chatted tonight. We have a fucking giant bank of them that I'm hoping I can convince you and Alchemistsoil to do like a fucking lightning round of those at the end, maybe.
So I want to just real quick while we've got a minute. Doxing literally is defined as tying somebody's real name and identity to a private account that doesn't have that real name and identity. So his idea that he didn't do any privacy violation is based on his assumption that anybody could have figured out that that was Amelia, but that's not true. The only reason he was able to figure out Amelia is who he is, or is who she is because he's autistically obsessed with me, knows everything about my personal life, and was able to bounce things that I've said off of things she's posted. So he definitely 100% revealed private information about my wife. He will worm and squirm his way around it, but the very definition of the term doxing indicts him.
Doxing, also known as doxing or doxing, is a cyber attack tactic involving the collection and dissemination of personal information with malicious intent. It refers to the act of publicly providing personally identifiable information about an individual or organization, usually via the internet and without their consent. The term dox comes from the slang word for documents, or doc, as historically doxers would typically search online databases like public record websites and social media platforms to collect personal information about their victims.
So he's gonna fucking worm around it, and he's gonna claim it's an ethical thing that he did. But he doxed my wife in order to get at me. And it didn't hurt me. It hurt her. Okay? And so I keep that in mind when I'm assessing the character of a person. This guy has never met muck that he wouldn't rake. His Marshall Manson shit. He doesn't, listen, he's an infinitely skeptical when I say I have one Reddit alt that I made because the subreddit's got my other one banned. He's infinitely skeptical about that. But when a drunk, weirdo, psycho fucking loser that believes that aliens have infested the government comes out and starts talking shit, oh man, he's ready to pour through the facts. Hey there, Alchemistsoil. Has your audio jack, does it work now?
Let's find out. Are you able to hear me or no?
I can hear you just fine, buddy.
Okay, cool. Sorry about that. I had to restart.
So do you want to read the legal definition of doxing?
A cyber attack tactic involving the collection and dissemination of personal information with malicious intent. It refers to the act of publicly providing personally identifiable information about an individual or organization, usually with the internet, with the, what is that? Via the internet and without their consent. The term dox comes from the slang word, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, so I mean, it was public information, though. It wasn't private information.
No, it was. Her name was never privately.
Well, are you saying that if I don't take down the video, you're going to file a...
Dumb fuck. You fixed your audio, but you didn't fix your stupid autistic brain.
Uh-huh.
Nobody can hear either one of us when you talk over me, so stop doing it, dumb fuck.
Then let me talk.
You just asked me a question. Do you want the answer to it?
I told you that the information was public. I didn't ask that.
Her name was never appended to that document at all. And the only reason you were, hold on, let me finish, fuckface. The only reason you personally were able to identify her as Amelia, my wife, is because you're autistically obsessed with me. You know everything about my life, and you were able to tie things I'd said on streams to things she'd posted. There was nothing public saying, hi, I'm Amelia, and this is my account. You doxed. Now, you can be a slimy fuck about it to try and keep your fucking integrity intact. But trust me, most people with a reasonable brain think you have none already, because that was your entree into the world.
Yeah, that's fine. And you guys can decide.
The shitting on a person that isn't me to get at me. Doxing a person.
It's not doxing.
It is. Literally, by this definition, it is.
You just read the definition, and you're going to give me nothing. Did you,
that information was
disseminate private information about my wife?
No, I didn't. I didn't disseminate private information.
Was my wife's name on that account? Was my wife's name anywhere on that account that you could see?
Did I say your wife's name anywhere in the video?
My wife's name was anything?
Did I say your wife's name anywhere in the video?
Okay, you know what?
I mean, like, honestly, like, you're saying her name wasn't on the account. Please, let me talk. Please let me talk.
Please, Ball. I gotta tell you what. I gotta tell you what,
that her name wasn't.
Hold on.
I gotta tell you what,
bro.
You're
saying that her name wasn't on the account. You're saying that
her name wasn't. Her name was not on the account.
You're saying that her name wasn't on the account, but a bunch of other information identifying her was on the account.
All I did
was show what she publicly shared on the Reddit.
The only reason that her name was identifiable with that is because you know me. So you used your knowledge of me that I publicly shared.
No, it's because you're a person. You're a public figure. You're a public figure who talks about.
I'm a public figure.
You're a public figure. Are you not a public figure?
You're a public figure. So what's your name? What's your face? Where do you work?
Yeah, I'm not going to reveal that, obviously.
Oh, why not?
Yeah, because I don't want to deal. Because I don't want to
deal with what? You don't want to deal with what? You don't want to deal with what?
Because I don't want to deal with the internet.
You don't want to deal with what?
In my real life and my job.
You don't want to deal with real life repercussions for the bullshit you talk, right?
Yeah, kind of. I'm not afraid to. Like, that's part of it. A lot of it.
I tell you what,
that's a gotcha?
You got other things you want to talk about tonight? I'm fine hanging around for a little bit longer, but you have just given me everything that I wanted.
Wait, I thought that I could talk about whatever I wanted. I thought I could talk about whatever I wanted.
You're a zero-nut nobody who has no problem talking about private information about other people.
It's not
selectively
private.
Skeptical based on muck that he rakes. Let me run this by you. Why are you so skeptical that I only have one alt, but you open your fucking mind right up to a psychopath that believes that aliens have taken over the government and take him for truth?
Well, first of all,
because
again, with the ad hominems, he's trying to discredit what Phoebe, he asked me a question and he's not letting me respond to it. With Marshall Manson may very well be insane, whatever. That very well may be the case. But what he's saying, the specific claims,
skepticism.
Just say what you're trying to say.
Skepticism? Yeah, say what you're trying to say, dude. Get it out. Spit it.
Spit it. Yes, precisely.
Yes. So all the ad hominems you're making against Marshall don't have anything to do with the claims he's making. You're saying that we shouldn't believe.
They don't have anything to do with your.
Hold on. And this is exactly what Kitty Nipples commented. Hold on. This is exactly what Kitty Nipples did, right? She tries to. Right? This is exactly like the comment. So you're trying to say that because this person is crazy, because this person is wrong or whatever, that discredits what they're trying to say.
No. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying to you right now is, why do you have an infinite well of skepticism when it comes to my very true claim that I have one alt? But you have no skepticism whatsoever for the claims of a dude
I do have skepticism.
A whole group of people in the back. Hold on. I'm not finished. Fuck face. Do you not understand how this works after 2 hours now? You don't get it yet? Do I have to train you like a little ape?
I understand that you're just going to try to talk over me, and Phoebe's going to allow that apparently, but you won't let me respond to what you don't let me respond.
To train you like a little ape. I'm going to keep talking until I'm done, fucker. And you're going to sit and listen, or you're going to shut your hole.
Hey, I just want everyone to know they're muting me so that Paul can stream over me. Phoebe keeps muting me and not letting me respond. Yeah, Paul will go on tirades and say a bunch of things, and when I respond, they'll mute me.
Oh
I just want everyone to be aware of that. I want everyone to be aware of what Paul is doing right now. He's trying to make ad hominems against me and against Marshall, but the points that we've made, the substantive points that we've talked about, are important that you look at and that you evaluate on your own. Outside of me and outside of Paul and outside of the petty drama about the kitty nipples thing, that's what I want you to look at. The reason I didn't want to take it here at this point, I wanted to talk about the important stuff first, is because I knew Paul was going to go and do this.
Fucking idiot now.
Yes, certainly.
Permanently,
at least for a fight. Yeah.
Jesus fucking Christ. I just don't know how he's going to fucking weasel his way back into my fucking good graces to have a conversation with him. This is retarded. You could have the definition of doxing up, and this dude didn't do it because it doesn't fit his narrative. It doesn't make him look good.
Yeah, Paul. So again, doxing private information, right? That was public information.
Was her name publicly tied to that account?
I didn't say her name.
Was her name publicly tied to that account?
It may as well. Hold on.
Did you say Paul's wife?
He's not going to let me respond.
Did you say Paul's wife?
He's not going to let me respond.
Did you say Paul's wife?
He's not going to let me respond.
Because you won't.
I didn't say it in the video. No, I didn't.
Did you say Paul's wife? Yes or no?
No. In the video? No, I didn't.
You didn't? The video's not called Not Paul's Wife?
No, it's called Someone Who Isn't Paul.
Oh, someone who isn't Paul. Got it. Okay. And you never said the words Paul's wife in that video?
No.
You never insinuated that it was my wife's account in that video?
Well, for sure. I mean, like, if you know the situation, right? You have to watch your streams and also to get it, and then you can. So, because you know the situation, she posted. Phoebe, you just keep muting me every time I try to give an answer. It's
because you try.
I want everyone to hold on. I want everyone just watching to know that's going on.
Dude,
keep muting me.
You keep appealing to everyone. Like there's going to be some uprising.
I'm doing this for them.
There are 20 autistic retards with tiny little penises that camp a little subreddit that care about your shit.
It's more than 20. It's more than 20.
Oh, it's way it's more than 20. Sure it is.
So again, Paul's wife posted public information about herself that's easily recognizable because of what Paul says in his stream.
Can you put up the definition of doxing again? Because this guy just seems to disagree with the 100%. Fucking actual term. Just leave it up because I want you to not.
I don't disagree. Hold on, I don't disagree with the term. I don't disagree with the term. I disagree that the information was not public. It was public.
What you did is just you appended her name to a non-public account.
I didn't say her name in the video. Okay, so everything that's in there is because she put it in there. So it may be the case. It may be the case. Hold on. It may be the case that she may as well have put her name on there because the information on there is easily identifiable as her. That's
okay.
So that may be the case. Retard that's obsessed with me.
I'm sorry.
You're an autistic retard that's obsessed with me. It's easily identified as her.
Whatever, that's fine. Right? I made it for the autistic retards who are obsessed with you.
Good. Well, you're one of them, right?
Totally.
I mean, that's obvious, right?
Well,
that's obvious, right? You've got a channel dedicated to me. You're you're underneath my ball sack sniffing the taint juice. Right?
Paul, no, definitely.
Am I wrong? Am I wrong in my estimation of you?
I'm critical of you.
Hold on. Here we go. We're coming to the culmination.
Oh.
I want to know for
Paul's
sure.
decided this is the culmination.
Am I wrong? Am I wrong in my estimation of you that you are a cowardly, chicken-hearted piece of shit who will muckrake his way to a minor little internet channel and make excuses for it all day long because you can't actually answer a question? Yes or no?
Yeah, I don't care. So it may be that. Sure, whatever. Who cares? Paul is going to go
Cowardly.
ahead and
Okay,
make these
so
character
you're a coward.
assassination leading
You're a
questions.
chicken shit.
I've already
You're a
answered the
coward.
I've
You're a
already
chicken
answered the
shit.
doxing allegation that
So
the
yes,
information
you're
was
a
not
coward. You're a
private.
chicken shit. You're
I
a
did not reveal her name. I did
muckraking
not
piece
reveal
of
any
shit.
identifiable information that she did not put out there. I didn't reveal addresses, even though
Her
she
name.
did. I didn't
You
reveal
appended
phone
her name
numbers.
and
I didn't.
you appended her
I
identity.
didn't. There was
to
no.
the video.
There was no private information on there because it was a
Yes,
public
there was.
Reddit
Her
account.
name was. You don't understand doxing, friend. You're just legally stupid on this. You don't understand what you're reading. Apparently, you can't read because right there, it tells
I
you
just
why
read
you
the
doxed.
definition.
Her
Okay.
name was not on it.
Okay.
I didn't say her name.
Yeah,
It doesn't
that's
matter
not
that
the
you didn't
point.
say her name,
That's not the
fuck
point.
face.
It doesn't matter that her name wasn't on
You
it because
appended
all
her
the other
identity.
information identifying her was
You
on it.
appended her identity for the malicious purpose without her consent.
Wait, was
Right?
it malicious? Did anyone
it
like? I never
malicious?
revealed. Hold on, I never revealed any phone
Wait,
numbers.
Did you, hold on. Whoa. Did you just ask that? Was it malicious? Did that question just come out of your mouth?
You
Yeah,
literally
answer it.
admitted it was earlier.
No. Yes.
I admitted that it was
malicious.
trolling.
Yes, it was malicious
what
for
is
you to
trolling if
drag
not
somebody's personal life into a fucking weird, obsessive subreddit.
I didn't drag her into it. She voluntarily. She voluntarily.
No, you
let herself
volunteered the
into it.
information that
She
it was who she
voluntarily
was.
brought herself
You
into it.
volunteered. You
She
volunteered it.
voluntarily brought herself
You
into
vol-
it.
You volunteered it. Well, that's not even in contention. You seem to think it is.
Yeah. Do I not? Wait. Hold on. Do I not? Am I not allowed to share public
You
information
volunteered
with
it.
people?
You're allowed to share your opinion, but when your opinion is contrary to the stated fact,
Of what?
she did not volunteer that as her personal account. You did.
No, she volunteered on all the information there.
As
She
her did she say, "Hello, I'm Amelia. Here's my life"? Did she?
I don't know.
Or did she
I didn't
not?
read that far. It wouldn't surprise me, honestly, but I
She
didn't read
didn't.
that far.
Would it surprise you that she didn't?
No.
Would that change what you feel about how your role in exposing it as her account?
Whether she specifically said her name on the account or not?
Whether she ever publicly appended her identity to that account?
She did. So I would say that she did
not.
publicly
Only if you're an
append.
autistic
She,
retard who's
she
obsessed with
publicly
me.
appended. She
No, that's not
publicly
public.
appended information.
Nobody, zero people from the general public would be able to discern her name from that account. Zero. You couldn't find one motherfucker randomly on the street that could
You're
tell
muting
her
me, and I'm
name
not
from
even
that account.
telling.
I was just fucking being preemptive. I kept hearing you trying to.
Yeah,
Well, he just keeps on steamrolling, right? He keeps on saying a bunch of things. I've already answered this.
You're like a
It's
chihuahua,
not
bro.
private. It's
How's that
public
feel?
information. It's public information. You all have a right to see public information.
Paul. How's that helping? You getting that out? I'm sorry. What were you saying?
I already said what I needed to say.
No,
Actually,
I'm sorry. I didn't hear any of it. Nobody else did either because I was talking over you.
I think they'll hear it on my
Could you
recording.
say it? Could you say it again?
No, I'm done.
I'm sorry. What?
Yeah, I don't need to say that. Can we move on from kitty nipples? Can we move on about how you lied to your audience about Anne Frank? Or do you still want to? Hold on. Can we move on to how you lied to your audience about what you said about Anne Frank?
You want to keep doing this for 2 fucking hours? Fuckface.
Sure. Can we move on? Can we move on to the lies you told about your Anne Frank position? Do you want to talk about kitty nipples more, or can we move on? You lied about your Anne Frank position. You lied. You explicitly denied that Anne Frank wrote her diary. Good one. Anyways, guys. So is this what you wanted? I can't see what anyone's writing about this, but I hope this is what you wanted. I hope we got a bit of substance at the beginning before this.
No, Paul.
Phoebe, can you mute Paul?
No, Paul.
Or do you just mute me?
No, Paul.
We're not going to mute Paul. If you mute Paul, he might not do these anymore, right?
No, Paul. No, Paul. Anything else? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. What did you say?
Yeah, Phoebe, can you mute Paul or no?
I could,
you
but
say?
I'm
Is this the hardest that Paul has ever been
Hold on.
triggered in a call
Oh yeah,
before?
dude. Yeah, you've been watching me long enough to know that this is the hardest I've ever been triggered, bro.
I don't know.
100%, bro. I don't know, man. Maybe it is. Come on,
It's
bro.
got to be. I don't know. It's weird when you're experiencing it. Maybe when I watch it again, it'll be
for you. This
more
is the biggest
perspective.
day you've ever had, and for me, it's a Saturday night, friend.
Yeah.
The day I
That's fine.
visited your village was the biggest day of your life. For me, it was Tuesday.
Yeah. So are we moving on to the next topic, or
Well,
Has the lesson been learned?
you know what the funny thing is that we've moved on now about 4 times, but never actually gotten to a topic. So let's move on again.
Okay, fine. Paul, you lied to your audience when you told them about your Anne Frank takes. You told them today on the stream that I saw that what you said was that Anne Frank's diary was heavily edited by your father. But what you said on video was that you don't believe that Anne Frank wrote her diary and that it was war propaganda.
So recently somebody posted the clip and I watched the clip, and what I said was something to the effect was, you actually believe that heartbreaking diary was written by that little girl in an attic waiting for the Nazis to come find her. And then I go on to say, I think it's possible she wrote the diary, but that somebody heavily edited that diary. Now I can go find that clip for you if you'd like.
What you said, you said multiple things about it, but what you said in that clip, was that it was war propaganda. And then you said, hold on, let me say what you said, because apparently you're mixing things up. We can pull it up too. What you said was that it was war propaganda, and then you said that, I guess the picture doesn't write the history.
There's no need to contextualize it because I have the video. There's no need.
You might show a different clip. I don't know. There's multiple. There might be multiple clips.
Nobody can fucking hear
I have
anybody.
the video of what I said, so there's no need for you to reiterate it as you're so fond of doing, because I've got it right here.
Play it, because I have the video too. So we'll see if it's the same one.
Okay, just give me.
Because I remember you mentioned it a couple times. There was the initial one, and then you've clarified several times.
Let's get it. Well, if you have the video, then why don't you play it?
I would have to look it up. I mean, it's on the.
Oh, I would have to look it up.
Let me see here. No, I should have it somewhere. Hold on a second. Just give me a minute.
Wait a minute. Somebody was actually referencing it on the subreddit today in reference to this conversation. So if you can find that post, there might be a hyperlink to it that's pretty quickly available.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Hold on one second. I'm going to see what I can find. But
we're all in a desperate quest to find this.
Yeah, I'm
that's
on this
part of the charm, right?
Yeah. Suppose so. I just want to say shout out to everybody who super chatted tonight, because you guys have been incredibly generous and I really do appreciate it.
Yeah, that's awesome. Thank you for supporting Phoebe. And she's a cool cat.
Phoebe's doing a new thing. She's doing it.
Okay, so it's not on this one. That is where I saw it earlier. It was on our subreddit. Somebody made a post about this.
Are you sure that one of your mods didn't delete it?
We don't have mods. I'm the mod. I'm the only person that deletes over here. So.
Oh, I mean, because I know that you were pretty heavy-handed with the Anne Frank thing when it first happened, right? So maybe you accidentally are still censoring people for that. I'm not sure.
No.
One does not accidentally.
I was heavy-handed with it because every fucking post for fucking 3 days was people trolling with Anne Frank shit. That's why I was heavy-handed with it.
It was.
I know you don't have a following that you have to believe. What was that?
It was a monumentally stupid and uninformed thing to say. So that's deserved, I feel.
Whatever you say, bro.
Alchemistsoil, I feel like one of these days you will eventually learn the magical art of waiting for someone to complete their sentence before interjecting your own. And when you do, you will become so much better a conversation partner. It will literally be so fun, because you are obviously competent at conversation, but the one area you lack is that sort of critical decorum, which for some reason you're exercising during my saying of the sentence.
He'll learn it. He's exercising it with you because he doesn't have a turgid hate boner for you that's a mile long. That's now true. Finally coming. He's finally getting to come after 5 months of fucking edging to me. So that's why that's why there's a lot of aggro going on.
Phoebe, it's easier to have a conversation with you because you're not constantly trying to steamroll everything, right? Like you'll ask me a question and I can respond to it.
Yeah, Phoebe. Yeah, Phoebe. Have a conversation with you.
Paul.
Yeah, you're not trying to steamroll.
You're really making strong points.
Hey, Phoebe.
Did you find it or no?
I found it. I got it up. Go ahead and put it up for me there, Phoebes. I got it for you.
Yeah,
We'll see if this is the right one.
Paulsego actually said.
It's gonna be upsetting if I'm gonna have to find additional videos, but hopefully
it
this
will
is
really
the
be upsetting. It will be super upsetting. I know.
We'll be pretty disappointed.
I know. I'm very disappointed and upset.
I mean, Paul did refer to the to Anne Frank as a myth, earlier.
No,
this
that
week,
is true.
I mean, she was
a myth.
It's kind of,
You believe that little girl wrote that fucking heartbreaking diary in an attic while hiding from the fucking Nazis? You really believe that?
I mean,
yeah.
If you don't know any better,
I think she might have written a diary and somebody found it and wrote a diary based on some of the things that were in her diary.
I mean, it might have been cleaned up.
I don't think the diary of Anne Frank was written by Anne Frank.
I mean, dude, me and TJ have been to Amsterdam, and we looked all over like Anne Frank house, and they're just like, what? Who? What?
Who?
I think at first we thought it was like an English issue, like maybe they don't understand what we're saying. But I mean, like, if you go there, I mean, dude, I'm just gonna be honest with you, I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about.
What's sketchy about it? What is sketchy about it? That somebody in war made a war propaganda piece. Is that sketchy? Oh, I'm sorry. Well, let me take it back then. In wartime, the truth is not the first casualty. You know what I mean? Yeah. The victor doesn't write the history book.
History is written by the losers of conflict.
The loser writes the history books.
How salty they are.
Okay.
Wow, what a confidently ignorant thing. And also you lied to the audience. like that just
How did I lie to my audience?
Nowhere in there do you say that someone took the book and heavily edited it. The thing that you said that was closest to
all
that,
right, I'm
the
going to
thing
play
that you said that was closest to that, the thing that you said that was closest to that was someone took the book and wrote a completely new book based on some of the things in it.
Hey, don't talk over the video.
I didn't.
Oh, we can't hear it. At least I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think your audio is coming through on the video itself. It worked the first time though, so I'm not sure what you're doing different.
Yeah, did I do something wrong?
You're doing something different because it worked the first time you played it.
Are you still talking while the video is playing?
I can't hear the video.
Well, that's an audio issue on your end.
No, I couldn't hear it either, Paul.
Oh, you couldn't hear it either? Let me reshare. Sorry about that.
I'm sorry. That's what I was trying to let you know, but
yeah.
At first, I thought maybe my audio was just fucking up because I was like,
"Here we go." I'm not gonna. I'm dead tired of listening. I'm dead tired of listening to Alchemistsoil say what I said.
No,
it's right here.
I mean, Paul did refer to the to Anne Frank as a myth, earlier.
No,
this
that
week,
is true.
I mean, she was
a myth.
It's kind of,
You believe that little girl wrote that fucking heartbreaking diary in an attic while hiding from the fucking Nazis? You really believe that?
I mean,
yeah.
If you don't know any better,
I think she might have written a diary and somebody found it and wrote a diary based on some of the things that were in her diary.
I mean, it might have been cleaned up.
I don't think the diary of Anne Frank was written by Anne Frank.
I mean, dude, me and TJ have been to Amsterdam, and we looked all over like Anne Frank house, and they're just like, what? Who? What?
Who? Okay. Well, that's where that's the relevant part. So once again,
there's more.
I think at first we thought it was like an English issue, like maybe they don't understand what we're saying. But I mean, like, if you go there, I mean, dude, I'm just gonna be honest with you, I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about.
What's sketchy about it? What is sketchy about it? That somebody in war made a war propaganda piece. Is that sketchy? Oh, I'm sorry. Well, let me take it back then. In wartime, the truth is not the first casualty. You know what I mean? Yeah. The victor doesn't write the history book.
History is written by the losers of conflict.
The loser writes the history books.
How salty they are.
Sure.
I mean, Paul did refer.
So I'll keep it up because I feel like we're going to need to hear it again.
Okay. Can I start the question? I'm hearing myself as an echo for some reason.
I'll unshare this. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Let me start this off with a question, if I may. Do you, Alchemistsoil, disagree that the the culture surrounding the post-war environment, do you deny that probably played a role in the editing of the book and the presentation of it and like the publishing of it?
Yeah, so I completely reject that framing because that's not what he said. It may be the case, so that it may be the case. Obviously, the book was edited. There's a long historical record of the book being edited and the different edits done. That's not what he said. He said Anne Frank didn't write the diary. He said she may have wrote a diary, but then someone found her diary and wrote a new diary that used some of the things. He then goes on to describe the diary as war propaganda. World War II was already over by then, so I don't know what the diary is intended to be propaganda for, as the Nazis had already been defeated. There's no pro-war method. There's no pro-war method.
Propaganda does not stop.
There's no Phoebe, he's doing that thing where he talks over someone during their point.
Boo-hoo.
I mean,
how much more of your point did you have, Alchemist?
So I just want to be clear. What he said in the video, everyone can hear it. That's not the same thing he said today with his audience, was that I said the book may have been edited. That's not. He very declaratively said he doesn't believe the book was written by Anne Frank.
Do I need to play it again?
Yeah.
I think it's possible Anne Frank wrote the diary. Somebody found the diary and wrote a book using excerpts from it, but I don't think she wrote the diary. That's what I said.
Right. That's different than someone edited her diary. Obviously, her diary was edited. That's
exactly what editing is.
Yeah.
No,
actually,
editing is not. Editing is not when someone writes an entirely new book.
If I write a rough book, because this is just retarded. This reveals a lack of knowledge on your part. So if I write a book and then I hire somebody to work that script, let's say it's a script. I write a movie script, and then I give that raw script. Right? Or somebody finds that raw script and they work it, edit it into a working movie script, and they make that script.
No, that's a different thing. That's called screenwriting and adapting a book for screenplay. That's a writer. That's a writing credit who writes that, right? Someone wrote that screenplay based on a book. They didn't edit the book. They wrote a new thing based on it.
Okay,
that's
so
exactly what you
realize that. Do you know can you tell me what a style editor is?
No, I would imagine. I mean, I can guess if you want. Do you want me to guess?
They're a person that changes they're a person that goes over the book and changes the book around and adds and subtracts things before publishing.
Yeah, that's different than writing a whole new book.
It's called editing. It's called editing.
That's different. That's not what you said. You said they wrote a new book.
I said that
in the diary.
No. I didn't say they wrote a new book.
You did.
We're gonna play it again. We're gonna play it again.
Play it again.
I think it's possible that she wrote the diary and that somebody found it. And
that is what happened. She did write a diary and somebody found it.
Do you think that the word possible is something that you should do when you're quoting me? Because we can play it back and see if I say the word possible.
You definitively say that you don't think the diary of Anne Frank was written by Anne Frank.
I do not believe.
Uh-huh.
I allow for the fact that I may be wrong.
You're not. Hold on. You weren't agnostic to it in the clip. You said, "I don't believe First of all, even if you are,
I don't believe that's still she wrong, wrote it. I don't believe that she is responsible for most of the words that are in the Diary of Anne Frank. I don't believe Otto Frank heavily edited the book.
Okay.
For style, substance, and narrative. That is what I believe. I have no proof of this. Just like you don't have video of Anne Frank huddled in the attic writing it.
What do you base your opinion on, Paul? What evidence do you have that informs this opinion?
When I read the Diary of Anne Frank, I talk about this in the clip too. It cuts off before that. When I read the Diary of Anne Frank in high school, which is the last time I wrote it, I remember thinking, this doesn't sound like a 12-year-old girl at all. This sounds like a grown-up writing. And I still believe that's the case. That's it. So, that's what my whole position is based on, is my opinion that a 12-year-old girl did not write the work that we see today, the Diary of Anne Frank, that it was heavily edited by her father. I say in the clip, it's possible she wrote a diary and her father took excerpts from that. That's all I said.
So did you not say, not in that clip, but when you were subsequently following up, did you not point to the different versions of the book and the different edits of it as proof that it was fake? You did that. Okay.
Yeah, I pointed to the different versions and edits of the book. If the book was a comprehensive recount of Anne Frank's words in her writing, there wouldn't be multiple different edits of the book.
There would be, because some of them would just have parts of it edited out, and then some of them would have parts of it edited in, right?
You're absolutely right. That's called the
Editions of the
editorial
book.
process. That's called the
That is
editorial
editing.
process.
That
Hold on.
is
That's called the editorial process. Hold on. Let me
Mhm.
finish.
Just let him.
That's
let
called
Paul
the
finish.
editorial process. That's called the editorial process, and it's how a book is written.
Literally.
Literally, how a
That's
book is
right.
written.
Yes, it is, and that's different than someone rewriting or writing a new book, right?
Okay, can I
I
ask
agree.
a question? Can I ask
I
a
never
question?
said he wrote a new book.
You did.
I have a
I
question.
said he took excerpts from an existing book and made a book of it.
No, you said and wrote a
Oh
new
my
book.
gosh. I
Oh,
have a
go ahead,
fucking
Phoebe.
question
Go
that I
ahead.
think will answer this. Okay. Alchemistsoil. I
Uh-huh.
commissioned you to build a ship 100 years ago, and you built me a ship. And over the last 100 years, I've had it repaired a number of times. And at this point, I'm about to replace the bowsprit, which is the only remaining piece of the original ship. Is the ship I'm about to sail the ship that you built for me?
I mean, maybe.
Do you
I
see
don't
what
know.
I'm getting at?
That's no,
Alchemist?
because
Do you
that's
see what I'm
completely
getting
different.
at?
That's
No,
very
it's not.
different.
It's not.
It
No, it
is.
is not. No, we are literally
It's different
settling
because
a
he
ship
has
of
to be
pieces.
right
Paul
about this
just
because
hold on. Paul
he has
just
to be
said.
right about this
Paul
because
just
he
said he
spent
doesn't
hours
believe that.
talking about it.
Paul, back
He
me
doesn't
up on
want to
this.
engage
This is
with
a
what I
ship of
actually
pieces
said.
conversation.
He
It's
That's
doesn't
not-
like. He
that's
doesn't
completely
like
different.
engaging with what I actually said. He wants to say.
I am
what
engaging with it.
No, you're not. You're trying to append things I never said to me.
We just watched the
I can
clip.
Let's watch it again then,
Oh my
because you
fucking
seem to have
god!
not heard it. What
What is in
listen to-
contention?
no,
Hold
I'm
on. What
gonna-
is in
I'm gonna
contention
keep-
even about this?
That
You're trying to play a word
you-
game with.
you say-
Hold on. You're
you-
playing.
okay,
You're
here,
trying to play
you
a
asked
word
the
game with
question, you want
edit.
the answer. What is your contention with all this? Do you want the answer to that question, or you want to bloviate?
Go ahead.
I'll give you the option. You want it or no?
Yeah. Do I want what? You to
Yeah,
play
you
the clip
do.
again?
Okay, so shut the fuck up then.
For a second.
We're gonna watch this video, and we're gonna see if I say hard and fast, with no possibility that I could be wrong, that Anne Frank did not write that diary.
Okay.
And that there's no possibility. The word possibility shouldn't come out of my mouth, because I'm talking about a hard, fast thing that I absolutely believe with 100% conviction.
Yeah, you believe
Okay?
she did not
You
write
ready?
it.
You ready? You ready?
We don't need to play
What
the
is
clip
belief?
again. We don't need to play the clip again.
You don't want to hear it again because it doesn't say what you want it to say. It says what I
doesn't.
want it to say.
It says
Let's play it
I've
again.
already
Let's
said.
play it again.
Fine,
Let's play it again. Here it
Whatever.
comes.
Holy shit.
Here it comes. We're gonna play it 1,000,000 times until you respond to it.
Okay,
Or you
filibuster
can
again.
get- you love.
This is your way of.
What? Dude, this video is
Oh,
something
why don't you
love
just tell
to pass
me?
around? So
Paul,
you're gonna
why
watch
don't
it
you
again.
just tell me? Why don't you just tell me specifically what in the video you think I'm misjudging or not responding to?
I'll stop it when it gets there.
Cool. Don't forget to stop sharing it too, so we don't hear ourselves echo.
I will.
I mean, Paul did refer to the to Anne Frank as a myth, earlier.
No,
this
that
week,
is true.
I mean, she was.
A myth.
It's kind of
You believe that little girl wrote that fucking heartbreaking diary in an attic while hiding from the fucking Nazis? You really believe that?
I mean,
yeah.
if you don't know
Okay.
any better.
I think she might have written a diary and somebody found it and wrote a diary based on some of the things that were in her diary. So there you go.
Yeah. So
I think she
Paul,
might.
in the video.
I think
So
okay,
I can
sorry.
respond.
I think she might. Go.
Okay. So first of all, you refer to her as the myth of Anne Frank, right? And you say that you don't.
Do you understand? You understand that
you said
historical
you don't
figures
think-
are mythologized?
you said
You understand
you
that
don't
historical figures?
you
Let me
don't
answer your
think-
question. Let me answer your question. You understand that historical figures are mythologized constantly, right?
So what is the myth of Anne Frank then specifically that you don't believe in?
The myth of Anne Frank is that the diary was entirely written by Anne Frank. That's it.
But it's acknowledged that her diary has been edited.
Hold on.
That's not even in contention.
Hold on.
What's
Hold
in
on.
contention is you saying she didn't write it. You're being smarmy. You're playing word games. You
Okay, I'm going to
said
play it
she
again.
didn't write it.
We're going to
Do it
play it
again.
again. I think it's
Okay,
possible
everyone
she wrote a
listen.
diary. We're
Everyone listen.
listening
If
for- I think
hold
it's-
on before you do that,
hold on,
before you
hold
do
on,
that,
hold on.
Phoebe, it's important
I
here.
think it's possible. I think it's possible that she wrote a diary. That's what we're listening for in the clip as it comes up.
You want to listen to? You want to listen to? You want to listen to if Paul says they edited her book, or if he says they wrote a diary based on her diary?
I think it's possible she wrote a diary. That's what we're listening for. I think it's possible she wrote a diary. That's what we're listening for. Here we go.
But not the diary of Anne Frank.
Can you put it up? Can you put it up? I think it's
Not
possible
the
she wrote a
diary of
diary.
Anne
That's
Frank.
what we're listening for. We're listening for. I think it's possible she wrote a diary. Here we go.
Not bad. Oh, it's not sharing audio again.
Yeah, there's no sound. And also, Paul, it's ridiculous that you would even use this because you could tell me now if you believe she wrote her diary or not. And so what? Did she write her diary or do you think that it was a myth?
Well, we haven't watched the video yet.
We've watched the video 4 times.
Yeah, I know, but you haven't gotten it yet.
What
so
do
we're
you
gonna
think
watch the
now?
video again.
Hold on.
We're about to watch the video again. So I'm sorry. We're listening for, I think it's possible she wrote a diary.
I mean, Paul did refer to the to Anne Frank as a myth, earlier.
No,
this
that
week,
is true.
I mean, she was
A myth.
It's kind of,
You believe that little girl wrote that fucking heartbreaking diary in an attic while hiding from the fucking Nazis? You really believe that?
I mean,
yeah.
if you don't know any better.
I think she might have written a diary and
You paused the mid-sentence, bro.
do we no I think she might have written a
Keep going.
diary.
That's not the diary of Anne Frank, though. You think she wrote a diary, but not the diary of Anne Frank?
I mean,
Yeah.
if you don't know any better.
I think she might have written a diary and somebody found it and wrote a diary based on some of the things that were in her diary.
I mean, it might have been cleaned up.
Yeah.
Do you
So
need to hear
that's
that part
different than
again?
editing.
You need to have
No,
hold on. I want to play it again. Wrote that fucking heartbreaking diary in an attic while hiding from the fucking Nazis. You really believe that?
I mean,
Yeah.
if you don't know any better.
I think she might have written a diary and somebody found it and wrote a diary based on some of the things that were in her diary.
I mean, it might have been cleaned up.
You can you are free to respond to that, but nothing else. Nothing else that you've made up or
You
appended
didn't
to
say
it.
that- You said they wrote a diary based on some of the things in her diary.
Yeah,
Not they edited her diary.
That's what happens when a book is
No,
edited.
No, we've
No, it
already
is.
gone over that.
Yeah, it
We've
is.
already gone over
it is.
that.
Yeah, it
The
is. That's what
authenticity.
happens when a diary is adapted or some other work is adapted to a fictional work. You do style editing for time, for content, add and subtract.
Okay.
You change narrative.
Can I ask a clarifying
Right,
question?
they didn't change the narrative, right?
That's what you
That's
say.
not editing.
Okay,
That's
I
what
need
you
to ask
say.
a clarifying question.
Go ahead, Phoebe.
Alchemistsoil. The Anne Frank foundation website. Let me look at it again. AnneFrank.org. So I'm
Yeah.
assuming they probably know what they're talking about, right? Says this of the diary. Otto did not just publish Anne's rewritten version, The Secret Annex, from 29 March 1944 onwards. He added Anne's original diary texts. He also reinserted some of the passages that Anne had left out when rewriting her diary. In 2000, it turned out that Otto had withheld a diary letter in which Anne was very critical of his marriage to Edith. So you know that it's been edited.
Hold on. Edited, yes. I do know it's been edited. There are multiple editions.
Let me finish the point. It literally will not kill you. I promise. I swear to God, you'll feel so much better.
It won't.
Okay, so what Paul is saying is exactly what AnneFrank.org says, which is
that's not true.
Wait, now, hold on, just fucking let me finish a fucking sentence. You cannot complain about people overriding you when you love to do that. It's like your fucking hobby, and you don't seem to understand how it impacts other people. The AnneFrank.org clearly illustrates that Otto Frank made decisions about what to include and what not to include for whatever reason. He did that. We know that. So why are you contending with it like it makes Paul a Holocaust denier? Paul, do you agree with me that 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust? Awful, tragic deaths?
Yes.
Paul, do you agree that millions of queer people died in the Holocaust and alternative people and fucking Roma people?
Yes.
And yes. Okay.
You asked me a question and then you went
So where
straight
the
to
fuck is the
asking Paul
problem?
questions.
Yeah,
You
I'm trying to
You
establish
don't think that's
common line of
relevant?
understanding.
You don't think the answers to the questions that she just asked are relevant when your contention is that I'm an anti-Semite and a Holocaust denier?
That's not my contention.
And what is your contention?
I've never called you a Nazi.
What is
I've
your
never
contention?
called you a Holocaust denier.
Okay, then let's move on.
My contention, no, because it's.
Do you have no contention? You have no contention.
I do have a contention. I do have a contention. My contention is that my contention is that you're a useful idiot for Holocaust deniers because you spread doubts.
Got it. So I'm
just like in politics. Yeah, this is the through theme, right? This is what I wanted to bring up about it in the first place. That you, because of your feelings, your personal feelings that are not researched, you're spreading Holocaust denial like propaganda, basically. You yourself acknowledge the Holocaust. You yourself acknowledge the Holocaust.
Let me put this to rest.
Okay, great.
Phoebe, can you quiz me on the Holocaust? Like you were trying to do before the last time he interrupted you, because I don't want to talk about this anymore. It's boring.
Okay.
Quiz me on the Holocaust.
Who was Eli Wiesel?
Oh, no, not quiz me. I mean, like, ask me what do I believe in the Holocaust?
Okay.
Cool.
I got you.
Hold on. No. I don't want to hear you right now, Alchemistsoil. You keep your mouth shut.
Well, too bad. I'm not going to let you.
I want to hear Phoebe.
You're not going to
questions about the Holocaust, and I'm going to answer them, and then I want to ask you if you're still listen to him, dude. He can't stop.
Just let Paul get a fucking sentence out. It won't kill you.
Really? Let Paul get a sentence out?
Yeah.
Really? Let please. I'm gonna have Phoebe ask me some very direct questions right now, and I want you to listen to my answers. And then
I don't care about your answers.
At the end of this, I know you don't care about my answers because you're trying to build a narrative and you want control over it. The unfortunate part of that is you're in the room with the person the narrative is about, and that's not working out well for you right now. So Phoebe, could you ask me some very basic factual questions about the Holocaust that I could answer in a yes/no?
Yes. Did 6 million Jews die in the Holocaust?
As far as we know, yes. It could have been more.
Did
I thought we didn't like repetition.
Did several 100,000 Roma people die in the Holocaust?
Yes, they did.
Were they killed with Zyklon B and other gases? And
yes, they were in concentration camps set up by the Nazi regime.
Yes. Did that Nazi regime attempt to invade multiple European countries around it and subjugate those people in a similar manner?
Successfully invaded several and attempted to invade more, yes.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay, so do we have any more contention?
That's completely irrelevant to any of the points that were being made.
Do you have any more contention about me being a Holocaust denier?
I never said that.
Now or forever hold your peace, because you are changing the subject now.
I never said that.
No.
I never said Paul was a Holocaust
My time
denier.
is not going to be wasted. So are
really?
You still disabused? Or can I disabuse you any further of the notion that I deny the Holocaust?
You don't deny the Holocaust. I never said you denied the Holocaust.
Moving on. Next.
That's not why we're critical. That's not why I'm critical of the Anne Frank
Then
thing.
I don't care why. Then I honestly, that's why I thought you guys
Let's
were critical.
talk about eugenics.
Hold on. Wait a minute before we move on.
Oh,
you called me out earlier for deleting a bunch of shit, right? When the Anne Frank thing broke. That's why. Because a bunch of people were calling me a Holocaust denier.
Because so you just made a straw man. You dodged the criticisms and you made a straw man.
No. So that's why I thought you were bringing it up. If that's not why you thought, hold on. That's why I thought you were bringing it up. If that's not why you're bringing it up, I have nothing to add, and I don't care about this conversation enough to listen to another syllable of it. Cool.
So we'll move on from Anne Frank then.
Eugenics. Let's get on eugenics.
Paul, you seem to think that I was attacking like the ethics of your eugenics position. Do you think that? So, while I wasn't really. It wasn't really about whether it's ethical or not. What you were saying. The reason that the video. Did you watch the video? Because it seems like you did at some points, and it seems like you didn't.
No, I did not.
Okay.
I did not.
You just spew misinformation about eugenics, and you build arguments like about the eugenics laws based on misinformation. You lie, or not lie intentionally, but you're misinformed, and you're so confidently misinformed.
So tell me what I said, and I want proof that I said it. I'm not letting you recontext my fucking, listen, dude. More of my life and thoughts are on video than the next 200 people. So there's no reason for you to recontextualize what I've said.
Can I say it?
Say what I said. Quote me directly or shut up.
Yeah, you said that Norway had eradicated Down syndrome with eugenics programs.
And I was wrong about that.
You were wrong about that.
Yes, I was. They haven't eradicated it. The levels of Down syndrome in Norway compared to other Western nations, catastrophically lower, but they have not eradicated it. I was wrong about that.
That's also not true.
Next. No, that's it. Next.
No, that's actually not true. Norway actually has disproportionately more Down syndrome people than its neighbors.
I'll have Phoebe fact check it, and if that's the case, I was wrong about that.
Watch the video, Paul the Eugenicist on the channel. It has all this. You can see
or you can just listen to me say he's right if he's right. You can do that too.
So in Norway,
Norway's
hold on. In Norway, approximately 24.9 out of 10,000 babies are born with Down syndrome. This figure places Norway among the European countries with a relatively higher incidence of Down syndrome, influenced by factors such as prenatal screening policies and demographic trends. Across the European Union, the average prevalence of Down syndrome is estimated at 10.1 per 10,000 live births between 2011 and 2015, with a significant variation among countries. For example, Southern Europe had the lowest actual live birth prevalence due to high termination rates following prenatal diagnosis, while countries like Malta and Ireland had higher rates.
So I was wrong. Norway isn't. I should have been talking about Southern Europe.
Well, you were talking specifically about the Scandinavian eugenics laws.
Okay.
And those laws were actually so also in that video, you claim that there is still a culture of that in Scandinavia. The truth is, though, that those laws have been outlawed before you were born in the 1970s. The last one was.
So well, hold on. Does that mean that the public doesn't still hold those sentiments? There's not a right-wing element in Scandinavia.
So maybe there is some, but the government of Sweden, for example.
Okay, so now there's no misunderstanding, right?
There is a misunderstanding.
No,
so, for example,
no, there is,
Can
right? Okay, go ahead. Yeah, I don't know, can you?
You point out that in Sweden, eugenics is still encouraged culturally. In fact, it's not, and they punish people who will privately try to seek out eugenics. So there's there's a lot of the point is there's
no right-wing element. So there's no right-wing element pushing eugenics in Scandinavia. Yes or no?
I'm sure there maybe is a couple of Nazis in Scandinavia. But it's not a culturally enforced thing.
We're done.
Not a culturally enforced thing.
Okay.
We're done. Hold on.
Next.
I just read something that's interesting. Can I bring it up real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Compulsory sterilization in Sweden were sterilizations which were carried out in Sweden without a valid consent of the subject during the years 1906 to 2013. I'm a little rusty on my Paul information. Were you born in 2014, Paul?
No, I wasn't.
Oh, well, shit. Alchemist,
Finish.
You want to account for that, bud?
Phoebe, continue reading that article.
Yeah, let's do it. So yeah, compulsory sterilization in Sweden were sterilizations which were carried out in Sweden without a valid consent of the subject during the years 1906 to 2013 on eugenic, medical, and social grounds. Between 1972 and 2013, sterilization was also a condition for gender reassignment surgery. Oof.
Yeah.
Oof. But you said that shit went away before Paul was born. That shit. I was fucking 16 years old when this shit was outlawed.
Oh, were you wrong about eugenics too? Or are we both equally wrong about eugenics?
It's possible that I was wrong about forced sterilization, but the greater eugenics laws.
I never thought I'd hear it happen. I never thought I'd hear it happen. He's wrong, ladies and gentlemen.
I've already admitted to being wrong before.
So you're going to take down the video then, right?
No, because the video is backed up by tons of facts and evidence on there.
It's not backed up by this fact, though, that in 2013, forced sterilization, which is a eugenicist policy, was still implemented in Scandinavia. Next contention.
Hold on. We're doing additional research. No, because we're gonna resolve this.
No additional research is gonna help you with this one. I'm trying to do you a favor. Next contention.
No, don't do me a favor. Let's see.
Oh, I'm trying to help you out, buddy. This ain't a win for you. Next contention.
I think it is.
You think so?
Okay, I found an article that is on Wikipedia. So let's look at
talk about it.
Oh, god damn it! It's fucking.
It's old.
Yeah,
we'll find. There's a lot of articles. We'll find them. Hold on.
Paul, I love how you recognize that instantly.
Man, he's digging right now for a confirmation bias.
Yeah, I'm digging for
it right now, bro. He's digging for it super fucking hard, bro.
Yeah, I definitely want to find.
Hold on.
I hope you want to find it, man. I hope you really find that they weren't sterilizing people in Sweden in 2013. I really hope you don't.
Well, no, I mean they could have been sterilizing them in 2013, but I'm trying to find the specific laws that I was referencing.
I don't care. I don't really care about the laws. I care about the output of laws. I don't know about you, but if they were sterilizing people forcibly all the way up until 2013, I'd say that's eugenicist.
Well, that's not really. Hold on.
That's not really the point. Yeah, dig for your confirmation bias, little bitch.
No, I mean it's possible you're
a little
totally
harder
right
when your
this.
chuckle fuck girlfriend isn't here just backing up every stupid fucking thing you say.
Phoebe, how do I share an article with you?
There's a private chat
Yeah, there's
on
a
the
private
right-hand
chat.
side of the screen that you can type anything in. Nobody else sees it but us.
Yeah, that would be the best way. I've also got my Discord open still, so.
You said, oh, in the private chat? Here, let me see.
Yeah, you can throw it in the private chat.
So this was the article that we had used in the video where it says that, let's see.
By the way, one of your obsessive little
Here.
subreddit clones just had to be escorted out of Phoebe's chat by TJ because he was so fucking unhinged.
What was he saying?
Just wanted to let you guys know.
What was he saying?
What was he saying?
Yeah, you know, dig back through if you want. I'm just letting you know.
If you're in the server, let me know.
Yeah.
This article claims that they were.
It's Gage Tomerlin if you want to really figure out.
Gage has a really big hate boner for you.
Oh, trust me, I know, bro. Trust me, I know. He's a weirdo. You hang around with a lot of weirdos with really big hate boners for me. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, anyways, in this article, it seems to suggest that they were in Sweden. They were in effect from 1934 until 1976. If you scroll down towards the bottom, and it looks like
what is the source of this article?
It's nordics.info.
Do you think that this is a more relevant article than the amalgamation of the amalgamation of articles that is collected for the Wikipedia?
I'm not sure. We would have to check the source on Wikipedia. I know that Wikipedia is typically pretty accurate.
The source is on Wikipedia to make sure that this weird website that this guy found that confirms his bias is bullshit.
Yeah, well, that's you remember when we pulled up that article?
It's right up there at the top, buddy. 2013. So what do you say about that? What is wrong about that? Can you
about that one specific law? Yeah, about that one specific law in Sweden. I'm seeing
it's a pretty fucking
no, it means that we have contradictory evidence, so we need to do more investigating and figure out which one is a better source. That's all it means.
Right, you've got to do more confirmation bias skimming and find us another .info site. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why would you admit
collaborated with other sites?
Yeah, because he's got nothing on this one. He knows he's fucking pwned on this one, so he's definitely.
No, I'm trying to. I want better clarity.
I give him props for at least admitting it. You know what I mean?
I have to as well.
You gained a point. You gained a point with me on that one, Alchemistsoil.
No, well, that's fine. I mean, like, this is good for people to see because it's like we have contention here.
Because
so we need to figure out.
I think it's good. It's good for people to see. It's good for people to see so they know what somebody desperately hunting confirmation bias when presented with uncontrovertible fact looks like. I agree.
First of all, a Wikipedia article is not incontrovertible fact.
It's as close as you can get. It's closer than Nordics.info.
Okay.
It's closer than Nordics, the lesser of two evils, right?
Yeah, you're right. In that case, so we need to do additional research.
Oh, which I would
well, hurry up and do your additional research because
if you would shut the fuck up for 5 seconds.
Yeah, here you go.
Okay. Sweden keeps sex change sterilization law. This is on the local.se, which is a Swedish news site.
Mm-hmm. I accept it.
A move to scrap Swedish laws requiring compulsory sterilization for people undergoing gender reassignment surgery, read trans people, has been put on ice following opposition from the Christian Democrats. The Christian Democrats have convinced the other center-right parties to set aside a new legislative proposal that would have scrapped the law, arguing that the issue is legally complex and needs to be examined further. Opposition parties decried the move, claiming that a majority of members in the Riksdag support efforts to ditch the demand. It's too bad that the government and Prime Minister Fredrik Reinfeldt hadn't taken into account that there is wide support in the Riksdag to scrap the sterilization requirement. Social Democrat MP Lena Hallengren, deputy chair of the Riksdag Social Committee, told the IT news agency. So, yeah.
Here's my question, though.
So you guys, hold on.
January 2012.
The question I have about this
I'm trying to give you a shout out, bro. Paul the eugenicist over on Alchemistsoil's channel, if you want to hear him argue against something that doesn't exist. Go ahead, bud. You were saying?
Yeah, go check that out. There's a lot more info in there than you can see.
I was just trying to help you out.
Did you say go ahead or not?
If you want to see,
go ahead. Maybe he didn't say go ahead.
If you want to see,
go ahead. I thought he said go ahead.
With their girlfriend. I thought you said that you. I thought you said.
Did you say go ahead? Did you say go ahead or did you not say
go ahead? I didn't say go ahead.
Oh, I must have misheard you.
Yeah, you must have misheard me. I must have go ahead, or something like that. You know what I mean? Because what I was saying is, I want everybody to watch the confirmation bias unravel in real time. Please go now. You can
do it. Go watch that video, everyone. There are more sources on there, so you'll see more of it.
Watch it unravel. Apparently, Wikipedia was beyond
Phoebe,
their.
Can I ask you a clarifying question about this? Phoebe,
yes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
So is this just a law specifically to people getting gender reassignment surgery, or is it a law overall like that? Like there's compulsory sterilization.
Does
for
it
people?
make a difference?
Yeah, kind of. It's still wrong.
Yeah, what's
it's
the
eugenics.
Okay,
it does make a difference, Phoebe. It does make a difference, Phoebe. What kind of people are being forced to sterilize?
Exactly. Now hold on, Alchemist.
No, it's wrong. It's wrong. I totally.
What kind of person?
I've been so respectful all night.
Uh-huh.
I genuinely have only cut you off in prevention of you dominating the conversation. Okay. Despite the inevitable claims of bias that will be made, but what I want to say here is that this is the problem, I feel like, when arguing with liberals. And I don't say that as like a curse word. I mean literally people that are of the like philosophical and political mindset that seems to dominate your way of thinking. Like there is always something that's a little better, still horrible, but it's a little better, and that would make me feel better, when it's just bullshit. It shouldn't make you feel good at all. There should be no framing that you can append to it to make you feel better about it. It's bullshit that Sweden kept people like me from being able to have kids naturally, regardless of what our transition process would have done to us in that regard. Until 2013, that is fucked up. And yes,
I agree.
For people undergoing sex reassignment surgery.
So it doesn't matter what kind of person it applies to.
I agree.
Okay,
so I will walk it.
What's your next point?
So let me make it. Holy shit! So I agree that I was wrong. That in this specific case, there was one eugenics law in Sweden. The reason I said it matters is because it does matter that it was trans people being discriminated against, and obviously it's not good. We're against that. I'm not in support of this law, and I'm not pretending like this law, backs up what I'm saying or anything like that. So I do agree. The reason that I asked you for that clarification is because the specific eugenics laws that I was looking at may have been like under a different under a different act or something, or considered a different law. I'm trying to figure out why, when I was doing my research, there was that misstep between eugenics laws and all that info that was corroborated by multiple sources other than that one, and this one specific law. So now I understand that I should have done more and clarified that, and I was wrong in saying that in Sweden, they outlawed it in the 70s, because in one instance, in this specific instance, it wasn't outlawed until 2013.
Mm-hmm. And you were wrong earlier when you were trying to take contention with me saying it's still culturally relevant in Sweden and the Nordic countries, right?
Well, no. So what I said was that you said that it was culturally
enforced. Even though you were wrong about the basis for it, you're still right about that, because you're wrong, but you're wrong about the entire basis for the convention.
Well, you were using it, Paul, because you were using it as a way to say it would get rid of genetic.
I'm just going with the quote you gave me, bro.
Yeah. So I repeat it again.
No, you gave me the quote. I didn't say it. You quoted me as saying.
Yeah, I said that you
cultural support. Hold on. You quoted me earlier as saying that there was still cultural support in Nordic countries for eugenics. Here's proof of that. So now you take that back too. By the way, everybody, go watch Paulsego the Eugenicist over on Alchemistsoil's channel, the channel that misses Wikipedia during its deep dive research.
Yeah, first of all, the Wikipedia article is also in the video.
Next.
So you guys can check it out.
Oh, but you missed right at the top where it says eugenics was still in until 2013. It was a different article. It was just about. And let me ask you a question. Can I ask you a question about that video, because I haven't seen it? Did you guys spend an inordinate amount of time talking about the thing that you just admitted that you were wrong about confidently and smugly?
No, most of it was about Down syndrome.
Okay,
no, you didn't talk about Sweden at all. You weren't confident.
No, we did, for sure.
And repeating misinformation. Repeating the misinformation that you just provided tonight on that long video.
Yeah, I did.
So you're still going to leave that up, right? Because
I'll add a correction on it. No, I'll just add a correction on the description.
Yeah, no, please do. Yeah,
I do. That's the thing on my videos. I'll misspeak sometimes, and I'll give wrong facts. I'll find
Wrong
things that I
advice.
need to correct, and then I'll
Wrong
make a
advice.
correction. So that'll be in there.
The wrong advice.
Yeah, you give him the wrong advices.
No, I mean So
That's how
of
we make
course-
sure he's never a good competitor.
So of
I
course,
give
when you
him
have
the
a
wrong
dispute
advice.
over, when you have a dispute over sources like this, you should do additional research. So that'll be.
Yeah,
in
when
the
you have a
description
dispute
of that
about this
video, I'll
shit
add
over
in.
this, you should do additional research before you sit down and blow your fucking head out of your own ass.
What do you mean?
Make a 2-hour video that makes no sense now. But go ahead. What's your next thing?
Yeah,
with
totally.
me?
That doesn't.
You're on.
so
You're
this-
on fire, bro.
this
You're on
doesn't-
fire.
Hold on.
What's next?
This one claim that I was wrong about
Was
doesn't
complete
invalidate.
bullshit.
Yeah,
And
it was.
It's what you led with. It's
It,
what you
it
led with.
appears to be. Yeah, but again, this was just one small claim in the video. There's still a lot of other information in the video.
Yeah, everybody should really go
This
check
is
it
just
out.
one small thing that he said.
Go check
again,
it out.
he's-
It's full of hot, up-to-date information that you can find right on the front page of Wikipedia.
Yeah, I was wrong
Anyway,
about
can we
one
go ahead? Can we
specific
go? Do
law
you have anything else?
in one country.
Hold on.
What's your next
Hold
point? of
on.
contention?
Can I?
What's next? What's next?
I hate to draw this out any further. Actually, I don't. But I did find something that Steelman's a point that Paul made in his earlier statements. And actually, I got it by doing a Frey classic, Paul. I was skimming
yeah.
the chat while you guys were talking.
Oh,
But I didn't interrupt with it. I'm interjecting and I'm saying that Down syndrome abortions in Iceland is something worth looking at because it's Iceland is the country you were thinking of, my friend. That is the country in which almost all pregnancies diagnosed with Down syndrome are terminated. And I was able to find that, so I will transfer that over to where
Well,
we're
so I mean, it's
at.
it's fine if someone chooses to abort
So, yeah.
like a fetus with Down syndrome, right? That's not the same thing as a compulsory eugenics law, right? This is different than eugenics because eugenics is like a social program to weed out an undesirable trait. These are people choosing to abort like their babies because they don't want them to have Down syndrome.
which is a eugenicist thing to do.
I mean, it's more of like, I don't want, like, are you claiming that anytime you abort because of like a thing like that, that's eugenics?
Well, yeah,
'Cause eugenics is like
why
this
are you?
social
Why,
program,
wait,
right?
hold on. Why do you think people choose to abort somebody when they find out they have Klinefelter syndrome?
Which one is Klinefelter syndrome again? Remind me.
It's like Fragile X. Have you heard
Yeah,
of that?
it's
it,
Fragile
it,
No,
retard,
I
it
don't think so.
retards intellect. It makes you sterile. It's blah blah blah.
Yeah. So I mean, like Down syndrome or anything like that.
Why do you
people
think
choose
people make those choices?
probably because of the difficulty of raising someone with Down syndrome. I would
Well,
imagine.
and-
I don't know.
Well, yeah, right. They make
Yeah.
the choice based on their genetic makeup.
Sure, but
determining
they shouldn't be.
the
But they
preg-
shouldn't be. But they shouldn't be compelled to do that, right? By law. Would you agree with
Okay,
that?
well, now we dig in. Now we can dig into this a little bit. So yes, I believe that they should be compelled to abort a Down syndrome fetus by law. Yes.
Okay. So I mean, obviously, I guess I would have an ethical disagreement with, but I don't really want. Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to say I was I pulled up a article. Sorry, I couldn't think of the word. Pulled up an article from the Mayo Clinic about Klinefelter syndrome. I just want to say it's not as debilitating as something like Down syndrome. It varies pretty widely, like autism does. But if we want to
Sure.
look into that more, we can.
We can.
It
I
is
just used it.
fragile.
I
It's
just
basically having
went-
two.
I feel like it's immaterial, kind of, to the point
Yeah,
that he's
I
making.
flipped-
So it's
I
fine.
flipped through my Rolodex of horrible syndromes that you wouldn't want to have,
Yeah.
and I picked one.
Fair
right?
enough.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
But
Sorry about being so
yeah,
autistic.
that
You
could
should have
be
gone with
genuine-
Harlequin baby syndrome, Paul.
Yeah, man. I mean,
That's the
dude,
best
those
example.
beautiful babies have a right to exist and have their beautiful existence, and we shouldn't.
Well,
we shouldn't
it's
make
more-
a law. We
No,
shouldn't make a law ensuring people don't have to live that way, because man, their existence is beautiful and wonderful and worth preserving.
Hey, Paul, will I get banned
So
if
do
I
you-
show a Harlequin baby on stream?
Probably.
I showed one in the video. I don't know. On YouTube, right? You're streaming.
Yeah.
it?
Yeah.
I show one in the video, but I don't know if that's something I can get away with because not enough people watch or what. But I don't know. I think because
Yeah,
it's
I
medical, you
wouldn't
can
risk
show
it.
it.
I'm not gonna risk
for the
it.
biscuit.
That's
Yeah,
why I asked
you're
you, Paul. I mean,
building
no.
something here. Like if I was on my channel, I'd show it because I give a fuck. But
Yeah,
you know.
totally.
Right.
Yeah.
But the issue that I have with that,
we have a
we
disagreement
can
there.
actually,
That's fine. Let's unpack it.
So my disagreement with that would be that the government can't compel someone to do it, not because that fetus deserves the right to exist or whatever, but because it's not like it's up to the parents to decide whether they want to carry a baby to term.
I don't think
right?
it should be because it's not up to the parents to have Klinefelter syndrome. It's not up to, I don't think it should be up to the parents. I don't, it's not up to the parents to have Harlequin ichthyosis and have to rub cream on themselves every day so they don't crack wide open and bleed out.
Most people do
most
abort
Harlequin
when they
babies
have.
don't survive. Most Harlequin babies
Exactly,
don't survive.
Yeah,
but
and
there
most
are thousands that have and do and live every day in horrifying pain. Their parents don't have to experience that pain.
No,
they shouldn't be making the decision. That's
a
my
recessive gene.
Sure. Well, I mean, they still have to take care of them, right? So it's like if you once you're here, and I believe that the Harlequin look.
They
So I
do not
believe
live locked into a Harlequin body. They don't have to.
but it should
they don't
be.
have to experience
But at that point,
suffering and horror.
Look, at that point, once that's done, I would say that it's up to. I don't know how. It's my understanding that most Harlequin babies die very soon after being born, but some of them can live, and I don't know how long they live for.
Most,
but
I believe, maybe I'm wrong about most Down syndrome pregnancies end in miscarriage.
I'm not sure. Well, I mean, like, let's talk about Harlequin babies, right, for a second, because I feel like that's a stronger case.
Yeah, no, that's fine. That is a strong
position.
Yeah, go ahead.
Would you acknowledge that there are people with Down syndrome who get to live like perfectly? I mean, like, who get to live somewhat like normal lives where they're still find fulfillment and happiness? You don't think so?
They might still find some measure of fulfillment or happiness, but it is in no way what you were trying to qualify it as, like a total human life. They will never live without assistance. They will. Hold on. No, let me finish. Because I actually know a few Down syndrome people. I grew up around people that had Down syndrome. I have a member of my family, and I had a really good friend that has had a brother when I was coming up that had Down syndrome. Okay, so I'm not completely ignorant on the topic.
Did you say you had a brother?
No. I have a family member.
That has a brother.
An extended family member, not blood related, that has. And then I had a friend who had a brother when I was growing up.
Oh, I got you. Okay.
Right. Okay. So Down syndrome people typically live to about the age of 35 or so. They have heart problems. They can't live without assistance. They are not eligible to work any job that a normal person can work almost exclusively.
I mean, they do. There are some jobs they can work, right?
I mean,
there are people with Down syndrome who work like remedial, like jobs.
So I can explain this too. Okay. So when you see a Down syndrome person working, what you see typically is a nonprofit that provides something for the reason for the nonprofit is to provide something for the Down syndrome people to do and to give them the feeling that they are earning money, but it is not for them to earn money. It is to support them in having something in their life that feels more like a normal human life because they are denied that because they have fucking Down syndrome.
Right. So, I mean, but there's progress. So, like, are you saying then that anyone who needs like to be taken care of or who needs that assistance should?
Yes.
So, like, if someone were, for example, someone who's like,
yes. You don't even have to qualify it. Yes. If you are going to be locked into a body and a mind that is not functional and you have no chance to make anything of yourself because you are dependent for the rest of your life, I don't think somebody else should make the decision for you whether or not you want to live that life.
But it's still someone making that decision for you, right?
No.
If you compel someone to abort their fetus or whatever, you're still making the decision. The fetus isn't making the decision.
If we do what I'm talking about, we're making the decision that Down syndrome should no longer be suffered by human beings.
Yeah, but there are people with Down syndrome who would choose to be alive, right? Like,
and I'm not talking about rounding. I'm not talking about rounding them up and killing them.
Well, you kind of like maybe you can clarify. Maybe you can clarify. I'm not saying you are, but in the video, when you were talking to someone said that in whatever country they're in, they have Down syndrome people in homes. They live in homes. And you said here, we let them live among us. So I mean, is that seemed like to me like you were contemptuous of the idea that Down syndrome people can participate in society. Is that
Wasn't?
maybe
No,
I'm
hold on.
I could be
Hold on. What, Paul? Weren't you in the middle of it, like a chat rant at the time? Like, weren't
I don't
you
remember. I
fucking-
don't even remember. See, this is part of the problem. The part of the problem that I have with these types of issues. And by the way, if you've got baby issues, Phoebe, go ahead and take care of them. We're fine. We'll keep your stream alive. Okay, you go do what you
No,
got
I
to
know
do.
you will. I know you will. I know. I trust you guys.
But anyway, no, I would never say something like that. If I misspoke or if it came off that way, that wasn't my intention. Right?
okay.
So
I just want to be.
I'm being dead ass honest with you here. Like, I don't remember the conversation or the rant I was on either. So I'm just saying that, like, that doesn't sound like something I would say. And it's definitely not a sentiment that I agree with. So I can't think of a contextual reason that I would say something like that. Yeah. So no, I probably just misspoke or used a poor choice of words. You know, I do that a lot, right?
Yeah. So my impression from the video is that obviously you don't think we should round up and kill Down syndrome people, but that you were so upset with chat because they were constantly like fighting you on what you were saying that it seemed like you were getting angrier and that your statements were becoming more extreme.
I do get angry. I do get angry because I care about the experience of people that live with these horrible things. And I don't think it's right that at this point in history, right, in human scientific achievement, we've mapped the genome. We know it causes these horrible, debilitating, painful things for people, and we can stop it, and we're not.
Well, I mean, I think that would, like, there's still a lot that we, I think the big fear, like, with you, just from what I gathered from doing the research for that video, is that gene editing will have repercussions down the line in future generations. So, like, not forced abortions, obviously, but when you're talking about going into, I think in the video you bring up the China example of gene editing. When you do that, you're not really sure how that's going to affect that child's ability to reproduce or what genetic factors are going to play into that child's
and understand, I never did you ever feel like I portray myself as like a scientist or somebody that actually knows the hard scientific data behind these things?
So
I'm a dude that has an opinion about things. I agree with you. It's going to take years and years of like study before I'm not saying we should just pull the plug right now and do it, but I would like to see society moving towards this rather than away from it, by immediately throwing their hands up in the air and going eugenics when I'm talking about eliminating suffering.
Well, you understand, like, and even in the context of the eugenics laws that were, there's that one Sweden law I don't know about, but of the other eugenics laws that were outlawed in the 70s, like, those were there, like, because of like racial supremacist ideas, right? So it's kind of like, so that's why there's
at least tell me I don't support that.
Yeah, of course. Paul, I've never accused you of being a Nazi or a racist.
Okay, good. Well, because a lot of the people around you do, right?
Well, it's right. So the point that we're making is that, well, I'm not going to speak for other people, I guess, but the point that I would make is that while you're not, and I'm not going to drag you back into the Anne Frank thing, but like, for example, if you were like to deny Anne Frank and whatever, that would be Holocaust denial propaganda, even though it's not explicitly. And the reason for that is because people who like advancing those claims is part of like the overarching structure of Holocaust denial, right? To attack individual evidence for it. And so that's why when people hear it, even though that's not your intention, people are hearing that and they're immediately going to that, because the only other place they've heard people make statements like that are from like neo-Nazis and shit. Do you understand that aspect of it?
No, that I do. I understand. So, and I'll be honest with you. When I made that statement, I didn't know, because I'm not a neo-Nazi, right? That is a thing, like neo-Nazi saying that's fucking all fake. I didn't even know that was a thing, right? But upon clarification, I would hope, right, you understand, as I understand, you not understanding that eugenics remained in Scandinavia until very modern history, right?
Sure.
I made fun of you for that, but I don't hold that against you.
Yeah, and look, that's fine. I don't mind that at all. Like if I'm proven, so if a fact I use is proven to be wrong or proven to not be the complete picture, I want to be corrected, right?
Sure.
Like I want to know that, and it's fine. You can make fun of me. I don't really care about that. Again, it's
right.
you know, that's part of the I don't have like my personal life is not really affected by that in a way. You know, it's not an ego thing for me. I can be wrong about things. I've been wrong about a lot of things. It's not a big deal.
I've been wrong about a lot of things too.
Sure. Now, but with the eugenics specifically, there was a lot of, other than that one instance of you, you know, making your case and the evidence siding with you about that one law in Sweden, the other information that you use to build your position in that seems to be built on misinformation.
Okay. Well, maybe so, I tell you what. I can't do it now, obviously, but I will go watch your eugenics video. Okay. Because I want to see what your contentions beyond that are, because I don't care that you might have been wrong about one thing, right? It doesn't prove that I'm right. But once again, I don't think we're going to get to on this, which seems to be an ethics issue. I don't think we're going to get to who's right and who's wrong.
So let me explain my ethics then with eugenics, because I really don't think it's going to be that contentious and we need to get into a big thing about it. You know, obviously, I think that people have bodily autonomy. I think that the right of the woman to carry a fetus is up to her. If she wants to abort a fetus, that's her right. I think that that right supersedes any potential rights of the fetus after it's born. If people are, you know, maybe I don't think that the government can compel someone to abort a fetus is my main point. It's up to
disagree, right? I disagree. I think that's fine. The fetus's rights to a decent life, or at least the opportunity for a decent life, supersede the mother's desire to have a child. So there we go. That is where our contention is.
Can I just ask you, like, about so you don't feel like the bodily autonomy of the woman to what to do with what's inside of her, a part of her body, would take precedent?
I think that is of almost paramount importance, but not to the level where I would condemn somebody to a life with harlequin ichthyosis. How's that?
Okay. No, that's fine. I mean, I don't really want to get dragged into a big thing about that. It was more about just, you know, like these positions themselves are not based on good information, basically, was the overall point. Do you have anything else to say about that on eugenics? Because I do want to talk about labor before we end it, if that's possible, just a little bit.
Yeah, no, I'm fine. You know, I know it's getting up there, and Phoebe's is probably it's late, and we can, like I said, I would have another conversation with you in the future. I'm not adverse to that. I would like to stay away from my wife topic, right? So if there's anything about that you feel like you want to say to me or about it, or you want to hear my thing on it, then I feel like we need to get that out now, because I don't want to revisit that. Okay.
I mean, I think
that's not gonna foster like a real genuine conversation between the two of us.
Yeah, we don't have to get dragged into that.
My emotions are involved with that, as I'm sure you can at least understand, right? And
I understand.
And it's a compromising thing. So if you want to talk about it, I told you no holds barred for this conversation, and I meant it. If there's anything else you have to say about that, I'd like you to get it out before we end tonight.
Yeah,
but as far as like a whole other conversation about labor, we could do that in a future episode of this. Phoebe has run it really well. I don't see any reason why we couldn't do another one of these. So if you're tired or Phoebes is tired, I'm fine doing it in a second part. If you're wanting to do it now, I'm fine with that, as long as I can get up and go grab myself a drink and a cigarette real quick.
Yeah, actually, I was going to say, can I take a 2-minute break to go pee real quick? Because I've been.
Let's take like 5, okay?
Yeah, and then we'll get back and we can maybe go for another 30 minutes if that's cool with you.
However you want, however long it takes. I'm no time limits.
I do have one proposition. Since we're all three here, is it cool if we do like a lightning round of super chats at the end? Is that cool with you guys?
Yeah. Anything that they want to ask or have me answer, that's fine.
Awesome.
Yep.
Thanks.
Same here.
I appreciate it.
All right, I'm gonna go
See
pee.
you guys in a minute. Yep.
I'll entertain the chat for a while. At least until little baby Milo starts talking, if he does. In which case, I'll either have to mute, or I'll at least have to grab him up. I'll have to scoop him up and kill my cam. But now that he's in here, you know, which whatever, he woke up because he needed a diaper change. That's where I had to go. But now that it's just us, I think we're alone now. There doesn't seem to be anyone around. I think we're alone now. I'm surprised at this cordiality. Nice to see. Well, if you go look at the conversation that I had with Alchemistsoil, Alchemistsoil is quite capable of cordiality. It's just radio decorum is what I've heard it referred to as that he lacks. It's like an inability sometimes when he gets going and he gets into a topic, he gets super righteously indignant, which I admire when it's, you know, on my side, I guess. But he doesn't know how to temper that with giving other people the space to present their case, right? And that sort of thing can become really tiresome over long time periods. But as far as cordiality goes, I mean, you know, that's one of the few, that's one of the few redeeming characteristics that exists about Alchemistsoil that perhaps doesn't exist for a lot of other, people, is that, like, for all of his flaws, Alchemistsoil has dipped a pinky toe into reality. He has come on the legendary voice chat, and they are having the confrontation, which is more than you can say for a lot of, like, anonymous haters, trolls, and assorted lowlives, right? Phoebe,
Hey, I'm back.
The winner and all this. Oh, it feels like fucking, dude. I feel. What's up, by the way?
Hey.
No, I feel like Jackie Kennedy after she redesigned the Rose Garden or something, dude. I feel great.
It's been a good stream for you, for your channel.
Yeah, no, everyone has been incredibly generous. I really appreciate everybody. You guys have been super fucking sweet. I mean,
Yeah,
Mr. Naughty Priest, long time, heavy hitter over on the DFF channel, hit me up with a $99.99. So that's pretty dope.
Oh, nice.
Hell yeah.
It's good.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're good. I'm just we're just chilling, so it's fine.
For sure.
Yeah. If there are any questions specific to me you want me to answer while we wait for Paul, I'm happy to do that too.
Yeah, let's look at it. Let's look at it, because Paul's smoking a cigarette anyway. Mocha cigarette.
Or if you yourself had any questions or anything you wanted me to clarify, I'm happy to do that too.
There was something earlier, and now I can't even remember what it was. Yeah, I don't even remember what it was, so no, I guess not. Like I said, something earlier, but the bird has flown.
It's all good.
So
I'm a bit disappointed that I let it go so far from the politics stuff that I wanted to talk about, but
okay, so we do have a $10 super chat from Ghetto Jesus. Thank you, Ghetto Jesus.
Alchemist, don't you have anything better to do? I don't agree with Paul a lot on media and hate his misinterpreted view on people on the spectrum, but I usually have things to actually worry about.
So I mean, the very idea of you
of just like doing the videos.
I guess so, yeah.
Yeah, you know, I actually feel like I don't spend enough time doing the videos.
I get that impression, yeah.
It's fun for me for sure.
Well,
so like,
obviously it has to be, right?
Yeah, so I mean, like yeah, and I'm not sure how much we talked about. I'm a pretty busy guy. You know, I can only do this at like night pretty much, so it's kind of like a fun hobby for me to do.
You do like, you work full time and you have like a full-time job too, right?
Yeah. So exactly. Yeah, and I've got, you know, a bunch of other stuff that I it's a lot, man, to juggle, you know, but with this you know, so this I feel like there's some value to it. People seem to be enjoying it. I'm getting my message across. You know, I've gotten people to participate, you know, go to protests that just happened and everything. So cool. Yeah, so I mean it's sort of a small way. It's one of the many ways.
I noticed you had a No King's Day video, or no, I noticed you had one about Paul, but that was the other one. It was just titled Los Angeles, and I didn't look at it, but I'm assuming that might have something to do with what you're talking about.
Yeah, well, no. So I did do a No King's Day video, which more talks about it. Los Angeles was a video I just did, just like an off the cuff kind of rant that I wanted to put out there about what I was feeling at work, because I still had, you know, to go to work and live my normal life while, you know, 20, 40 miles from me, there's the Marines being deployed in my city to suppress people's rights, you know? So it was kind of like it was one of those moments where it's like you read about all this stuff on the news, but then you're forced to kind of grapple with it in reality. So it's sort of one of those break the fourth wall moments. I had a similar experience with Gaza, so it's kind of like
you're in LA, right?
Yeah, that's what I was just saying. Yeah. She was asking me about a video on my channel called Los Angeles, which was just me talking off the cuff for a few minutes about the experience of like working and going about my normal life when I know that just, 20, 30 miles from me, there's Marines deployed in the street detaining people. There was actually a raid in the city that I live in too. So it was more about like having to confront and accept like the fascism, like in real life, like when it's right in front of you, and about like one of those moments where you have that wall of the internet or the news or whatever broken down. And I had a similar experience with Gaza too. So it was more about like moments like that where it kind of becomes real for you. But
well, props for. Did you hit the streets in LA at all?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Cool. Oh, well, props.
Yeah, no, I mean, I got to give props for that, dude.
Yeah, I was at a protest for sure.
That's cool. I know.
I didn't get it. You didn't, Paul, right?
I live in the fucking boonies, bro. I live in the middle of fucking nowhere, and was traveling the day that No King's Day was. I didn't even know it was coming up because we were just off the show. I'm an idiot like that, but
I don't know, man.
There's another one coming up. I looked into it because I was like, fuck. I heard there was one that I could have gotten to, right?
Yeah.
And so I looked it up, and they're doing another No King's Day, and I think I might go down and try and check it out and see.
You said some things in that stream that happened the morning of the protest that I responded to. So that video on my channel about No King's Day has me talking about the protest and then going off on you again.
Okay.
Mainly, we can talk about that briefly. Like mainly, you talk about like you sort of talk about how like Bernie Sanders was encouraging people not to protest and shit, which wasn't true. Like I don't know.
He was like didn't Tim Walz?
So actually, we talk about this. So it was kind of misrepresented to you when she told you about that because he did tell people not to go, but there was an active terrorist threat for No Kings.
I found something that you might find interesting. Would it be interesting to you if this wasn't the first time that Tim Walz had used threats to tell his constituency to stay home from a protest? Would that change the way you feel about his doing that at all? You
yeah, I mean, it
done it before.
Yeah, I guess it would just depend on the thing, though, right?
So, he's Minnesota, right? So George Floyd, do you remember those protests? What if I was able to produce a clip of him telling people to stay home from that as well?
Yeah, I would. No, I mean, so that may be the case, and I would feel like people should still protest.
Would be germane to the point.
I'm sorry?
I was just saying, I think this clip would be germane to the point. I want to see it.
I would want to know the context of like what was going on when he said that.
It was actually the same argument. He said that people should stay home because it was going to be unsafe.
Yeah, well, in that, like, if there was a terroristic threat or something, I would.
So you think obviously, so you don't see a pattern building in Tim Walz finding a reason for people not to hit the streets?
Well, I mean, I don't think he's opposed to people protesting Trump, right? I think that when it's in his state and there's a state of emergency,
he told him to stay
home,
right?
Because there was an active shooter on the loose,
right? And there was another active shooter on the loose. How Walz responded to Minnesota after the death of George Floyd. Let me find the one.
Sure, there. Yeah, but I mean, even if that's the case, like this specific instance, right? Do you dispute that there was a shooter or?
No, I don't. I just dispute the fact that people should stay home because somebody's out trying to scare people into staying home.
Sure, and I mean, I
think Tim Walz should have supported the idea of people hitting the streets fucking anyway and not given any press time to the terroristic threat. That's what I think Tim Walz should have done in that instance that we're talking, this more recent instance, and in the George Floyd instance.
I don't know about the George Floyd instance, but
I know you don't, but I'm about to put you up on game.
Yeah, that's fine. But with this instance specifically, like you understand that like the state of emergency of the governor like supersedes that, right? Like it's not like he ordered people not to stay home. He said don't protest because there's an active shooting threat, right? That's his job during a state of emergency. He just had legislatures killed and attempted to be killed. He had the guy leaving pamphlets for the protests behind. So, you know, in this instance specifically, he declared us. He was saying that we're in a state of emergency. Don't protest. He didn't take any actions to like actually stop people from doing that, though, right? He just gave his recommendation as the governor, trying to keep people safe.
I mean, he's a pretty powerful guy telling people to do something. You think he'd be pretty like,
if he really wanted that, why wouldn't he like
right?
why wouldn't he do what they were doing in like downtown LA and like sequester?
If he really doesn't want that, then why would he tell people he does want it? That's the question, right? Like, why would he say stay home if he wants people to hit the streets?
Well, I mean, whether he wants them or not is kind of immaterial of like the reason why he did it in this instance, right? Like, that's what we're discussing. So I feel like in the video, maybe you did have context from earlier, but in the video, when Amelia tells you that, the active shooter thing threatening the protest isn't mentioned. And then you take it as like, oh, another lib trying to cancel protesting or whatever, which he didn't cancel the protest. He just said, don't go. But there was he could have like, called in the National Guard if he wanted to disperse the protest. He didn't. There was still a massive protest.
No, I know.
Yeah,
but I'm just saying, you try and hold me to account super hard for shit that I've said. Sure. You're very nonchalant when the governor tells people not to go protest. You've got all the charitability for his reasoning and that, but no charitability for my reasoning at all. You see? Well,
it would depend specifically, but I mean, I don't feel like this is you use it as an example of how liberals are anti-protest, right? In the video. When, right after that, you say, someone told me that liberals are for every civil rights movement except for the current one. I think I'm paraphrasing, but it's something like that. So, the way that you're trying to present that to your audience is that Tim Walz is anti-protest when there's actually like some pretty important circumstances for why he said that. And even though he said that, he didn't take any action, even though he could have, to stop people from protesting.
All right. He just said in no uncertain terms as the governor of the state, whose word carries a lot of weight.
That we can't guarantee your safety. A lot of weight.
Oh boy. Yeah, I know.
I mean, look, we just disagree. Look,
this is the problem I always have with liberals is there's always an excuse. There's always an excuse for when a liberal does something. Now, if it was a Republican governor going stay at home, you'd be like, fuck that guy, don't stay at home. But because it's Tim Walz, there's got to be a reasonable reason why Timmy Walz never wants anybody to go out and protest. Minnesota, don't come out for the George Floyd protest.
Paul, what you're doing is was it every George Floyd protest or one George Floyd like specific protest?
Well, he didn't ask everybody to stay home from every King's Day protest, right?
I think he did actually, because that was only on one day. But
that's a little unbased. That's a bit unbased, my guy.
Well, I already explained why he said that, so do you want me to really reiterate my point again?
Somebody made a threat.
Well, hold on. So if someone says don't go to protests on this day because there's an active shooter who's threatening to shoot you up, that's different than him saying like, I don't want anyone protesting for like the entire 3 months or whatever that the Black Lives Matter.
The end result is the same though, right?
Well, the end result was that they showed up in record numbers. So I don't know.
Right, but but there was probably a dampening effect by the governor saying don't go protest, right?
Yeah, I don't know how to even measure that, honestly. Probably.
I mean, if you're gonna hold me to the reach and power of my words, certainly you hold Tim Walz to his, right?
Paul, do you really want me to compare like you to Tim Walz and the things he's done versus
you've spent way more time talking about me than Tim Walz, haven't you?
Well, in this instance, I don't think Tim Walz did anything wrong here. Like,
okay, got it.
Yeah, I mean, he's the governor, right?
I wouldn't expect you to. Yeah, stay home from the protest, but good job getting your voice out there about the protests and stuff. But when
I think Tim Walz is doing a lot. Hold on.
When a lib says stay home, it's a good thing. Got it. So stay home if the lib says stay home.
Well, you understand, like Tim Walz has done rallies and town halls, and he's turned people out to do rallies.
Turned himself out. Is what he's done. But we can get into that if you want.
I mean, we can if you want.
Sold his soul. He sold his soul. He was a progressive governor, and he signed on to, and this is incontrovertible fact, by the way, an administration where there was not allowed to be any daylight between Biden's position and his position. and he signed on and went along with it and cheerleaded and rah-rah-rah'd for a horrible, horrible failure of a candidate. And he did it in contravention of a ton of stuff he believes. He's pro-immigrant. He sat there and clapped while they had fucking INS come up on the stage. He sat there and clapped when people talked about how hard the Democrats were going to be on the border. He sat there and clapped when the Democrats paraded person after person after person to talk about Israel and how we need to keep funding them, right? He doesn't believe any of those things. If you look at his governor record, right? He's spoken out against those things, but he sold his ass.
Well, I don't know if he's ever spoken out against Israel. I think has he? I don't know.
Maybe you ought to look into that. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure. But the reason that I like,
whatever, he's not a guy I'm looking to support. So you'll forgive me for not digging through it with a fine tooth comb, because he's never.
Well, yeah, I mean, I obviously support. I voted for him, so I obviously supported him.
Yeah, but you don't know where he stands.
Yeah. So you don't think
that's crazy
on that
bro.
On that one specific issue? No, I don't. Not him specifically. I don't think. I don't think his stance.
Do you think that
the stance of the Biden
important? Do you think it's important?
I think that the stance of the administration was already known, right? Like they were already pretty much set on the genocide. They funded the genocide.
The stance of the administration was dictated by Joe Biden. No daylight, kid.
I think it was Oh, well, yeah. That's true.
No
yeah, I agree.
Kid.
I agree.
Yeah.
They ran a terrible campaign. I agree with that.
Yeah, and Tim Walz.
Now, when I'm talking about
to say about it, Tim Walz was happy to go
he was
along
campaigning,
with it.
right? So he was trying to get elected.
Yeah. He was campaigning on a bunch of shit he doesn't believe. He doesn't believe we should shut the borders down. He doesn't believe we should militarize the borders. But
was
he campaigned on it?
Yeah, but he was also campaigning on his record, right?
Here, let me explain the difference between me and you. That right there, him talking the talk, but when it comes time to walk the walk, he reveals it was just talk. That
well, don't you
right
you have that in reverse?
Hold on. That right there is the absolute reason why he'll never get my vote.
Okay. Wouldn't walking the walk?
You can't trust a fucking word that comes out of his mouth. He's willing to, in order to get elected in a state that has a big immigrant population, he's willing to take immigrants back. But when he gets to the national level, he's out there cheering for INS, cheering for ICE, talking about militarizing the border, and doing it gleefully and happily.
I'm pretty sure that he's still
hand in his. So I'm pretty sure because he's revealed what his principles mean, right? Hold on. If I stated, you know what, I'm for universal health care, and then I got elected, and when I got elected, and during the election, I ran on, fuck universal health care. Would you think I was would you think I was a trustworthy person worthy of your vote?
No, I don't particularly think that any of them are trustworthy.
That's why Tim Walz didn't get mine.
Sure. I mean,
yeah, but would you vote for me anyway? You would vote for me anyway, right? If I was like universal health care.
Yeah,
and then
it would depend.
Hold on, and then as soon as I started campaigning, I was like, fuck that shit. Militarize the border. You'd vote for me still, right?
Yeah, probably, depending on who you were running against.
Weak.
Yeah.
Wow. Reveal the weakness of your position.
What do you think that voting does exactly? Like, what do you think the purpose of it is?
Selecting leaders of the country.
Okay.
Selecting representatives to go to the government to make our will done.
Well, with the president specifically, it's to select like an executive, right?
No.
Oh.
No, the president is actually the chief diplomat of the country, according to the Constitution.
Yeah, sure. I agree.
Yeah, so that's what the president
he's also the executive. Like, I don't know. He's also the head of the executive branch too.
We don't elect him so that he can move soldiers around in his cabinet. We elect him to be our diplomat.
No, we elect him to do a lot.
No, we don't. His cabinet is his purview. His cabinet is his purview. That does nothing for us. We elect him to be our for our highest foreign representative and the commander-in-chief of our military.
Sure.
So he's a very specific role. He's not elected on vibes. He's elected to go there and do shit for us. And when he doesn't, you don't vote for him, right?
So I didn't say he was elect. What? So you did, right? Probably. I didn't hear the full thing because the stream cut out for like a few seconds of that. But let me reiterate what you said and see if I understand it, so you can tell me if I'm responding to the right thing. There was a lot in there. I do want to make a couple points just so we don't steamroll past it, right? With Tim Walz, you want to look at his record, right? More than what he says. And his record is going to be a better indication of how he governs than whatever he says while he's campaigning. Yeah, because that's what he actually did, not what he said. Anyways.
No. If he's not willing to stand on what he did in lower office, he's definitely not going to do it on higher.
He did stand on his record, and they campaigned on his record. There were some things.
Around. Hold on. He clapped and jumped around while military people and border agents were paraded on the DNC stage. He clapped and jumped around.
Right. So he's not like a liberal revolutionary, right? Like he's a pretty standard Democrat. He's a progressive, but he still supported the military. He was in the military, right? I'm sure he still believes in like having a strong border. So when you say like he's slapping the military,
no, he doesn't. Tim Walz, border policy.
I mean, if he doesn't, then he's even more based than I thought he was. But he does support the military, right?
Because he says but doesn't do. Yeah.
Well, whatever. So the point is, like, Tim Walz is, pro-military, probably. I would assume so. When you're running for office, you're going to campaign. Obviously, I have issues with politicians being deceitful, but I think that if both politicians are deceitful, you want to go with the one who actually has a good record to stand on. And I would have to pick specifically, because I remember paying attention to the campaign, and I didn't see a lot of moments of Tim Walz being deceptive.
Do you remember when you asked me? Do you remember when you asked me why you vote?
And
I answered you, and you seem to agree, right? We elect people to go and do the people's business in the government. We hope that they do right by us.
Well, I mean, specifically with the president, I was saying that.
Why do you elect? No, but you asked me broadly. Why do we do democratic elections? What do you think that's for? And I answered, right? What did I answer? You want to repeat it, or should I?
Go ahead. Repeat it.
I answered to send people to do the people's business in the government, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right or wrong?
Right. That's what you said. Yeah.
Do you think deceitful and deceptive is a good quality for a people's representative?
No.
Then why do you vote for deceitful, deceptive people to go represent you in the halls of power?
I live in reality. So when we vote, we're voting.
We've seated the entirety of our
vote. Are you going to let me respond?
No, I'm not, because it's fucking
bullshit. Phoebe muted me. Hold on. You let him go on. You let him go on. You let him go on.
Go ahead, Alchemistsoil. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah. So I'm trying to remember what even the point I was making was.
Why you vote for
right? So we live in reality, right? So.
We do. We've seated the deceitful liars. Yes, we live in that reality.
Where there's a lot that you can affect with electoralism, and there's a lot that you can't, right? Oftentimes, you're going to affect different things with different elections. And when it comes down to the president specifically, it's always going to be a lesser evil vote. And you always want to vote, even if that is the case, you always want to vote for the position that's going to do the least harm. That's going to put you in the best position moving forward. So when we talk about Walz being deceitful or Harris or Biden, that's true. I'm not saying they were honest. They were deceitful. But if we look at the way that Biden actually governed, and we look at the gains that were made under him, like with labor, which is what I wanted to get to, or with healthcare, like I was saying earlier, with getting all those people insured and getting healthcare coverage, when we look at that, we can see that this is a better option than what we have with Trump, right? Or what we have
massive destruction as a result of electing Biden. Massive destruction. Are you going to take responsibility for any of that?
Yeah, probably.
So you take responsibility for the good shit. So you take responsibility for the destruction.
Yeah. So what we're taking responsibility for is the differences between them, right?
So how do you calculate when Biden comes in, sprinkles a few good nods in, and destroys a bunch of shit? What's the mental calculus where you weigh out whether or not that was a good vote?
What did he destroy?
Well, Biden militarized the border, right? He
Not really. No,
reinstituted
hold on.
Trump.
Wait, how did he?
No,
How did he?
hold on.
Hold on.
Hold
Let's-
on.
No, we have a point of contention
He
here.
Did he reinstitute Trump's Remain in Mexico policy or not?
I'm trying to remember
Is the answer.
specifically.
Yes is the answer. Yes is the answer.
I don't think that.
You're digging.
I don't
yes
think
is the
that's
answer.
true. Phoebe, can you look that up for me?
Yeah. Did
I
Biden?
don't think that's true. That doesn't exist in the liberal
I'm just not sure.
world.
No,
that
because
I've-
there's different.
Your
Because
lib
there's.
bubble doesn't tell you
Okay,
that. Your
okay,
lib bubble was
listen,
too busy
listen.
cheerleading for Biden to look
I-
into it.
I just remembered. I have a quote that I bring up in my streams all the fucking time when I'm defending Mexicans and their right to live in America and continue working the fields that we rely on them for and shit. Anyway, our hypocritical relationship with the Mexican people aside, remain in Mexico. Our policy has not changed. We will continue to enforce our borders. Do not come. So let me find that quote for you.
But that's not what Remain in Mexico was.
He
though.
went through the whole electoral cycle. Never heard that quote. Isn't that weird?
No, I did hear the do not. I did
You
hear
weren't
do not
looking for it. You didn't hear it, and you don't remember it now because you
I
don't know
did.
these things. You
I
don't know
did.
these things. You don't listen to these things. But why did you ask me what did Biden destroy? Why did
Because
you ask me that dumb
because
question?
there's different policies, right? The Remain in Mexico policy
You
is
asked me a
different.
dumb question that you claim you now knew the answer to. Why'd you do that?
Wait, which question?
What did Biden destroy?
Yeah, I'm still waiting for that. Are you saying that because he kept the Remain in Mexico policy, that's him destroying something?
He destroyed the lives of tens of thousands of migrant and immigrant families. Yes, he
Phoebe,
destroyed them.
Was this the law that he tried to undo, but that the Supreme Court ruled had to remain in place?
Yeah. And
it was.
He kept fighting it, but he never exercised any of the fucking.
And then with a stroke and with a stroke of his pen, Trump instituted it.
Right, so he abided by the.
Biden refused. Biden abjectly refused to use the power of the pen. To strike the policy. He refused.
It sounds like he tried to strike the policy, right? And
he tried to codify the policy. He tried to decodify the policy. He tried to change the law, and he knew he wasn't going to be able to. Well, tokenistic resistance is what we call that. Fight a battle you can't win.
I mean, that's just assumption there, but Phoebe, can you read exactly? I don't know how.
It's assumption on your part.
We need to clarify something, Paul.
It's a sequel. It's equally assumptive on or presumptuous on your part to say that you know his mind.
No, let's just look at the facts. Let's just look at the facts that we have.
One of us knows that politicians are lying and deceitful. And thinks that that's notable when it comes to
you know that.
And one of us doesn't care. One of us doesn't care as long as that person has a D next to their name because lesser evil, I guess. Right?
It is the lesser evil. Phoebe, can you clarify this for me?
Lesser evil. Evil is evil.
Clarify what?
So this is my understanding that Biden did try to repeal this policy or to undo this policy, but that the Supreme Court struck it down when he tried to do that more than once, and that he abided by the Supreme Court ruling. Is that correct?
How did Trump respond when the Supreme Court?
Trump is an authoritarian in a way that Biden wasn't. He's broken the law. Yeah. You understand that presidents take an oath. Hold on. You understand that presidents take an oath to abide by Supreme Court rulings, right?
That's a great point. When Trump does it, it's authoritarian. When Biden does it, it's not.
No, he didn't do it. You're making a distinction.
Biden didn't defy the Supreme Court and send the Supreme Court and send the military to the border.
No, he didn't. What do you mean? So I think what you're talking about is the issue in Texas where he sent the National Guard down there. Is that correct? Or what are you talking about?
Is that not the military?
No, it is, but that's it is, but that's not.
We militarized the border. Then.
Hold on, Paul, engage with this. Paul, engage with this honestly.
Hold on, wait a minute. He had a limited military operation, Paulsego.
Do you remember what was going on in Texas and why the border?
I don't care. He militarized the border.
So the governor of Texas, if I remember correctly, and Phoebe, Phoebe, how's the fact check going on the Supreme Court Biden thing?
Oh yeah, no,
'Cause I'm about to ask you to fact check.
I kept trying to interject, but you kind of just kept going, so I figured, oh well, I guess you must be on something else. But I had done fucking figured out that fact check. Yeah,
President
so
Biden has deployed additional troops to the southern border to assist with logistics and support for customs and border protection, particularly in response to the expected increase in migration following the end of Title 42.
Yeah. I understand that's
we militarize the border, which is exactly what Trump is doing.
No, that's not exactly what that's not exactly what Trump is doing. That's a gross misrepresentation and downplaying. Hold on. You're downplaying what Trump is doing. There's a point that we need to figure out, and then I'll address that. Stop trying to filibuster over her. Phoebe, please go ahead.
Okay, well,
Supreme Court with Biden.
Okay, so the Supreme Court Biden thing, the Supreme Court actually ruled with the administration. It was actually a U.S. district judge that blocked them from terminating the program while legal challenges were ongoing. Despite these legal setbacks, the administration did not seek to permanently reinstate the policy, but rather continued to defend its efforts to end it. So basically, it didn't succeed.
So they never ended.
Wait, no, they didn't.
They could
not reinstate.
Hold on. Now you don't tell Paul not to filibuster over me, and then you fucking turn around and do it, motherfucker. Come on now. Okay, so what I'm saying is that they did not succeed in their fucking efforts, okay, to get this policy off the books. They didn't fight it the way the person whose Wikipedia article I was just skimming through, Lyndon B. Johnson, might have fought it. The way a bunch of liberal fucking Democratic politicians that you would probably like had to fight to get the things that they wanted done. Why? This is why people, I'm not trying to speak for Paul, but this is why people like me, and I have to imagine people like Paul, are pissed the fuck off with motherfuckers like Biden and the system and the party that he represents.
Here's why I'm pissed off, because I've watched the bar move down so many fucking times in my life that this last electoral cycle, they were legitimately asking me to vote for a man who was visibly demented.
Exactly.
That's how far the bar has lowered because of the lesser of two evils, cyclical, vote blue no matter who shit. The bar has finally hold on, let me finish. The bar has finally reached the epic low of a man that doesn't know what year it is, can't remember his friends, and falls apart during a 1 to 2 hour debate. That is where the bar is at. That's why I'm against your prescription.
Okay,
period.
Fine.
Fine is right.
But the point here that I wanted to make was that Biden did try to end the policy. He didn't reinstate the policy. The courts reinstated it for him. He should have fought.
He tried to end the bombing in Israel too. Working quietly.
Yeah, well, I don't think he tried. Anyways, so that's just the facts for everyone. Hold on, just the facts for everyone watching.
In Mexico, Jack.
Just the facts for everyone watching.
Alchemist, say what you're saying.
Just the facts for everyone watching. He did try to end it, and then the Supreme Court had it back in place. There are several things along the border like that. When he's talking about now Biden being demented, yeah, obviously Biden was demented. That's not something. I don't know why.
I think Paul.
There's a lot of criticism.
He needs a reminder. I think he needs a reminder.
I think he does need a reminder. What? Can we see a reminder?
Let's see.
Biden being demented.
Yeah, that's fine. Can you guys hear this?
Yeah, I can hear it.
And please welcome the 45th President of the United States, Donald Trump.
Child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our healthcare system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the COVID. Excuse me, with.
He's sundowning, right?
Oh, for sure, yeah.
So
it was a great treason.
I want you to own this. Own this man. Own the bar going in my lifetime from Bill Clinton to that. Own it.
Yes.
Own your own prescriptions that the bar has reached the basement and that a demented old man is where we're at now and what you're cheerleading for. Own it.
Well, the bar has even gone down from here.
You're right. You're right. And it will continue to as long as you keep making the same mistake every 4 years.
So again, like,
what
can I talk?
incentive? Hold on, let me ask you a question, and then you can talk. You can answer my question.
Sure.
What incentive do the Democrats have to give us a strong candidate if you're willing to shuffle in and vote for that? What we just watched.
Yeah, so I mean, this is something that we have to do through electoralism. The DNC is going to resist.
So voting for
the
it.
DNC is going to resist any change that we try to make.
So to beat having a demented man like this running the world, you vote for it.
I was told that I would be able to answer the question. Can I go?
Yes, please.
Great. So, again, the DNC is going to resist any kind of change we do. So we're going to have new grassroots candidates in there. Not everyone in the DNC is our enemy. We do get people in there, like look at David Hogg for existence, and you can see the resistance of the establishment to him. You can see that there are a lot of Democrats who are embedded in the system who need to be defeated. It was absolutely treasonous. It was absolutely treasonous that Joe Biden ran for president when he said he wasn't. It was treasonous of them to try to disguise his, his decline from people, which I honestly don't even think worked. I think, this was something that everyone could tell throughout his presidency that he was falling apart.
A lot of people.
And all that being said,
a lot of libs pretended to be surprised by it when it was fully revealed and they couldn't gaslight anymore. But yeah, I think you're right. I think it was completely obvious from before he was elected this time.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we've seen a huge decline. Right?
Would you say that that's deceptive when Democrats do that, when they gaslight, ignore their lying eyes, and only come around when it doesn't matter anymore?
Well, I think Joe Biden should be in prison for a lot of reasons, probably. This among them, for sure. We agree on that. That being said, the country would be a lot better off if Joe Biden was still president.
No, but I asked a question. When people on your side, liberals, gaslight instead of saying what they see, right? Because you just said you think it was incontrovertible that this dude was fucked up from the jump, right?
Yeah. Have I gaslight you?
When liberals gaslight, he's
is
not
that what
bad.
I'm doing?
It's just a stutter. No, I'm just asking you if you think that that's a tactic that you would advise go forward, and if you think it engenders any kind of support.
No.
Like
and I don't. And I was critical of that.
Why don't we make a video about that on our channel? Hey guys, let's stop gaslighting people who don't agree with us on electoralism, because it doesn't make any friends.
Yeah, so let me answer the Biden stuff, and then we can go to that if you want. I can say why I've chosen the non-voters, I guess, as the target for now. If you want, we can go into that. But first, I want to talk about, again, let me ask you, Paul, would the country be better if Biden was still president or worse off?
No, I don't know. And neither do you.
I kind of know. Yeah, we can kind of know. We can see what Trump has done, right? The damage that he's done.
We can see what Trump is doing. We have no idea what Biden was going to do. And a lot of the things that
wouldn't his first term
right now, a lot of the things I think that are happening that are most egregious right now are continuations of what Biden was doing. The continued support for the slaughter in Ukraine, continued support for the slaughter in Gaza, and the continued support for the slaughter in Iran. I think Biden would have been on top. In fact, I know Biden was on top.
Biden did not support the slaughter in Iran. Biden did not support the slaughter in Ukraine.
Hold on. No daylight. Can you find me the clip that I posted in the subreddit?
I already know about the no daylight.
I know you've already seen it. I know you've already seen it. But just for the record, we're going to watch the no daylight clip.
Yeah, for the audience, watch Biden tell Kamala Harris no daylight kid.
We can hear about Kamala Harris, who was not allowed to diverge at all from Biden. Talk about her plans to punish Iran, how Iran has blood on its hands. And I refuse to answer hypotheticals right now. When asked if she'd send the military, roll it.
Yeah, so I mean, we can see the DNC.
No. I don't need to hear what you think about it. I want to hear her word.
We can see the Iran agreement that Obama got us into when he was president. We can see that Donald Trump pulled us out of the Iran agreement and the repercussions of that now.
So I mean, you can totally. So you say what she's about to say. Why did she say what she's about to say?
I don't know, because.
Do you think you might want to think about it?
Well, maybe she would have. That's not the point, right? Like, I mean, we don't have that.
That was your point. That was your point. You said Biden wouldn't have done Iran.
Okay, Paul.
Here's his heir apparent saying she was going to do Iran. So now what?
Yeah, I mean, I don't. I need to see the clip specifically. I feel like if a president, hold on, if someone says, if a politician says that Iran cannot be allowed to have a nuke, that's a lot different than actually striking Iran.
I posted it in the fucking subreddit like 3 days ago.
Posturing like you're gonna do something or there's gonna be repercussions if something happens is different than preemptively bombing someone, right? Like if Kamala said, like, if Iran gets a nuke, we're going to go to war with them.
Would you bomb Iran's nuclear sites if they continue enriching uranium? I'm not willing to discuss hypotheticals right now.
That's what she said.
That's what you're about to hear. That's what you're about to hear.
Oh, she says she's not going to discuss.
And it contradicts. Hold on. I know it's lost on your autistic ass, but it contradicts everything you just said.
Okay, play it.
Everything.
Play it.
Play it.
I'm going.
While she's doing that, though, yeah. So obviously, we can see the policies between the Democrats and the Republicans in Iran.
Yeah, shut up. You found it. We don't want to talk about it anymore. We want to hear your argument dismantled by a quote.
This wouldn't dismantle my argument, Paul.
I know you. I know you think it doesn't, but it directly contradicts. I know you think it doesn't because you don't have any fucking social awareness. That's been made clear.
Okay, play it.
Here you go. Here's another one of your arguments going up in smoke. You ready?
An obvious.
Which foreign country do you consider to be our greatest adversary?
I think there's an obvious one in mind, which is Iran. Iran has American blood on their hands. Okay, this attack on Israel, 200 ballistic missiles. What we need to do to ensure that Iran never achieves the ability to be a nuclear power. That is one of my highest priorities.
So if you have proof that Iran is building a nuclear weapon, would you take military action?
I'm not going to talk about hypotheticals at this moment.
One of her highest.
Oh, that didn't even say.
Hold on. One of her
that didn't even
priorities.
That didn't even say. That didn't even say what you said it said. Hold on.
Priorities.
Oh, that wasn't what you told me that it said.
Blood on their hands. They have American blood.
That wasn't even so. He said that Kamala said she.
Hold on.
He said Paul said that Kamala.
He didn't hear it.
No,
he didn't hear it. He's going to try and talk over it. He didn't hear it, so he's going to try and talk over it. Mute it again. Play it again. Mute it again. Because he didn't hear it. Play it again, please.
Do it to him, but you got to do it to him sometimes.
He didn't hear it.
Which foreign country do you consider to be our greatest adversary?
I think there's an obvious one in mind, which is Iran. Iran has American blood on their hands. Okay, this attack on Israel, 200 ballistic missiles. What we need to do to ensure that Iran never achieves the ability to be a nuclear power, that is one of my highest priorities.
So if you have proof that Iran is building a nuclear weapon, would you take military action?
I'm not going to talk about hypotheticals at this moment.
Paul, she avoids the question for the most part, and she says she's not going to. She does.
You think that Iran is our number one?
No, it's my turn. It's my turn, Paul. Paul, no, the whole reason.
No, it isn't.
The whole reason.
Mute him.
The whole reason. No, because
no, it isn't. You're not listening.
That I can respond to it.
These are the three things. These are the three things.
He specifically asked her, does that mean that you would bomb Iran preemptively to stop their nuclear program? And she says, I'm not going to discuss that. That's very different than actually just bombing Iran, right? There's a big difference. It's very look at what did Biden. Hold on. Look at the policies of Biden against Iran versus Trump's policies of assassinating General.
You have to let me respond. You have to let me respond.
Go ahead. I said it.
Let me respond. You said that it was meaningless, what she just said. She said Iran is our number one enemy. Do you understand the rhetorical power of that coming from a president? Hold on. She said Iran has American blood on its hands. Do you know the power of that rhetoric coming from a president? She refused to disabuse people of the notion that she might bomb Iran preemptively if she decided. That carries weight. And you're not going to hand wave it like all you libs do.
That's not what I'm doing.
She wouldn't. Yeah, you are. You're trying to say she wouldn't have done what Trump has done in Iran. And
I'm saying that this isn't evidence. This is not evidence of that.
Yes,
this is not evidence that. No, it's not.
Mute him and play it again.
No, don't play it again. Everyone is
no, he doesn't want to hear it again. Mute him and
Paul
play it
thinks
again.
that by playing these things over and over again.
He didn't hear it. Play it again.
it does seem like you're
Play it
missing
again.
the point, Alchemistsoil.
Play it again.
I understand that she's
He didn't
posturing
hear
against
it, and
Iran.
he's being obtuse purposefully.
Foreign
He's
country
not
do
going
you
to
consider to
squirm.
be
Play
our
it again.
greatest
So do you think that
I
posturing
think there's
against the
Mute him. He's
country
going to talk
obvious,
over it.
and
Mute him. He's
bombing
going to
them
talk
is the
over
same
it.
thing?
Mute him. He's going to talk
Alchemistsoil.
over it. He's not listening. He's trying to weasel.
Yeah,
Play
he's
it
like,
again.
Paul,
From the top.
you once
From
said
the
somebody.
top.
Which foreign country do you consider?
Yeah.
Which foreign country do you consider to be our greatest adversary?
I think there's an obvious one in mind, which is Iran. Iran has American blood on their hands. Okay, this attack on Israel, 200 ballistic missiles. What we need to do to ensure that Iran never achieves the ability to be a nuclear power, that is one of my highest priorities.
So if you
And
have
that must
proof that
be.
Iran is building a nuclear weapon, would you take military action?
I'm not going to talk about hypotheticals at this moment.
Yeah,
That's a
so
war hawk. Do you not know how to see a war hawk when you see one?
yeah, again, that's not the same thing as attacking Iran. Biden didn't attack Iran.
Right, but it's but you can't but you cannot say listening to that you have 100% confidence she wouldn't have.
No,
Yeah.
of course not.
Can
I
you?
don't have a no, I don't.
So what is the
That's
argument
a
about then?
ridiculous standard.
A ridiculous standard is listening to what people say they're gonna do.
No, you said that you can't look at that and tell me 100% she wouldn't bomb Iran. I'm saying that in that she didn't say.
She refused to unequivocally say, "I will not bomb Iran. I do
Yeah,
not wish to
Phoebe,
start a
Joe
wider
Biden didn't
Middle East
attack
war.
Iran.
I will not commit troops to Iran." She had every opportunity to say that. What did she say? Do we need to play it again?
She
Or
said
do you
that she
remember?
would do. She said that she would do whatever she needed to do, or what we needed to do to make sure they don't get
Yep.
nukes.
I think
He
there's
asked her, "Does that
an
mean that
obvious-
we'll bomb them?" And she said, "I'm not going to discuss a hypothetical."
Right.
That's
Right.
a war
Yeah. So
hawk.
she had the opportunity, right? She had the opportunity to go unequivocally, no, I'm not looking to expand
Sure,
American
and I wish, sure, and maybe
military
she,
power in that way.
right? Yeah.
I wish she would have, but she didn't, and I voted for her anyway because I'm a fucking jerk off.
Yeah, because so again, materially, look at what Trump has done versus how Biden treated Iran. That's what I would say. That's the best
Whatever, bro.
indicator we have.
Alchemistsoil.
Yeah, with Ukraine
you know,
too.
you know how
with
Biden
Ukraine-
treated Iran? You know how Biden treated Iran? You know how he
How-
treated Iran? He
How did he
armed
treat Iran, Jack?
he armed the country that preemptively bombed them with the bombs they used. That's how he treated Iran.
Okay,
Okay, you got nothing.
that's
Got nothing.
different.
But, okay.
that's different than us being in a war with them.
No, it
right?
not Giving somebody
Oh.
a bomb and telling them go drop it on whoever you want is not different than.
So
as well.
you're saying that it would be immaterial if we had troops on the ground in Ukraine
Would it
versus
be
supplying
immaterial
them?
if I paid somebody to go rape your mother?
Yeah, that's not. So again, like I'm not.
Would it be immaterial to you if I paid somebody to
I feel like
rape
you're
your
missing.
mother?
Yeah,
Would it be? Hold on. I want to. Yes, this is a yes or no. Would you consider the fact that I paid for somebody to rape your mother immaterial?
This is of course a false analogy.
Just answer it.
Yeah.
For the
He
sake
just
of
can't-
answering
He
it.
just can't do it. He just can't do it,
Entertain it.
man.
I'm not gonna
Entertain
entertain his ridiculous like.
Entertain it.
I'm not going to
No, 'cause
entertain
this-
your ridiculous attempt to squirm out of this point. Would
I've
you
already
think it's
made the point.
immaterial if
Hold
I
on.
paid a person
I've already
to
made
provide
my
the
point.
implements?
I've already
If I
made my
provided a
point.
person the
I've
implements
already
to
made
rape
my
your
point.
mother,
I've already made my
provided a
point.
person the implements to rape your mother, would you consider that immaterial to the case of your mother's brutal rape?
So I've already made my point. I've responded to this. There's a big
You don't
material
wanna
difference
answer. You
between the
don't
way
wanna
that the
answer.
Democrats
Got
treated
it.
Iran and the way that
Weasel.
Trump treated Iran. There's a big difference even in the policy with Israel between Biden
Why are you so
and Trump.
weaselly and jerk
There's a
off
big
with
deal
me?
between Ukraine with Biden and Trump. So there are other foreign policy differences between them besides just
Okay,
this one.
but the
specific
one,
thing,
but
which
the one that you
also
brought
isn't
up
the
immediately,
same.
but the one that you
Hold on,
brought up
look at
immediately
this.
didn't work out, right? That's
I'm
kind
sorry?
of been a theme tonight, if there is one, isn't it? You bring up your first thing out the gate, and then we do a little searching and find out it's bullshit. And there's
Hey,
other
like
things
what?
I wanted to bring up.
Hold on, let him respond.
Like the one eugenics law in Sweden, that one thing.
That and this.
This isn't showing what you said it's showing.
Yes, it does. You're just
it does.
obtuse. We can play it again. Do we need to play it again, Phoebes? What do you
Okay,
think?
guys. So
I think
okay,
we
so
do.
I want-
Mute him.
I just
He
want.
didn't hear it. He didn't hear it.
Yeah. Okay. So
Which
Hold on. Let me ask you a question. Hold on. If you did hear it, can I quiz you on it?
sure.
When he asked that question, who's our greatest adversary? What's her answer?
Iran.
Why do you think she'd say that?
Because Iran had just attacked Israel.
Hold on. Do you think it's because she intends to protect Iran and to not get involved with Iran that she says Iran's our greatest enemy?
I don't think she said that to protect Iran. No.
Okay.
I just answered you.
Gotcha. It took you a while though. That seemed like a pretty easy one, right?
I mean, because you're wording these questions in the most weaselly like way.
Let me hear it. We're gonna go through it question by question because you don't seem to think it's saying what I say it says.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna go through it question by question. We're gonna see if you can get it right.
Okay.
So if you would let him answer let the newscaster ask the question. Pause it before Kamala gives her answer, and we'll see if Alchemistsoil has been listening.
I got you. Let's see. Starting now.
Which
You
foreign
just
country do you
ask
consider
me
to be
without
our
doing that too, and I'll be able to
greatest
tell you.
adversary?
Okay, well,
So the question at hand was you weren't listening, you were trying to talk.
Yeah,
So I
exactly.
need you to listen, please.
You're
I know that
dumbass.
she says Iran. I already know that. I'm not going to keep on doing this.
You can mute him.
No,
You can
I'm
mute him
not-
up, Phoebe. He's
I
just
already
talking
answered.
over it.
I already answered.
Shut
So
the
I
fuck
want.
up for one.
So they're not addressing the point that I'm making. They're not engaging with the differences.
Motormouth doesn't want to
No.
talk.
They're not engaging with the differences between the Biden administration versus the Trump administration with Iran.
There are no
They're using
differences.
this one.
Wait a minute, hold on. Let's
They're
make one
using
thing
this
clear.
one.
One thing clear. There is no difference in Kamala Harris. There is no comparison
of Kamala
with Kamala Harris.
to.
Keep it going.
They're
So fucking funny, dude.
yeah. So
Listen. There is no comparison to be made between a Kamala Harris administration and a Trump administration. Do you know why?
is that a
Do you know why?
rhetorical question?
Yeah, it is, because I'm trying to see if you know the answer. Do you know why there is no
I
difference?
disagree with the
There's no
statement.
comparison. Do you know why there's no comparison to be made between a Donald Trump administration and a Kamala Harris administration? It's a real simple answer, and I want to see if you can come up with it.
Is it because you're not an immigrant? Is that why?
No.
You don't feel like there's a difference?
Is it because
You're not. Hold on. You're not in a labor
hold on,
union.
is it because-
You're not in a labor union. Actually, I have a hold on.
Is it because there was no Kamala Harris administration, and you're piping out of your ass a bunch of assumptions when Kamala
Yeah, I'm
Harris
just going based off of the Biden
Hold
administration.
on. You're making assumptions about what the Kamala Harris administration would have been. And you're telling me she wouldn't have been bellicose with Iran based on a statement where she's bellicose with Iran. Next.
I'm saying that she wouldn't have preemptively bombed Iran, and I don't know that for sure.
Can I borrow,
don't think she would have.
crystal ball?
And I
Can I
don't
borrow
think
that crystal ball? Can I borrow that
I
crystal
don't
ball?
think-
I'd like to know what next week's fucking Powerball is.
I don't think that based on this,
So I
it's
can
good
hire-
evidence
so-
that she
so I
would
can
bomb
pay
Iran.
somebody.
Okay, hold on.
Based on this interview, it's not the evidence that she would have taken us into a war with Iran.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I have some things I would like to present because I don't know how much either of you guys know about this, but I've been kind of deep diving the United States relationship with the Middle East over the last few weeks as a result of our participating in these strikes. And one of the things I came across is that there is wide bipartisan support for regime change in Iran. There's already a leader selected for it, and you know who it is? It's the old Shah's son,
Reza Pahlavi Jr.
Yes, exactly. Reza Pahlavi Jr.
The same American puppet.
Yep, the same.
But the Democrats don't
literally.
have any ideas for Iran. No, the Democrats wouldn't have in Iran. See, this guy's you're a joker,
And you know
bro.
what? Hey, you
You're
know what?
unserious if you're going to listen to that and tell me it doesn't mean that Kamala was going after Iran.
I want to make one
You're
more point
unserious.
too. Reza Pahlavi is not some far-right Trumpian conservative either. Reza Pahlavi is a Kamala Harris Democrat.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. I'm sure that's fine. There's a big difference between having like a regime change person in mind or whatever and actually going to war. The regime change now may or may not happen. There's a difference between having contingencies. That's not a defense. That's not a defense of us messing around in Iran. That's not a defense of Kamala's.
There's a big difference between.
There's not a defense of Kamala's position of Iran. I'm not defending. Again, I'm not defending the foreign policy of the Democrats in Iran. I'm saying that it's materially different the way that Biden Biden handled Iran versus the way that Trump handled Iran.
When you're done,
That's what I'm
bloviating,
saying.
I'm going to give you some advice. I'm going to give you some advice when you're done bloviating. Are you done?
Go for it.
I'm going to give you some advice, bro.
Yeah.
What you're doing, being slimy, dodging questions, not admitting when you're wrong unless fucking Wikipedia literally contradicts you mid-sentence, right? This does no favors for your attempt to get people like me to vote. None.
So, Paul,
it makes you look like a slimy, shitty, capitulating weasel that would have been at brunch if she bombed Iran, and you'd have been arguing how, oh, fucking Trump would have done it worse. It makes you look shitty, slimy, incapable of self-reflection, incapable of reflecting upon the actual fucking things that have happened as a result of your policies. I asked you earlier to tell me how you think vote blue no matter who's been doing, now that the bar is a dribbling old man. And since then, you've been off the fucking rails, bro, because you don't have an answer for that. You don't want to.
Yeah, I've already answered what should happen to Biden. I've already said I've already said.
You hand waved it.
Go ahead. I hand waved what?
You hand waved what I said about Biden.
I thought that I said that Biden should be in prison and that what he did was treasonous. Didn't I say that?
But vote for him.
Yeah, vote for him over Trump, definitely. Trump is also treasonous and makes your life worse.
It's so in
Paul, hold on.
In the years I've been alive, it's come to keep doing lesser of two evils. Vote for the treasonous, felonious, murderous scumfuck that lies. And it's demented too. I forgot about that for a second. It's fucking demented. That's where it's come to. And you're arguing we should ride this horse?
Yeah, so can I answer now?
You may.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Thank you for politely asking your betters for
say what you need to, buddy. So again, like with this, Iran is, again, I haven't defended Kamala or Biden on their foreign policy in the Middle East. I haven't done that.
This isn't the question. This isn't the question. Obfuscating the point.
I'm going to make my point. I'm going to make my point. I thought I could talk about whatever I wanted.
Can I ask?
I thought I could talk about whatever I wanted. There's a couple of points I want to make.
Why is your point always prefaced with fucking 6 minutes of bullshit?
Because I have to clarify the way that you try to like skew everything in your way, right? Like I have to explain to people like this is why what Paul's saying isn't accurate. This is why it doesn't make sense. Here's the truth. Here's the truth.
I want everybody in the chat to realize I'm the one skewing things. You're the one that had to watch this clip 5 fucking times like a
right, and I didn't deny anything that was said in the clip. I didn't deny that it was belligerent towards Iran. I didn't deny that.
We had to play this motherfucker.
I didn't deny that. The thing that I said, for everyone listening, the thing that I said was that this clip is not equal to Trump bombing Iran. That's what I said.
Whoever said it was, dumb fuck.
Whoever said
you said there was no difference. Yeah, you did. Guys, just go back.
No.
Go back and watch it. Go back and watch it.
You are reading tea leaves.
Go back and watch it.
Yes.
Everyone go back and watch it.
If you believe, hold on. You are reading tea leaves if you believe, because this woman said she would go into Iran, that she wouldn't. That's you reading tea leaves. That's what I'm saying. You're assuming she wouldn't have. Here she is saying she would.
Okay, so other than Iran,
believe your lying eyes, chat. Don't believe your lying ears. Don't believe your lying eyes. This guy thinks that an hypothetical administration can be compared to an actual administration. That's
not what I said. I said to compare. I said to compare the. I said to compare the Obama and Biden administrations to the Trump administration when it comes to the policy of Iran. Oh no, you're gonna mute me for the 300th time. Oh no.
Faggot ass, please. Thank you, faggot.
God, man, he is literally.
Yeah, faggot.
You're
like a little faggot. You're not listening, like a little faggot. Yes. Next.
You are not participating in the conversation in a way. Okay.
That's ridiculous to say of me. Paul has replayed.
You will hold the fuck on. This is my channel, not yours. You will hold on. Okay. You talked all this crazy shit earlier about how you value these conversations about how you just want to have the points be made, have you somehow missed in all of your fucking hours of scouring DFF content for Paul shit to commentate on, how the fuck have you somehow managed to miss the fact that when you and Paul talk over each other, when you refuse to let him finish his sentence, when you insist on jumping in over him, when you insist upon fucking refusing to allow intercommentary, it makes it a mumbled, jarbled mess that nobody can decipher. Not AI, not human beings, not nobody. So stop doing it. And then I don't have to mute you. Very fucking simple.
Right. So can I go now?
Please.
Man, he was
Okay,
like,
so
he's
Paul
like a
will
real
talk, like
guy.
just like right now, Paul will talk over me. Did you see what just happened? Phoebe, are you witnessing what just happened? Are you living in the same reality as me? Are you seeing this?
Yeah,
Phoebe,
yeah.
are you
I'm
seeing
giving you
this?
what I'm giving you what you've been serving all night, and it's fucking annoying, isn't it?
Okay, buddy.
Okay, buddy.
We can end this pretty soon. I just want to say that this specific cherry-picked interview with Kamala is not representative, obviously, of all the differences between the Democrats and the Republicans. I can't even finish the sentence, but again, like, so there are more material differences that do affect you.
Yeah, we're not allowed to laugh at him.
No, so that do affect you, to the person listening. If Joe Biden were president, we would not have the
Oh my God,
National Guard in the
Everybody
streets of
tune in.
LA. We would
the
not
more
have
you
the
know
Marines
after full
detaining
special time.
people. We would not have Doge cutting away departments unconstitutionally, usurping the power of Congress. We would not have Trump defying openly court orders.
Do you think that the Democrats should have run a stronger candidate to beat Trump?
Yes.
Do you think that they're going to be enticed to pick stronger candidates in the future by your uncritical, slack-jawed, retard-level support of them, no matter who they put up, including
Has my support been uncritical? Has my support been uncritical?
Yes, yes, because the output of it is, lesser of two evils, lesser of two evils. Right, yeah, so your support is uncritical. Because
when it comes down...
You remember what Phoebe just said. When I'm in the middle of talking and you start talking, nobody hears either of us. You're like a fucking retarded child. You have the brain of a fish. Are you going to get with it? Or are we going to have to mute you every time I'm talking, bro? You cool? I want to hear an affirmative out of you before I move on.
Yeah,
Bark,
so
little
anyways...
doggy.
Okay, so anyways, yeah, so Paul will try to filibuster over what I'm saying.
So no, so the answer is
you
no.
just asked me to reply to you. You just asked me to reply.
I asked you for a yes or no. I asked you for a yes or no.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck what specifically you want me to say. I'm going to respond. I haven't tried, like, it's so ridiculous for you to frame something in such a way and then try to force, like G-man me into giving you a yes or no answer about something. That's not how it works, right? We're having a discussion.
You tried to force people into specific narratives about specific.
Yeah, that's your whole channel, bro. Your whole channel is desperately trying to force me into your narrative.
Yep.
I don't think I've done that, because your narrative is that
you've done that.
You still don't think that. Hold on. But I feel like you've just reinforced that here, right? Like, you agree that the Democrats wouldn't have been worse than the Republicans, right? Or do you disagree with that?
I don't know one way or the other what would have happened, because it's a big, giant hypothetical. I've watched the Democrats send people to war.
Okay, but you advocated for people to...
I've watched the Democrats build the prisons that separate families while people are being deported. I watched all that happen, so I don't trust the Democrats to do the right thing. You do. You do. You uncritically support the Democrats. You're not willing to listen to Kamala Harris tell you. Hold on. You're not willing to listen to what Kamala Harris tells you she's going to do with Iran. That's not good enough for you. Your lying eyes don't want to hear it because it doesn't fit your narrative. So you are desperate to make me fit your narrative mold, and I don't. I refuse to, right? Because I have other beliefs than you do. And you made a whole channel about me, and you've been sitting here arguing with me for fucking 5 hours, desperately trying to monkey my narrative. And I haven't let you do it once. Not once. And I won't let you continue to try and do it.
I mean, I think I'm satisfied with most of the things I got out of you up until this, when we get in the loop of you trying to force an answer about something. Because really my problem with this is that you're taking a larger overall point and you're trying to find a very specific thing, which doesn't even support what you're trying to say.
Are specifics important?
Yeah, for sure. And you're trying to make, but
I'm trying
this,
to find
so,
specificity, and that's
so-
bad in this instance.
okay, so even if, hold on. So I disagree with this, but even if Kamala Harris and Trump were the same on Iran, there are still other differences between them that matter, right? Or do you disagree
Right. And
with that?
and my contention is that those differences and that gap has shrunk to the point where a demented old fucking segregationist warmonger was the only choice we had. And I think we need to stop doing it because it's just emboldening them to put unelectable people forward, and that's how we get Trump.
So okay, I'll respond to that. So you guys should check out the NLRB rulings under Biden's administration.
Oh my God,
there was a lot
not
of
an
games.
answer. This is a Wikipedia article.
There are a lot of games
just made
under
a
Biden.
statement and you're off in fucking la la land, bro.
The statement you made was that the lesser of two evils have got us down to here, and there's no point in doing it because it keeps on lowering the bar.
No,
my
I didn't say
point
there's
is
no point in doing it. If your point is a slow fizzle out for America, then there's a point in doing it. If your point is never seeing the change that you hope for, there's a point in doing it. If your point is hoping that people continue to be abused by the United States and its policies, there's a point in doing it. If your point is stopping those things, there's no point in doing it. Because the Democrats are happy to serve injustice just as hot and ready as a Republican will. I've seen it too many times. I've watched them walk back. I've watched them say shit like this. I've listened to little bitches like you try and tell me I can't believe my lion eyes and lion ears. And I've watched them do exactly what I said they were going to do over and over in my life. So do you realize that there's no way that you're going to pull me out of a position that is based on my life experience with your weaselly attempts to dance around the point? I got to show you a video 5 times before you'll quote it accurately back to me, etc.
I quoted it
etc. That had to happen twice tonight, by the way. Twice
Quoted
tonight,
the first time.
play a clip. But twice tonight, we had to play a clip because you couldn't figure out what I said or what was being said by the person in the clip. You kept recontextualizing it. It's a bad habit of yours. You'll take something somebody said, and then you'll run it through the mill until it's something that's easy for you to argue against. But when that person is sitting here, not allowing you to do that, you flounder.
Yeah, that's your interpretation. I feel like everyone has seen me respond to the videos.
That is a pretty fucking standard interpretation.
I feel like everyone has seen me respond to the videos and make the points. The broader point I want to make is that
runs and how
Paul,
and
are
how
you claiming
you are?
Let me ask you. Can I ask you a question?
I'm breaking my own rules. I'm breaking my own rules.
Can
I'm
I
more
ask you a
important than you
question?
are.
Can I ask you a question?
No, you may not.
Oh, I can't. Okay.
Yeah, you don't ask if you don't like the answer. No, you may not.
All right. Well, I guess
you guys can go see the end result of all of this guy's deep dives into me by checking out the Alchemistsoil channel, where he devotes tons of his free time sitting and giggling about how fat I am, how gray my beard is, and about my wife's personal life. You guys can find all of that super fucking transformative material over on the Alchemistsoil channel, where he fucking never skips a beat over there because there's nobody there to fact check him. If you didn't like him over here, don't let that change your opinion about the guy. When the dude has nobody pushing back, oh, he's on fire, bro. He's on fire. Can't give you a higher recommendation. Go over to Alchemistsoil's channel, give him that sub, and watch him pretend to have a one-sided argument. Because when he's faced with the actual person that he argues with, he does like this. He's a weasel. He's a shit bird that has to be told not to talk over people. Doesn't know his place. Doesn't know his standing. No respect. No fucking respect. No showmanship. No knowledge of the goddamn format. And with that,
not a bit of love for the
I
fucking
bid
format
you
either.
adieu. I'm done for the night.
Oh.
You got any closing statements? I'm sure you got like, check the NLRB and check Joe Biden's diaper and check Joe Biden's diaper and see what's in Joe Biden's diaper. Go
Joe
for
Biden's
it.
diaper. Hey,
give your last little thing, bro. Give your last little thing, bro. Go.
So, okay,
quick.
Great.
Make it quick. Make it pithy.
Anyways, the specifics, like Paul said,
no,
do
anyway,
matter, right?
No.
So I want you to look at.
No. I want a little.
Yeah,
respect.
I'm saying my closing statement.
Not
right?
anyways. No,
Am I
anyways
not?
To me. You put respect on my name. You say yes, sir.
No, I'm not going to say yes, sir. Anyways.
Oh, you're not going to say yes, sir? Mute him.
All right.
Yeah.
Mute him. You want your closing statement? You want your closing statement? You want your closing statement?
Say
yes, sir.
Yeah.
Say it.
Paul.
Yes, sir.
I'm still recording on my.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes,
gonna
sir.
say yes.
Yes, sir.
But only one of
Yes,
these
sir.
things that's being recorded is going to get any views. Alchemistsoil. Let's fucking
One
straight
of,
up
these,
about that.
one of these will get views, and the other one will get what? About 200, maybe. What are you maxing out at over there? 300. But yeah, good luck with that. You're still talking.
Yeah. So, anyways, yeah, I'm not gonna get in a dick measuring contest about like
yes, sir.
views or what.
Yes, sir. Paulsego, sir.
Who has more engagement or more comments or any of that? Like that's really weird.
Well, because it's me. Because that wouldn't.
So
that wouldn't behoove you to bring it up because it's me.
I do want to say again, the specifics matter.
Yeah, you. Of course.
I hope you can realize that there were times when Paul.
Why would you bring that up? Because the answer to who has more views,
there were times,
who has more engagement, who matters, it's me, bitch.
There were times when Paul wouldn't, you know, and I think that Paul
view Andy, 300 view Andy.
Yeah. Anyways, you guys can check out and see what the views on my channel are instead of
you guys
like everything else.
Go check it out. Make sure you guys go check it out.
Like everything else Paul
wants some subscribers.
Like everything else Paul does, he's distorting it. You know, the reality of what things are. You totally are. Anyway, so
let's go look at your channel.
So again, the main point is the lesser evil thing, right? Like these differences do matter. I keep on getting sidetracked from this, but this is really what I wanted the debate to be about, right? So I want you all to
175. Ooh, that's a big one. That when you try to talk about something that isn't me, you get 175 views, bro. Does that feel bad?
That was my Los Angeles one.
Yeah, that's 175 view Andy right there. That's pretty bad.
That's up to my Kyle one broke 3K.
Oh wow, 3K.
Yeah, hey.
I wonder. I'm curious.
I'm pretty happy.
Whoa.
So, anyways, guys.
Anyway, I'm backing off.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not going to get into a dick measuring contest about that.
I
this
wouldn't.
Is such a strange way to end this.
Is it? Why is it?
Yeah,
strange?
I think so. But anyways, I hope that everyone here realizes, like, to do your own research, to think about this. If your life has been negatively impacted by Trump or by, you know, any of these policies or what's happening, or you have fear of that, you actually do have some power over what you do. Electoralism is just one avenue for us to do change. Like Noam Chomsky says, when you're on the left, you look at an election as what's going to do the least harm here, because you know that you have other work to do elsewhere than just voting for president, right? Paul, as you'll see, hopefully, as I've demonstrated here, his opinions are based on misinformation. He has conspiracy brain with certain things and believes in them for anecdotal or emotional.
Some of your opinions are based on misinformation too, right?
Definitely, at least one of them for sure.
Yeah. So I guess I'm just like you. If you want to see a channel about how I'm just like this guy, make sure you go check him out.
I mean, well, my host listens when I talk.
Your what?
My co-host listens when I talk.
Your co-host? Who's that?
Yeah,
I didn't know you had a co-host.
My buddy, my girlfriend.
Oh, your girlfriend. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got mixed up. My bad. You're calling co-host?
Yeah, they listen to me.
You know what I call that position? A security blanket. That's what I call it.
Oh yeah.
Somebody there to go when you say Paul's beard looks like it's getting old.
Did I? So I don't think I've said that, but
that's actually no. I'm actually putting you up on game. That's what it's called in the business, is a security blanket. When you have a second voice that adds nothing, it's a security blanket.
Oh, yeah, well, that's your opinion.
That's actually not my opinion. That's actually business standard. That's what they call it in a podcast community. When you've got a host, right, and then another person that barely adds anything and is just there to guffaw at the host. Right? That's called a security blanket. So now you know what to call your guy. He's not a host. He's not a co-host. He's just a security blanket. So you feel like you're doing good while you make your 200 view Andy video about me and can't defend any of your points in public.
Yeah, so I'm pretty happy. I'm pretty happy with the
you guys are cute
channel
together
so far. Again, I'm not like a professional YouTuber or anything, but I did feel like these videos they're really fun to make for me. And they do have importance, and I feel like we're driving these arguments home with them.
Even though there's a bunch
I'm happy about the growth of the channel and the community that we have over there. I think is super cool.
Oh, it's
I love
huge.
engaging with you guys about it.
I love you guys' Discord, by the way. I'm in there.
I know. I'm sure you are.
You know, I'm listening to it all, baby, and I love it.
Are you part of movie night?
Yes.
You are?
Yes.
Oh,
I'll
okay.
see you over there.
Yeah. What'd you think of the last movie?
I didn't.
Okay. Anyway, so yeah, guys, it's a pretty cool time over on my channel. We have fun with it. It's obviously not for everyone. Some of it is more edgy and offensive, whatever.
I'm in your walls, by the way.
But I do want.
I'm in your
Nice.
walls. I'm 10 alts over there. I hope you know that.
Cool.
I'm in
So
your walls, bro.
Yep.
I'm
So I
30
do-
of your 40 subscribers, bro. I'm 30 of those 40 dudes. 40 fucking lame ass fucking autistic shit that don't fact check anything. Yeah, I'm
Yes.
40 of those, bro.
So
Isn't that
again, like
cool?
look at the
I'm in
fact
your
he talks
walls.
about fact checking.
I'm in
Look
your
at
walls.
the
I'm in
look
your
at the
walls.
facts. Look at the arguments that Paul has made. Everything is
Can I get some
filibustering.
fashion advice from you and your girlfriend? Would you get your security blanket to come on with us?
Everything is
tonight? You can give me some
filibustering.
fashion advice.
Everything
Can I
is
get some fashion advice from you and your little security blanket?
So just remember, don't distract from the
I'm not
point.
around. Would you give me some
The
fashion
actual
advice
point of
now?
this, the actual criticism of
Fashion
Paul is
advice?
that he's a useful idiot for
Fashion
fascists.
advice.
By
Fashion
doing
advice.
this, right? By trying to find a clip of Kamala Harris to minimize the differences between the Democrats and the
So wait a
Republicans.
minute. It's my fault
That's
she
part of
said
it
it.
too.
It's my fault she said
It's
it.
not. So again, it's not Paul's.
I tried to
it's
find
not
a clip of
Paul's
Kamala
fault
Harris.
that she said it.
She didn't say it. It wasn't that she said it that's wrong. It's that I found it and used
No,
it.
No,
That's how
again,
brain works.
Again, I
That's
already
how brain works.
said what you said was wrong.
Revealed, bro. You revealed how your brain works.
I already said what she said was wrong.
You don't care about reality. You don't care about what she said she would do. You don't care about what she said she would do. You don't care about how she told you what she would do. You care about the fantasy that is a hypothetical Harris administration.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so
okay. Anyways, that's what you've been doing.
I hope
all night.
you guys can get into the
I hope everybody wants to know that my 300 view NDS is going to be the guy that destroys Paul's ego.
Really?
I hope everybody. Anyway, Paul.
I thought he was done.
Knows that my ass is going to be the guy with 200 views that destroys the Paul's ego. Anyway, Paul. Yeah. Anyway, Paul. Good point, public. No, whatever. I'm not paying attention to that. I want everybody in the chat to know that the 200 view Andy is going to be the thing that ends a 20-year career. Anything else? You got anything else? Any fire?
I'm just having a lot of fun with Phoebe playing
at all.
microphone.
Hold on, let me get another earpiece. You got any fire? My earpiece fell out. Get my other earpiece.
It's chill. It happens.
Yeah. So, anyways, I mean, that's pretty much what I have to say. I think we've made our point. I'm pretty satisfied with the conversation. I feel like you've definitely showed yourself to the people who need to see it. Phoebe, thank you for moderating. Again, check out the content. And hey, if you're upset with what I said, or if you want to argue with me about the differences between the Democrats and the Republicans, or what my actual views are on the Democrats and the Republicans, you can do so. If you want to come
here tonight,
if you want to come if you want to come and ask me about the criticisms I've made about Paul or whatever, you can do so.
I don't know why they would need. I don't know why they would need clarification. I mean, you presented your argument so flawlessly here tonight that should pretty much cover that. No.
Yeah, so I think that what happens when people do no confidence looks like 3 million people losing access to healthcare.
I don't do no confidence.
No confidence when you withhold your vote. Yeah, I know. We well, you only pretended to. You pretended to.
You were super
you gave specific.
concerned.
You gave. Oh, you're gonna talk. Okay,
you gave about that, but now it's
you gave specific prescriptions and you didn't follow through. You didn't do anything in the no confidence primer.
I did everything you told me to do.
Paul will come. So Paul will bemoan Democrats who do lesser evil voting and liberals who do lesser evil voting, but who still do other activism.
I hope for your sake that nobody.
When he gives you activism,
for your sake that nobody else finds an alt of yours and exposes you, because I bet there's some neo-Nazis in your path.
Nothing. He does fucking. He does nothing. He does none of the activism he says he's going to do.
I bet you were an edgy as fuck teen, and I would love to hold you to account for some shit you said 5 or 6 years ago.
I'm still edgy.
Any of that?
I'm still edgy as fuck.
Can you provide me with any of that so I can kind of peruse how you talk?
I'm still edgy as fuck, bro. I don't know what you're talking. I'm dark woke.
How many times you dropped the N-bomb this month?
I don't typically. I just don't use that typically. I mean, I would in a certain context.
Have you used it in the past?
Yeah, sure. In context.
How many times? How many times do you use it in the past?
I don't have a counter. I'm not a South Park.
You used it in anger? Like, damn that fucking N-word?
No. Have you? Like what? Have you used that in anger?
Well, I'm just wondering,
Paul?
since I don't have,
No, Paul,
since I
hold
don't
on,
have,
hold on,
since
hold
I
on,
don't
Paul.
have an archive
Paul,
10 years.
Have you said that? Have you said that in
Hold
anger,
on.
Paul? Answer the question.
Well, this is not my cue. This is my Q&A.
Oh, I thought I was.
You can ask questions later
So,
if you want.
here's another layer of things that I didn't know that Paul will scream the N-word at people in anger. Apparently, I had no
Oh,
idea.
man.
about
I would
that.
do that. I
I
asked if
love
you've
how
done it.
that translated. Don't you?
Have you done it or not? Have you done it?
The translation
I
there
answered. I
is
said no, I haven't.
straight up
I've
through
never,
confirmation bias.
I've
bro.
never called
Straight
someone
up.
that in anger. Like I've never been genuinely angry.
Well,
and
I was
used
just
that.
wondering how I'm supposed to provide critique of things you
Have
thought
you?
10 years ago.
You provided critiques of the arguments I've made today. That's fine.
No,
That's all
but
you need
10
to
years
do.
ago, though. You provide critiques of arguments that I made 10 years ago.
Again, you're misrepresenting things. It wasn't
No,
10
I'm
years
not.
ago, and it's similar
Well,
to what
how many years ago was no confidence?
4. The primer 4. But it sounds like you agree with
You
most
changed
of the
your
things
mind
in it
once in
still.
4 years?
Hold
You
on.
changed your
You
mind
still-
once in 4
You
years?
still agree.
You lost
You still
interest in
agree.
something or tried
You
a
still
tactic in 4
agree.
years?
You still agree
Where's
with all
your
the points
archive
in
so I
it.
can flip
Hold
through
on.
it? Where's
It
your
seems-
archive so I can
it
flip through it?
seems-
I want
it
to see what you
seems like
thought 10
you
years
still
ago.
agree. It seems like you still agree with all the points you made in it, but you just didn't do any of the activism you said you were going to do, right? You didn't do any of the
I
things
don't
you
agree
said
with
you
all
were
the
going
points
to
I
do.
made in it. No, I don't agree with all the points I made in it. No.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
I don't think
The
I
point
don't
is-
think that writing no confidence on your ballot and getting it spoiled is probably the right way to go. Yeah, I don't.
Okay. When did you come to that conclusion?
Long ago. Hence I
Okay.
stopped talking about no confidence. You guys are the only ones that
stopped
ever bring it
talking
up.
You stopped talking about it around like the summer of 2022, I feel like.
It's literally that old. And this is one of your big pones.
So
for
did
me.
you? So I mean, so did you vote then in the primary earlier that year?
That's none of your business.
Okay,
People
sure.
have the right to
Yeah,
reserve their vote.
that's
It
fine.
isn't.
It's none of
There's
my
a
business.
curtain
guys.
on- there's a curtain on- there's a
You
curtain-
only
There's a
declared.
curtain on the voting.
He
There's a
only
curtain on the
vowed-
voting booth for a reason.
he
That's none of your fucking
declared-
business.
He vowed. He promised that he would do it. And then
Oh
you
my
get.
God.
I mean, like, judge for
Alchemistsoil.
yourself who the fucking weasel is, right?
This is what I'm talking about. Yeah,
Because
judge for
you're a
yourself who the
liberal.
weasel is. The guy that's dredging up fucking shit from years ago and won't accept that my mind has
So what?
changed.
Hold on.
and
What
still trying to
activism?
own me on it.
What
Yeah,
activism
judge what
then?
you're seeing.
Paul, what
Judge what you're
activism
seeing.
then? What activism then do you prescribe now for people to do?
What activism do I prescribe
How
now?
do we change the
for people to do?
system? Yeah. What
Have
are we
conversations.
supposed to be doing? Okay.
Have conversations and find out where everybody stands and try and find common ground with people is where I'm at. Yeah.
I
That's
mean,
what
Paul,
I recommend. If you're trying to change the world, that's what I recommend. Yeah.
here.
So what
I-
can you do in addition to having conversations to change the world, right?
That's up to you.
Because
That's up to you. You don't need me to be your life coach, right? You know how to start a garden.
no, I'm right, but I'm
donate
asking
your
you.
time, go work at a food bank. You need me to say all that stuff? Go work at
Yeah.
at an animal shelter if you want.
How is
Go
that
work
going
at
to
a food
stop?
bank if you want.
How is that going to stop the Democrats and Republicans from destroying the
It's
country?
not.
So then, how is it
I
activism?
know this is going to be crazy for you, but the Democrats and the Republicans are not the only thing going on. I know that's where your brain lives. But yeah, no, you can do activism that doesn't involve standing up and cheering the name of a demented racist that should be in prison, according to you.
Yeah. So obviously,
Yeah, there are. Yeah, there are, bud. You
Might
may
have
be
not-
shocked, but there's more activism to be done than keeping a regime, right, that rapes people and uses up the third world and destroys
So-
the environment.
Okay,
Right? There are
can I-
ways of critiquing things. Yeah, for sure.
So Paul's prescription is to have conversations. That's pretty much all he's giving you.
That is my prescription. Yes.
Solve the
I think
electoralism
the
problem.
most important thing that you can do if you believe in something is to find somebody that doesn't believe in that thing and have an earnest and honest conversation with that person. Absolutely. I believe in the transformative power of conversation. I point to Daryl Davis all the time. Through the sheer power of conversation, he's got like 20, 30 Nazi robes that he's skinned right off of these Klansmen just by talking to them. So yes, I think that Daryl Davis moved more people with conversation than you will ever move making snarky, shitty, muckraking videos about me. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Got nothing else to say?
Do you have?
something?
Do you want me to
That's
keep
not-
going?
that's not
I
really
think
a
you want to
comeback.
talk. Go ahead, Phoebe.
All right, then. Alchemistsoil, if you genuinely think that learning how to garden, teaching people how to dance, teaching people how to play music, working at a food bank, working at an animal shelter, volunteering in your local community, if you think that sort of thing isn't going to prevent the Democrats and the Republicans from destroying the country, then I really do question your like entire base of politics, because to my mind, those are the only people that are really standing in between
They're filling
the
the
Republicans
gaps
and the
that are left
Democrats.
by the they're filling the gaps that are
Right.
left by the Democrats and Republicans, and you poo-poo it because it's not autistically obsessed with electoralism like you and your girlfriend are.
And it's such an expansive, broad range of activities too, right? Like we're
Right,
talking
so
a
you-
massive amount of volunteer work.
You poo-poo
that
it
needs to be
because
Right,
it
so I'm
done for people.
specifically,
You
so
poo-poo
but
it
I'm
because it doesn't fit your
specifically
prescription.
asking. Hold on, let me clarify. I'm
Yeah.
specifically asking about what activism we do to stop the lesser evil cycle of the Democrats and Republicans getting
And I
worse.
I've got an
specifically
idea.
answered you. And I
I've got an
specifically answered
idea.
you.
Yeah,
Go
and I
ahead,
can pitch
Phoebe.
you an idea if you want, Alchemist. Me
Uh-huh.
and Paul talked about it. If you want to hear us talk about it, I think we talked about it when I was teaching Paul how to roll a blunt. Actually,
Go
I
for it.
am of the opinion that that there are more than enough Americans who feel like all three of us do. Putting all of our differences aside, all three of us want universal health care, right?
Mhm.
All three of us are glad gay people can get married in America, right?
Mm-hmm.
All three of us would like there to be a high-speed rail system in America, right?
Sure.
All three of us would like to get money out of politics, right?
Yes.
Okay. I believe that we can get 6 million Americans distributed amongst Washington, D.C. and Wall Street, and I think that we can occupy that for 2 or 3 months. And I don't even think we'll have to do it that long. I think it'll be miraculous if they manage to hold out that long, honestly. I think they tolerate our fucking smelly, stinky, hippie asses out there for about
I think
a
you're
week.
right. I don't disagree with you, Phoebes. But I think that it starts where I said, right?
Yes, it starts where Paul said.
None of that can be
Yeah.
achieved until you have some earnest, honest conversations. And let me tell you something, Alchemistsoil. How you have honest conversations is not muckraking, not hanging around in communities that make shit up about people routinely, not making autistically, like overbearingly obsessive videos about one person. That's not changing anything. That's not activism, right? So you can throw that in my face. I'll throw it right back in yours. You're not changing my mind by shitting on my wife. You're not bringing me any closer to your position by making a fucked up, weird channel about me that only exists because of me, right? Nothing about that is pushing democratic electoralism. What you're doing is pushing people like me further away, right? Farther than you could possibly imagine, because the idea of getting political and doing political activism with a person like you is almost anathema to me at this point, because I can't trust a word that comes out of your fucking hole. You're so slimy and so unwilling to engage. So the way you presented yourself tonight, you might be happy with it, but if you actually believe in the things that you claim to, advancing the cause of the Democratic Party, getting more Democrats elected, you did a piss poor job tonight. Piss poor. You look unhinged. Your whole existence and this character you've created for yourself makes you look unhinged and obsessed with me. That doesn't make people want to look deeper into your philosophy. That makes people want to fucking point and make fun of you. And it attracts gadflies like you. People that have nothing to say, people that make vague insinuations, people that don't care about the truth. They just want to hear somebody say, oh, it's wrong. Well, you got that tonight, but you weren't happy with it. It was never enough.
Yeah, I mean,
Is that right?
Sorry. Oh, can I go or no? Are you done?
Yeah, you've actually been quite
I wouldn't if I were
respectful the
you.
whole
I
thing.
wouldn't, but you can.
Yeah, so again, like the purpose of coming here was not to change Paul's mind or to get him to admit he was wrong, which was nice, I guess. It was fun for me, but again, like it's not really about me getting Paul to admit he's wrong. It's about the people in your audience hearing these points, right? And
is it about you doing activism?
Yeah, that's part of it for sure. Like it's about
activism for you tonight.
Well, this was more for fun, I think. Like you asked me to do this, and I said I would do it.
Your channel activism?
Yeah, sometimes for sure.
It is. So making an obsessive one-person thing that 300 people on average watch.
One person
is activism.
Well, I mean, so for,
Going
like,
and
it's not
starting a
just
garden
you,
isn't.
right? So,
Going and
so
starting
Paul,
a garden isn't.
that's not what I said. I didn't say it wasn't.
Yeah,
I didn't say that.
You thumbed your nose at people that do things that are apolitical because
No,
you're a
well,
political autist that can't think of the world outside of red blue.
I laughed when you said conversation because that it's very obvious that people need to have conversations, and that's something that we're all doing. But
Right,
the
and
reason
that's
that I
what- and
laughed
that
at
is
that was
what I-
because
no, it isn't something we're all doing. No, it isn't.
okay, well, whatever.
You and I are doing right
idea as a
now. It's
volunteer
something you
work
and I
to
are
save
doing
the
right
world.
now, but it is not something that people in the world are doing. They're not having earnest, honest conversation. You know what people in the world are doing
Sure.
now on the soil? They're creating little alter egos for themselves to
Are
hide
they?
their personalities so they can talk shit without getting hit. That's what people are doing. There's a lot of that going on and not a lot of earnest, honest conversation.
There's a lot of this going on too.
Yeah, there's a lot of scrolling, a lot of doom scrolling, a lot of fucking pick me behavior, like creating a whole account to make fun of one guy and get 200 views, that type of pick me behavior, you know. There's a lot of that. There's not a lot of earnest, honest, open conversation going on. And that is what I say that people should do. And I think it's transformative. And I think it's way more powerful than voting for a guy that should be in prison, by the way. I think a single conversation could be more powerful than voting for a guy that, according to you, should be in prison and was too demented to do the job. That's where I stand. And you stand on a different point. You think creating an obsessive, autistic, creepy channel about one dude and obsessively hate posting about that guy in communities with a bunch of real weirdos in them, right? You think that's how you make change? You know what you make that? You know what you actually make with that? Enemies.
Yeah,
and I
so
guarantee you don't make 99 cents doing it. So all you've got to show for 5 months of obsessive, weird, invasive shit is an enemy. So congratulations, Alchemistsoil. You won.
Thank you.
Great activism, buddy. Great activism, buddy.
I do enjoy having you as an enemy, Paul. I think it's sort of
activism.
I didn't think you cared, but this is great. So I guess
Paul
is
no, I absolutely care.
If
you
my
got
arch
that I
nemesis
care
here,
out of that talk, if you got that I care out of that talk, you're more autistic than I think.
So again, I want like anyone who's interested.
If you heard me,
anyone who's interested,
if you heard me basically tear down the entirety of your persona, and you thanked me for it, you are vastly more autistic than I gave you credit.
So anyways, anyone can go check the channel and judge for themselves if they're interested and see.
300 people already have, and they love it.
Good. That's dope. It's, it was something that was started just as like a fun inside joke. So
make sure you watch out for the multiple instances of misinformation that Alchemistsoil has walked back, and make sure that you hold his feet to the fire on posting those retractions.
Well, yeah. So my videos do have corrections in them when I do make a mistake. That's something it's important to correct yourself when you're wrong about those things, I think.
Have fun with your little obsession about me.
Now, Paul, of course, is a
Alchemistsoil. Change the world, buddy.
Paul, of course, is a public figure who says a lot of loud things in a very antistic way.
Have fun putting a paper bag over your head and pretending you've got balls. Have fun pretending you have a job that you care about. Have fun pretending you care. Yeah, have fun.
My fake job.
Okay.
Yeah, fake ass job. Yeah, your fake ass job, motherfucker. You don't believe I don't have it all? I don't believe for you've got time to have a fucking job.
I don't care if you think I have a job or not.
I know you don't. I know you don't care. Nobody thinks you have a job, though, bro. I'm just letting you know. You can stop saying it.
Okay, fine. I don't care.
You can stop saying it. People with jobs don't have time to do what you do, bro. I've had a job.
Hey, I hope everyone who actually knows about my life in the server is realizing like how impressive it is to run this channel and do the other shit.
Yeah, see what doesn't matter is
by Paul's own admission.
You're what the great thing about a person like you, I call you guys paper bags. The great thing about a paper bag is you are whatever I say you are, motherfucker. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
all
so
you gotta do is turn on your camera.
Yeah,
turn on your cam and show me your fucking ID badge. And tell me what you do.
You know what?
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Hey,
you want to do it though? So you are what I say you are, motherfucker.
Alchemistsoil.
You like that?
Alchemistsoil.
Go ahead, Phoebe.
Yes, I would love to. That vest behind me is a fucking roadmap of all the places I've been. All the fucking scars I have are things people can fucking make fun of me for because I show them. And when it comes to like being a fucking public weirdo that like people know about and shit, people know that I've worked at Taco Bell. People know that I live in a swamp ass motherfucking, redneck corner of the woods somewhere in Mississippi. And that's because I have, as Paul has said many times before, stepped a pinky toe into reality. And the moment that you start to do that farther than what you've done with conversations like this, to which I give you a little bit of credit, most haters don't go quite this far. But if ever you get to that point, you'll feel so much better about yourself because you will have taken one more step closer to self-actualization. And that'll be great to see.
So this is a very strange assumption. The channel itself was the channel itself started as like a fun inside joke thing that you became a way for me to vent about the political issues. Obviously, there's a lot of videos about Paul. They're not all about Paul.
What's the percentage? If you had,
I think 60 to 70%.
92.
No, it's not 90.
Yeah,
look.
Let's pull it up.
Sure.
No King's Day versus Paul. That's one. You did an Anna Kasparian video. Good for you. Am I mentioned in this? Does this go into this is why Paul this, Paul that? Because if it is, it's a Paul video.
Well, maybe you guys can watch it and let me know.
So we'll go ahead and assume that it is. So there's another Paul video. Reacting to Imperialist Paul. There it is. Yeah. Cutting Trump voters out of your life. Any Paul in that? Any Paul in that?
I don't believe
the DFP video. So there's one.
It is.
Deep Fat Fried reached new depths of terror. That's a Paul video. Raging at Paul.
You guys should check out that one. We covered this
Paul video.
Another big difference between
Paul video. Down the rabbit hole, reacting to Marshall Manson's video about the drunken peasants. That's a Paul video. Former amazing atheist, pathetic view. That's a Paul adjacent video. Defending Bernie Sanders and Kyle.
That's not about you though, right?
That's a Paul video. Defending Kyle Kalinske from the Three Idiots. That's a Paul video.
That's his most popular video, by the way.
Evil voting with Phoebe. Did you guys talk about me at all in that discussion?
Well, yeah, of course we did.
I think I specifically
the startling execution of emo lolcow live reaction. You were really trying to get some momentum on this channel, weren't you, with this lolcow live reaction?
No, everyone actually
could you scrape any lower than the bottom of the barrel? I guess you can. Doom pilled liberals get brutally triggered by Paul.
That's the Phoebe one.
Listen,
that's the Phoebe
into
one.
the abyss. That is the DFF Pop Project 2025 episode. That's a Paul. Paul the eugenicist. That's a Paul. Here's another attempt to get some views on your channel by doing Keemstar. You garnered 175. So that's 4 videos by my count so far that are not Paul, and we'll count them all here in a second. Dumb fat fucks misrepresenting unique danger of Trump and Elon. That's a Paul. No confidence. That's a Paul. Someone who isn't Paul. That's a Paul. So let's do a count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 21 videos.
That's definitely not true. That's definitely not true.
That's not true.
You even misrepresented
right now.
Okay, so
dude, I'll share my screen right now.
It's not true. I just read out every one of your videos.
Hold on. Everybody's settled.
I mean, this is silly because
I wish I had TJ's gavel.
No, we're actually trying to fact check you in real time.
Yeah, 100%. Okay. Paul video. Probably mentions Paul. Are we going to count that one, Paul?
Definitely.
Yeah. Okay,
I mean, but whatever.
It's
not a Paul video.
There are 12 by my count.
12 videos by my count about me
that are centered around Paul. Yeah, like the ones with TJ. You're not even mentioned
any of those other videos.
9.
That's a Paul video.
I mean, like maybe very briefly.
Your whole life is me. Your whole channel is me. That's the point. 90% Paul.
Oh, by the way,
that's the point. Your whole channel in life is me.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Alchemist, isn't this one about me as well?
Yeah, the doom-pilled one. So you actually have 2 of them, Phoebe.
Yeah,
you get 2.
I have been honored twice, if you can believe it.
So, and those aren't about Paul, right?
About 90% of these videos are about me. So now what?
And
you
honestly,
want to retract your statement, or are you standing on that?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter to me. It's around that. The majority of them are about Paul.
So once again, that's a retracted statement that you made very confidently, right?
Thank you
It's
for
about
subscribing, guys. I've got 10
It's
new
about
subscribers
60%.
since the stream started.
10?
Thanks.
Holy
10 entire
fuck, bro! You're about
subscribers.
to blow. The whistle's
Thank
about
you,
to blow,
guys.
bro.
I'm glad some of you are
you know what you
enjoying the
should do?
show.
You know what you should do, dude? Make another Keemstar video. Maybe he'll mention you. That's the way you
That-
blow up, is to scrape the bottom of the barrel that is LolCal Live, bro. Who
So
told
have
you
you-
that? Was that your girlfriend's advice? We should do
That
a
was a-
LolCal Live video because that's how people blow up. What was
No,
that?
it was a passion project of mine, really.
A passion project.
Have you seen Paul? Paul, do you think that
Sorry,
there's?
bro. Hold up. Wait. Hold up. You got to give me a second, bro. I can't when I'm laughing. I can't. I'm not listening. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, so yeah, a lot of videos I just did because there are things that appealed to me, and I didn't think they would be very big. Obviously, the audience that I have right now is mostly just people who hate you,
Obsessed
right?
Weirdos. Yeah, obsessed weirdos.
Yeah, so I mean, so
You're
obviously
never
the
going to be able
videos.
to build your way out of that, by the way.
I
Well,
really doubt that you're going
You
to
don't
ever
think-
find anybody who isn't an obsessed weirdo who hates me.
Okay,
I mean,
well,
you
maybe.
can if you make a
And
new
that's borne
channel.
out. Every time you try and cover something that doesn't have my face in the thumbnail, you get 100 views.
So I mean,
nobody
again,
gives a
that's just
fuck.
another
Nobody gives
just
a fuck
another.
about your politics, bro. Are you really
another
thinking that these
distortion.
views?
And
Do you really think that these views represent people giving a fuck about your politics? They give a fuck
Some of
about
them
me,
are.
bitch.
Some of them
No,
are.
they give a fuck about me. They're there to see what you said about me.
Yeah, so most of the time, yeah, but about like the political.
Yeah. You're not
the
doing any
political
political
arguments.
activism on this channel. You're
I
attempting
disagree.
you're attempting to be a pimple, a barnacle on my shit, and you're getting 300 views for it.
Particle.
Yeah. So, anyways,
You
I
get
obviously disagree
300
with that.
fucking views. You get 300 views as a barnacle on the underside of my nutsack. And you're trying to like, hey guys, check out the channel. Nobody's gonna check out the channel. 10
Well,
subscribers,
specifically-
what you got 5 hours of work, and only 10.
This isn't work, right? This
mongoloids
isn't like
wandering
a-
over to your shit. 5
Yeah, well-
hours of work.
So, anyways, this isn't work. Yeah, I'm
dude.
happy you guys are digging
You know
it.
why it's work? You know why it's work?
We'll
Because you got
continue
work.
to have. We'll continue to have the conversations. We'll continue.
I know they will. I know. Oh, trust me, I know you
So-
will. And the same 300 fucking obsessed weirdos will keep watching you.
So
And
I
your
think the
name will be
channel-
lost to the dustbin of history. You'll never
Yeah,
change
well,
the fucking thing.
it's not a big
Nobody
deal,
will
right?
care
'Cause
enough
it's just-
about you. Nobody will ever care enough about you to do anything other than to subscribe to see my face.
Okay. So, anyways, Paul, did you have any final statements you wanted to say before I?
Yeah. You're a cowardly little bitch. You did horribly tonight, and I hope you know it. And your girlfriend is really stupid, and you should probably dump him because he does nothing but drag down and make unlistenable your content. His IQ sounds like it's about 20 to 30 points lower than yours on average. He sounds real dumb, and it ain't helping you. You need to learn to stand on your own 2 feet. You didn't do too well tonight, but it was your first chance. It was your first try at not being a little toddler with a security blanket. So good luck with that. That's my advice for you, though. If you want to grow, stick away from the Keemstar shit because you're never going to scrape past that. It's clear what butters your bread, and it's Paulsego. Keep making Paulsego videos. Keep getting your 300 views. And if you ever want to talk in the future, you don't have to whine behind my back, bitch and moan with your girlfriend. You can just reach out to me, bro. I'm happy to come and set you straight anytime you need it, friend. Best of luck with your channel, and best of luck going forward. How's that?
I appreciate that, Paul. I'm not going to try to do a big long refutation of all that. I feel like the conversation speaks for itself. Paul, thank you for reaching out and having this conversation with me. I do feel like we there's still so many points that I do want to argue with you. But I know you don't like talking about political stuff, right? So
I don't know
if you'd be willing
that's
to.
the thing. Like, let's wait a little while. But when down the road a piece, if you want to throw the bag on your head and come in here and get mangled again, I'm down. I'm down for that. Now you know how to get a hold of me.
I have a video about you in Ukraine that's
The
being
gorilla
worked
needs
on.
time to recharge. You understand?
So maybe you'll want to do something whenever that drops.
You wanted Ukraine and labor or whatever is our next.
Yes,
topic.
there's a lot. We've been going for over 5 hours. There's a lot we barely got into because it kept getting sidetracked. But I hope the people watching will forgive me for allowing it to get so sidetracked. But I was trying to remain on point for at least most of that.
I mean,
thanks again.
like that you shouldn't do that either for a conversation. Nobody wants to listen to you read bullet points. So you gotta be able to pull that stuff extemporaneously. You know.
Yeah. Well, a big reason why I don't stream is because there's so much that I do look up and that I do. I feel like if I'm just streaming but I'm looking up a bunch of stuff, it's boring content.
Put your girlfriend to work doing that. Tell her to shut up and put her to work looking up shit for you.
Yeah, well, I mean, either way, there's still, so I mean, there's still more that I like to do, that I like to look up for myself. Sometimes I want to fact check things before I say them, that kind of thing. So I'm not much of a streamer, but I'm sorry.
I said,
you fact check it
as I say them.
Yeah. But I mean, this was a shit show, I think, right? Hopefully. So I hope everyone had a good time.
Like, do you want the honest answer? This was fun, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I had fun.
Like, you have to understand the content creator mentality, because I think that causes a lot of misinterpretation of me with you. Mm-hmm. This is never going to be bad for me as a person. Never. Ever. Right? This is always good content.
Well, you enjoy it, right? You enjoy getting on here.
I love arguing with people. It is one of my greatest fucking joys in the world. And I have figured out a way, by hook and by crook, to make money doing it, bro. I couldn't be happier about this.
That's great.
You should be too. That's good exposure. I know I kind of cut you up a little bit about the 10 subscribers, but you'll probably get a few more. And look, growth is growth. And it's an experience that you've had, and you'll probably be better next time as a result of it. You'll know how to handle my tactics a little better, right? But ultimately, setting aside all bullshit.
Oh shit!
This is good content, and it's super fun.
Okay, dope. And again, like the channel is not my job, right? Like, this is just something I do for a hobby that I enjoy doing, that I do for fun.
Allegedly.
Apparently I'm unemployed.
Verify these claims, right? Nobody can verify these claims, right?
Yeah.
We got to take you at your word, right?
Yeah, so it was fun, and I am enjoying the experience of running the channel. It's different than anything else I've done before online. So,
what did you think about that? Like, how was this experience? Like, what was it? What you expected, or
honestly, it almost was exactly what I expected. I expected that we'd start kind of cordial. There would be moments of us, being nicer, and then moments of you trying to steamroll me, and moments, I mean,
trying to steamroll Paul.
Yeah, probably, for sure.
Yeah, I know, 100% for sure.
We definitely were both steamrolling.
Yeah, it kind of feels like if you just let him talk, you have to kind of give it back to him, And so I felt like a lot of times I was trying to do that, and I was getting muted and shit. But
if you want, next time we can do a talk where you've got control over that, if you'd like. I don't mind being muted up.
Yeah, I mean, I was just gonna jump loud. Yeah, I mean,
like, if you get loud and people I know you probably think it was just us attacking you, but honestly, that is like 101 on stream.
Yeah,
it's fun.
Talk over people.
I understand. Yeah.
You have to learn to yield, So if I come in with a point, you have a choice, right? Keep talking and hope Paul backs off, or back off myself. Like, it's a dance, and you didn't dance very well tonight, right? So.
Okay. Well, appreciate that. So I don't know if I'm gonna stream that often, but I'm happy to do another one with you guys at some point.
If you want to set something up where you feel like you're in a more, if you feel you were treated unfairly tonight, or if that's going to be a big part of your critique after I leave or whatever, that you were unfairly manhandled tonight, then we'll do it on your terms. I didn't do it for that. I honestly had Phoebe do this because I like Phoebe's channel and it's growing, and I wanted to help her out and give her some content for it and get her some donos. That's why I did it on Phoebe's channel, not because it was my friend or somebody that's going to fucking treat you unfairly. So if you feel like it was unfair due to our association, then you are welcome to have anybody you want moderate our next discussion.
So I don't feel like it was terribly unfair. I do feel like maybe there were a few moments where
I'll admit to that. Yeah, for sure. There were a few moments where she was memeing on you and muting you up.
Yeah,
yeah,
100%.
And that's fine. And I'll just roll with whatever. So it was a fun discussion, I think, overall.
Yeah, and I don't know. I'm not trying to defend my honor or whatever, but I just want to say, for me, Alchemist, it's not personal at all. It's literally just about making it a more interesting, engaging thing. Because I don't think anybody was expecting me to be 100% unbiased, but ultimately, I tried to jump in at points where I felt like you were being just excessively obstinate or on something, or when I felt like it was best for the meme to play along, you know? Because there were some legendary moments that have happened in this stream that wouldn't have happened if I had been a strict moderator that was like, no, I'm going to mute Paul. I'm not going to let him go off on this tirade and show this video 4 fucking times. That's an infinitely memeable moment.
That was for me. That was irritating to watch the same thing over and over when it's
I'm sure it was. For us,
but, I'm happy you got. I've had a lot of fun at Paul's expense, so I'm happy he got to have a little bit back. I guess
a little bit.
No.
So like I said, now you've got a hold of me. You know how to reach me and shit. So do that. You can reach out to me on Discord next time you want to talk. Phoebe can facilitate again if you want. Or you can have somebody. I don't care, man.
Paul, are you in your Discord like every night? Because when I first saw the video before Phoebe reached out, you were saying like, just jump in my Discord anytime, and so I was gonna do that originally before Phoebe reached out to me. Just try to jump in there tonight.
Well, but you're more than welcome. You know, I'm not gonna ban you out of there as long as you respect the vibe. That's the only rule over there is just don't be a fucking autistic douche. But
I would just.
I'm not in there. I'm in there a couple times a week probably, but I check it all the time. And if you tell one of my mods like, hey, I'm looking for Paul, I'm Alchemistsoil, I'm that guy, or they're gonna get to me, right? And I'll meet you over there if you want. Like,
is that so? So if I go in there and say I want to set up like a thing with Paul, that's the best way to do it, you think?
No, I mean, you've got me on Discord now. Well, we were in the same call. So if you want, just add me as a friend or whatever, and then you can send me a DM anytime, right?
Well, you're in all my servers, aren't you? So can I just like announce it in there?
No, I'm actually, I was just in your head. I'm not in your servers. I don't care. You guys have fun in those little things. I learned long ago not to infiltrate hate servers because it just makes you mad. And you can't do anything about it. Like, you can't reveal that you're the guy because they'll ban you. Back in the days, I used to do that. Yeah.
You enjoy that though, like, don't you? Like going in the hate sub and everything, and I don't know, like.
Well, I mean, I just feel like I wouldn't get a fair treatment from that group of people because they've gone to the lengths of getting my account banned for responding to them before, and so I don't want to waste my time, right?
Yeah, and I don't agree with that. I think that totally ruins the fun. And of course, it's I'm opposed to that kind of censorship just on principle. But for selfish reasons, it's a lot more fun when Paul is, do you feel like I treated you fairly, Paul?
At times, yeah. I mean, I feel like the inherent nature of some of your arguments is kind of unfair just on the face of it, right? Like your inability to admit wrongdoing and publishing Amelia's stuff, not to bring it back to that, but that comes off as weaselly when you could have just said, yeah, maybe that wasn't the best look, I'm sorry, right? And maybe you don't feel sorry, maybe you don't feel like you want to say that, but it seems pretty obvious to me that Amelia's not a content creator and that what you did, I'll let you know, it really did hurt her feelings, like, not, and for real, like, not fake, no kayfabe. She cried. She had to spend a whole day deleting everything she ever posted because Reddit doesn't do that. So she literally spent a day crying at her computer, deleting everything she's ever posted so people would stop digging through her past. So if you're not that, I feel like that you treated, if you treated me unfairly tonight,
that's fucked.
It's that, right? That is unfair, I think. Because if I had done that to your loved one, I think you would probably have the same exact feeling that I do. But you're not willing to give me that shred of human decency, right? Because decided I'm worth nothing, right? I'm not a human being. I don't have feelings. My wife doesn't have feelings because she got mad at Marshall Manson for stabbing me in the back at Christmas, right? So that I felt was very unfair. But everything else, whatever. It's your opinion, my opinion, shit,
Okay, great. So cool. I'm ready to end it here then, I guess. We can maybe continue this in a couple weeks, figure something out.
Sure.
Thanks, guys.
Yep.
Hey.
See you later.
Yeah, no,
later.
100%.
All right, Phoebes, and I'll let you fucking wrap it up with everybody. I'm going to jump out of here, too. You have fun and enjoy them fucking super chat. Naughty Priest splashed out on you tonight, too.
Yeah, he did, dude. Naughty Priest is the fucking best.
Buy your kids some nice new Nike shoes or something. You know what I'm talking about?
Well, he's only 5 months old, so I've always felt like baby shoes are a waste of money,
They are. He doesn't need shoes. Never mind. Don't do that. Get him a
Yeah.
Louis V. Bassinet or something. I don't know.
Oh my god, even worse,
Anyway.
waste of money. No, I'm just kidding.
No, thanks for doing this, Phoebes. Thanks for putting up with this long ass shit because it went
Oh my
way
God,
longer than I even thought it was going to.
Literally, I'm ecstatic. It's like, I couldn't be happier. You've basically recorded like an onion nuggets worth of content with me tonight. So
I didn't mean to do that, but yeah, no, there it is.
dude. I literally can't thank you enough. It was super fucking fun. I wouldn't trade it for the world, and it worked out perfectly fine. Literally, the baby woke up one time, and I had to change his diaper, but I had to depart for like 5 minutes, and I was back. So
Good momming. Good momming.
100%.
All right. Yeah. Thanks for everybody that watched and donated.
Yeah.
Make sure you subscribe to Phoebe. See
Yeah.
more stuff like this. I'll catch you guys some other time. Goodbye.
Once again, thank you, Paul. Yeah, so I'm going to go through everybody's super chats real quick before I go to bed, because then it's been a long night. But we're going to go through and thank everybody. So thank you, Emperor Ghidorah, for, the $2 super chat. Setting this up was super fun. Although Paul really used me as a conduit for setting it up. I didn't really set up shit. I just, ordained... I guess I set it up. Just depends on how you look at it. Why does Paul have to make a case of this lame? He doesn't. It's just good content. It's good content, and if somebody argues with you long enough, eventually you want to try and talk them out of their stupidity, or out of their errant-mindedness, or whatever the case might be. I think in the case of Paul, it really is probably just content-driven, because that's the main reason I jumped at the opportunity. It's not because I find... I like talking to Alchemistsoil, but I also find Alchemistsoil an incredibly frustrating person to talk to for the reasons I outlined during the stream. So, for me, it wasn't necessarily about ooh, yay, another chance to talk to Alchemistsoil. It was more like, ooh, yay, a chance to do a bunch of content with Paul. I was expecting 2 or 3 hours, not 5.5, but I'm thrilled with the 5.5 that we managed to get. Thank you, Riley Weston, for the $5 that you've donated a bunch tonight. At least I think you did, so I appreciate that. Maybe I'm confusing you with somebody else, though. Who knows? We don't want to spend the next 50 years inching toward the mere possibility of universal healthcare. We want it now. Yeah, and you try to explain shit like this to liberals, and for whatever reason, they just don't want to. That's not their... It's like their priorities are out of whack, right? So you explain to them things like people aren't cool with just getting a little bit of incremental help in one area, like healthcare. People want more. People want to feel like their politicians are actually looking out for them. But in the mind of a liberal, you're supposed to be content with the idea that, well, things aren't as bad as they would have been under the Republicans. When in fact, things are as bad as they are, period, because, well, largely because the party of the working class, the Democrats, has allowed the condition of the working class to decline to such a fucking horribly tragic state. We already went over this one, but thank you, Keto Jesus. Sam Riley said, can you please unblock me on Patreon? I'm Woo Duck. All I did was call TJ Middle Age. Come on, let me give you money. Well, I'm not directly affiliated with Pessimist Productions, so I can't speak to their super chat policy. If only this conversation could be as deep as Paul's head dent. He had dent removal surgery. But thank you very much for the $4.99. To be fair, straight dope back in the day never showed his face, but he never, to my memory, went after spouses and others who weren't involved. Yeah, no. As far as I know, straight dope pretty much kept it to the straight dope, I don't know why I've still got Alchemistsoil's fucking... Why do I still have his shit up? He'd just be me. Oh god, I don't like that either. I don't like that either. I don't like that. Nope. There. See, the fucked up thing is, with my, the fucked up thing is that with my setup, I really don't have, whatever. Okay, anyway. Thank you, Sam Riley, for the 10 pounds. I'm going to work, so we'll catch the stream later. Just found out about your channel, Phoebe. Love the content. Well, thank you for subscribing, and I'm glad that you appreciate what we're doing over here. It's always cool to know that the channel is reaching new and greater expanses. Sorry. I want to give you guys something to like. Yeah, no, this one's got a bunch of fucking... This one's crazy. I don't think I like this one, actually. No. Anyway. There we go. I have nothing important to add. Just enjoying the listen and Phoebe making money. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, hell yeah. We appreciate all of it. It's one thing to comment on someone's dirty laundry that's been publicly aired out. It's another to intentionally seek it out. You did lie. Not only that, Merrick, but it's more about the fact that Alchemistsoil collated all of that information together and included information so as to make it recognizable as Paul's wife, right? Like, that's the problem, is attaching it in a way that none of her posts ever did to the fact that, you know, she's the partner of this person who's got a public-facing personality. I wish it would let me move my camera around. Anyway. Thank you, Mr. Naughty Priest. I'm pretty sure I said that earlier, but thank you. I appreciate it a ton. Polly, get you're a 90s kid, but isn't calling someone an autistic retard be offensive to someone actually like that? No. That's the sad thing about words like here's the thing. I'm autistic, and I choose not to be offended when people call people being like socially obtuse autistic. I choose not to be offended when people talk like that, because like, what does it do for me to get all fucking pressed about it? I do think some people act autistic. Whether they actually are autistic or not, I think is besides the point. Thank you, Taylor, for the super sticker. We appreciate that a lot. So by Alki's logic, it would be valid and acceptable to reveal his identity. I mean, you know, I had said as much in the chat earlier, but yeah, I don't know how you could have any other fucking reaction to it. It's like, how the fuck else do you perceive that, you know? Thank you for your sacrifice of brain cells of having to moderate soil. Bless your heart. Of having to moderate soil. I can't tell if they thought soil was a moderator or if they're thanking me for my sacrifice of moderating him. It's kind of hard to tell. Either way, thank you for the $10. Tons of Nazis really gaining ground because Paul thinks Ian's Frank diary was edited. Sure, dummy. Yeah, I mean, that was a really fucking weird point for him to bring up. And after we established that Paul's not a Holocaust denier and that Alchemistsoil doesn't think he is, I really didn't get what the fucking point is. And the closest thing we got to a point from Alchemistsoil was that Paul is a useful idiot for Holocaust deniers, when in fact, Paul's rhetoric is very clearly not, like, anti the Diary of Anne Frank. It's very clearly not revisionist. So, thank you so much for this, Phoebe. Well, you're welcome, Emperor Ghidorah. You are welcome. I thought this would be 3 to 4 hours. I'll hang out with the chat for just a minute. We'll leave at 5:30. 5 hours, 30 minutes. Yeah, I thought this would be like 2 or 3 hours, maybe something like that. Just Phoebe losing her religion. She set it up. She set it up. No, she did not say enough. I'm a new fan. I'm a Paul chat a lot. Well, good to see you over here. I'm glad you joined the little community we've got going over here. Glad to see you over here. And I said here a lot in that sentence, but that's all right. I think all the hot air popped the den out. Yeah, I mean, it tends to do that over time. Can you tell us how you personally feel about Alchemistsoil, Phoebe? I think he's got a long way to go in terms of like radio decorum, which is something that it takes people a long time to learn. It's just something that it takes people a while to get used to the idea of. If Alchemist does this to us in conversation, he definitely does it to other people, like calls and other conversations. Probably does it more with people who disagree with well. He will get in this mood where he's just like gonna go read no matter what. He will keep it at the same point, and he's not gonna let you always get the fucking point before he's got something to interject. And I always get the feeling always that like what they have to say is way more important than whatever you have to say. He's not going to wait for you to get done with what you have to say. So it just comes off as smarmy, gross. It's not like gross, but just like weird. But it's something that you can get over. And honestly, that's my biggest pet peeve with it. Everything else is like, whatever. I mean, like, you know, as far as his conduct, obviously. As far as him, like, as a person, yeah, I 100% think he talks all his wife. I think that makes him a scummy motherfucker. I think you take it IRL. There's no reason to take it IRL. So, but as far as his conduct on the stream and everything, it's like, you know, my main pet peeve is the fact that everybody talked about how preferential I was to Paul in terms of moderation. But the fact of it was, I let Alfred steamroll way more than I should have, honestly. Because like, that's just how Alchemist is. And I know because I've had previous conversations with him. So it's not like I'm coming at this from some like totally fucking biased perspective, but I've never had a conversation without, you know, Paul as backup or whatever you want to look at it as, you know. Yeah, you know, but I don't, like somebody asked me earlier, do I hate Alchemistsoil? It's like, no. I think, like I said, it's pretty scummy of him to have done what he did with Amelia's Reddit account. I think that's fucked up. This man seems like a really, really cool person, and it kind of broke my heart a little bit thinking about her. It's like, you know, it's fucked up to do to somebody that is just like such an integral part of someone's community, just to get at them, basically, just to get at them, just to troll them and make it think about their ethical obligation to point that ultimately doesn't even hold up under further scrutiny. You know, so I don't know. I guess the best feeling to have about a person is there were a bunch of pollinators in chat earlier. I wish the mods didn't join. It was fun with them around. Yeah, you didn't feel so alone, did you, Emperor? Much love to you. Get some sleep. Stayed longer than I meant to. I'm fucking exhilarated, dude. I know, but can you guys believe I've been up for like 20 hours at this point? Yeah, I've been up for 20 hours. I smoked a whole fucking Boston butt last night and ate dinner and everything. Took me most of the day, and I'm still up. And I did all this shit. So I think I deserve another super chat just for now. But hey, that's a side point. Yeah, timeouts are way better than bans. I even tell my mods now as well that I would prefer a timeout over a ban for most people's infractions. Especially because YouTube lets you do the 24-hour timeout. Oh, somebody's being shit. You can just boot them from the stream overnight. Hey, I'm not a problem. I take offense to being late for a thing. I'm sorry, I thought you were. I thought you were. I don't know why I thought you were. If you're not, I apologize. I'm the fucking camera wasn't all the way up there. I ain't. I try to keep that in mind, but when it comes to my ratings and my channel, I feel before and said, yeah, there are some things we can just put on our right for, but generally, I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here because I might sell my stuff. I fucking fucked it up. I fucked it up. Anyway, I'm gonna go. I will see you guys later. Thank you guys for hanging out. Thank you to everybody who donated. You guys are tremendous. I will.